It is one of the most prestigious hill climbs in the world, and this year we add even more spice. International multiple world champion Peter Solberg and his brother Henning are here, as well as former Formula One driver Mika Salo. The tension is palpable. The anticipation is electrifying. Launch, focus, commitment, courage, adrenaline. Who can push it to the full limit? Time is all that matters. Who will be the king of the hill? This is the Simola Hill Climb in knysna, South Africa. There is a flurry of activity in the pit lane right here at the Simola Hill Climb 23. As you can see, the weather gods played a little bit of a curveball during the course of yesterday evening. It is not raining at the moment. However, the track is very, very slippery. It is going to be an incredible day, tremendous amount of action and fun right here at Simola as we get into the final day. And by the end of today, we will crown 3 kings of the hill. A very good morning, live from knysna in South Africa. To all of our international viewers, thanks for joining us on the live stream. We also have Rodrigo de Oliveira, who's going to be joining us from Hill Climb Monsters during the course of today. And sitting next to me, the fantastic racing driver, Franco Di Matteo. Franco, number 1, very sad that you're not racing. But number 2, you go to bed last night as a racing driver. You've done 3 great qualifying runs. You go and have a little glass of vino, nice early to sleep. You wake up this morning, everything is worth 0.
I'll tell you something. Everybody went home last night. Some a little bit more, some a little bit less of thinking. The guys that had their runs were perfect. They went home and just strategized and thought about it and whatever. The guys had a little bit of a problem. He would think about how my car is broken, but he would have more pressure. But I think everybody this morning when they woke up and they saw that the rain was there, I think their hearts all hit the floor. Okay, because I mean it just makes this track so slippery. People don't understand all that 3 days of racing, all the rubber that's been put onto the track is now washed away. So the guys that haven't put a time up, they're going to battle a little bit. So hopefully the sun will come out, dry it out a bit, and let's go racing again.
Yeah, that's what we are hoping for. Rodrigo de Oliveira joining us from Portugal, from Hill Climb Monsters. I'm sure you have a little smirk on your face because all of a sudden things have turned awry and very, very different to what we've had over the last 2 days. Very good morning, Rodrigo. Great to have you.
Very good morning to everyone in South Africa and everyone around the world following us. As always, a pleasure to be here joining you and for this exciting final day. But a bit of a curveball, something I'm quite used to here in Europe. It's almost customary that the first runs in the morning are always a bit moist. But now we'll see how everyone will adapt. But most of all, I think there will be an adaptation period throughout the day because it seems to me like the sun will set in and conditions will get better through the day. So we'll see how some guys will just be way too overly cautious maybe in the morning. Maybe they will carry on with that through the whole day. And some will just go, okay, I know it will get better during the day and the sun will set in. So let's go. Let's go in with a dry setup and carry on with things. But given it's the final day and everyone is gunning for that King of the Hill title, I'm sure there will be plenty of risk on the line.
I do agree, and I must say there is a tremendous amount of excitement that is happening in the pits. It's a question of who's got different kinds of tires, you know. You want to have your set of slicks for the main run, but some of them might just only have wet tires, and at present it is actually too dry for full-on wet tires, and it's too wet for slick tires. Colin, what have you got for us? What's happening down in pit lane?
It's that independent, in-between times. The part that's really worrying at the moment, a lot of the rubber's been washed off. What rubber is left here at the start area is wet, and the water's sitting on top of it. It is slippery. We're talking about waking up and going to sleep last night. Those that got times in are happy. Those that haven't are a little bit worried. Silvio Scribanti is one of them. Aldo Scribanti is very happy. He did a really good time. Richard Rutz is super happy. Peter Solberg is loving these conditions. They've also got some slippery, some wet weather tires for the Polo, and they've got proper slicks that are super soft. But the cars have started. This is the warm-up. Will they warm up properly? Or watch this.
As you can see, pretty gingerly in that 720S. Also, it's not a car that you want to spin off, that's for sure. But Franco, as a driver now, whether you've got slick tires or wet weather tires, you've got to get a feel of the track.
Well, that's the only reason why the guys are actually, this is actually just a warm-up, and the guys are going out there, and the most experienced guys will go out there, because if it does rain late in the day, they'll know where the grip is and they'll know where the pedals is. So you have to. There is, I would go out there, just feel the track, what it feels like. You don't have to go fast, just go feel the track.
Here we go, one of the Mustangs going up there. I must say, I am looking at satellite images of the cloud around the knysna area, and it looks like we're going to have cloud for most of the day. Whether or not it rains again, it's just one of those elements that we're just going to have to deal with. The drivers are going to have to deal with as well. This part of South Africa, for those who are not aware, got to tell you that you have 4 seasons in one day down here in knysna. So this is not uncommon as well, Franco. I mean, you've been here many, many times. Last year, I remember we had a lot of rain during the course of the weekend. So, this is not uncommon for the drivers.
Yeah, like last year, I mean, it was on and off, and that makes it very difficult, because you might have a run now with it being damp, the next one it will be dry, and then the following one it's raining, so that makes it very difficult. But if it stays like this, the circuit should dry out, and it'll still start coming back to us with times again.
The one thing the drivers will be enjoying is the cooler conditions in terms, especially for their engines. And that'll give them that extra little bit of horsepower, because the air is denser. But it's a question of now we've got to find the grip.
Yeah, look, in these conditions you actually want less power. But with cooler conditions, I mean, the turbochargers and everything in your car does run cooler. I mean, the guys run smaller radiators just to. They don't want to carry the weight and all that. The conditions are right, but the rain must just stay away.
These little Suzuki Swifts will be loving this, because they just got normal road tires, and dry or wet, they shouldn't be too far off their other times. I mean, as you can see, there's very, very little spray coming up from the track. But anybody who's got normal road going tires, I think is going to have a lot of fun up there.
Yeah, I've just written down his speed in the rain, and I'm going to compare it when he comes out again in the dry, and let's see how far off was the little Suzuki on time-wise. So, yeah.
It is also one of those, Franco, where these are all drivers that have been invited to drive in these cars, so that's not their own, and they definitely don't want to bin it.
I don't wish it on anybody. Yeah, you'd rather bring it home and maybe get a chance next year of coming back.
Yeah, there we go. You want the extra invite. So just to give you an idea, Garth McIntosh in the 720S did a 57. We know he was very pedestrian. And I think yesterday he was doing 44s or 46s. So a huge difference.
10 seconds. I would say that's on a normal car, that would probably be there. On the other cars, I think it'll be only about 5 or 6 seconds. But as soon as the track starts riding, the guys will come back to times again.
Everyone will be looking up to the skies as well to see what the cloud is doing. Here's a Civic Type R from Honda.
From Dion Dupier, and a good driver. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, let's see what he does. A huge driver of South African motorsport. Franco, what about trying to get off the line? Is it something that you're going to practice in these conditions as well? Try and lay down some rubber for the later sessions?
Yeah, I think the top cars are going to start trying to. It's difficult, but they're going to try and put more rubber down, warm up the tires much more on the start. Just to get more rubber down. I mean, it's not just for yourself, but for everybody else. And if everybody does it, there'll be more rubber and it'll dry out and it'll start coming back.
Yeah, let's watch Dion Joubert's time. I think it's going to be relatively impressive. It was pretty decent speed going up to the bridge, around about 167 kilometers an hour. He's going to be crossing the line in a short while. This is a warm-up session, just so these times don't count. Joubert does a 54.5. Here's JP van der Walt, and JP has got all sorts of traction control issues. I was chatting to him earlier, and he's saying he's having to change his driving style because this Porsche, unfortunately, has got a little bit of an electronic gremlin inside it. So he's having to adapt, and he's done a brilliant job driving around it. His time's very much comparable to what he did last year.
Yeah, they had a bit of gremlins, and it seems like they've sorted it out for this race, for this day on Sunday. Yeah, so it looks like the car's not going too bad compared to the poor guy yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's really on it. So a warm-up session, and then we have 3 qualifying sessions. The combined or best time from the 6 qualifying sessions, the 3 we had yesterday and the 3 we have today, will determine who goes into their class final. And from there, of course, then we crown our top 3 from the class finals and the King of the Hills.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be difficult. Hopefully there's a little... I'm wishing that there will be a bit more breeze coming through and the sun just break for half an hour or so, just to dry that circuit up a little bit. I promise you it will actually start coming. It might not be as fast as yesterday because there's not enough rubber on the track, but the guys will have new tires, so yeah, it will balance out.
It's still going to be very spicy. We've got the magic brand new BMW M2 going up. Patrick Gearing driving that car. And wow, I went to go and look at it. It has got so many little aero tweaks to it, body kits. A really spectacular car. The Supra, I actually saw this driving around town last night as well, which was quite a lot of fun. And I must say, honesty, at least our drivers who are driving and have these road-going cars behaved incredibly well around the streets of knysna. But because they do have loud exhausts, you could hear them, but they were behaving, Franco.
Yeah, you know, some guys are actually hooligans and they really mess up motorsport for everybody. So I think they all know the game. So they really do behave themselves.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Everybody going out for a run so far. Everything looking decent and good. We've got Jeff Goddard Jr. in the classic 325 IS Shadow line, a beautiful car. That car, of course, was raced by the late Tony Viana in his day. He's going pretty slowly.
Yeah, I think he's taking it easy. I mean, I think that's the only car that's left around from Tony Viana in that category. So, yeah.
And I think it is a BMW museum car.
So you don't want to put that into the gravel or just over the hedge like I did last year.
But anything that gets broken can get fixed.
Yeah, it can be fixed, but it'll never be the same. That's the difference.
Now we have the incredibly impressive BMW XM. There it is. Can you believe that is 3.5 million rands worth of vehicle? Electric going up the hill. Rodrigo, you're with us. It is a warm-up session. Some of the drivers, I suppose, just want to get a feel of the circuit. Others might just try and push it a little bit harder.
Possibly, but most of all, everyone doing the warm-up will be just gathering how much grip there is, how much mechanical grip there is on the track. Just filling up things and probably they will try to get how different zones, how different the grip is on different areas of the track. Just because of the elevation and all that, we may have it may be more slippery on the start. It may have more grip at the end, or vice versa. But right now, everyone's on a finding quest.
Yeah, very much experimental. We're waiting. There's Anthony Taylor. He doesn't matter what the conditions are. We know he's going to go for it. So let's see what Anthony can do in this Ford Raptor. Quite incredible.
I think the weight of that truck, just even if there's a puddle, it'll just go straight through it.
Yeah, Anthony Taylor in the Ranger Raptor 3-litre 6-cylinder, 140 kilometers an hour in a Bakkie, going under the bridge. It just shows you the class of this man. Classic Porsche going up the hill.
You can hear how wheel spins off the line, trying to get off the line there. But he's done a fine job of getting it away.
Yeah. I mean, can you believe it? This car that on the bottom of your screen, 23 years old. Still beautiful, original GT3. Making a spectacular sound.
Yeah, I hand it over to you guys because these things are getting so expensive. Their value has shot up so much in the last years.
Yeah, very much so, Rodrigo. It's also one of those, it's his own personal car that he drives around. He wants to race, Franco, but he's also got to be respectful of how he gets it home.
Yeah, otherwise he's going to fly home at the end of the day. But yeah, it's one of those special cars that you'll drive it to the limit, but not over the limit.
Waiting for some times to pop up on our screen. The mighty impressive, there it is on the top of your screen. This is a Nissan Patrol, which is rather crazy. It is a 5.6-litre V8 supercharged, 396 kilowatts, and hugely impressive. The whole interior of the car is completely redesigned from what a Patrol looks like. So it's quite a monster vehicle. I must say, I thoroughly enjoy looking at it.
Just to throw the car around, I mean, I heard it was like 3.5 tons.
No, it's hugely heavy.
And you need the sort of power that they made out of it to carry it up the hill. It looked like he was going a little bit slower, but no, it looks like it.
Yeah, he definitely
he's
slowed down.
Yeah.
We also saw that in the first run yesterday with this this huge vehicle.
Maybe it goes into limp mode or something, you know. I don't know.
Not
actually find out.
Not sure. Anthony Taylor's time hasn't popped up on the board, which is a little bit disappointing.
And it didn't come up on the board yesterday as well.
Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with his transponder. Pierre Bester, this is a guy to watch out for today. He's very impressive. Now, earlier on today, we were sniffing around the pits. And for those who watch the world of Formula One, this car at the bottom of your screen, that rear wing, and the rear wing was designed by a young guy who did it for a university project. Let's go and find out from Colin what it's all about.
That top flap is going to move as it goes DRS system. When he goes on to launch, open. There we go. What a party trick. What an absolute party trick. Back to you guys. Watch the car up the hill.
Yeah, fantastic. So it opens up on acceleration. It's a proper DRS system, Franco, and then when he brakes, it'll close. So hopefully we'll stay with him. He's going pretty slowly, Lee, just wants to feel it. But I think that is just fantastic, and well done to the youngster who designed it.
100%. I mean, and it's pneumatic. It's not even
correct,
computer controlled. And the guy actually got it right. And I mean, we're actually having a good look at it, and it does actually work.
There we go.
There we go.
So
fantastic.
Brilliant. Yeah, really cool. Lee taking it pretty easy up the hill this morning. Of course, if you're just tuning in right now, we had overnight rain. The track is pretty damp at the moment, lots of cloud around, and we are into the autumn months here in the southern hemisphere, so it's not as though there's a huge amount of sun that's coming out to dry the track. But we do have 3 qualifying sessions that are going to come up, and perhaps by then the track will be a lot drier and the guys can really go for it.
Yeah, look, Lee, you can actually see he's quite a good, well, he's one of the best drivers around with the Golfs and that, and he took it actually easy. I think he just went out there just to feel the track and see where the high grip pieces are or not.
Yeah, we've got the Toyota GR Corolla, which hasn't even been launched in South Africa. This is a 1600. It's a 3-cylinder and it pushes out 186 horsepower, which is just remarkable. Fantastic.
The amount of technology that's going into these cars today, it's just
quite a bit
so
more.
high.
Quite a bit more.
A little bit more than 100. Okay, but then my stats are a little bit incorrect.
The GR, when it comes to horsepower, the GR Corolla, it's the same engine as the GR Yaris. It's around 260, 270. But I think they even have different electronics on it, and it could be almost 300 horsepower, I believe.
That is from a 1600 3-cylinder. Beautiful. We've got the fabulous Golf R's going up the hill. We've got Jonathan Machotsi, Daniel Rowe, and we've also got Henan Solberg, the brother of Petter Solberg, which, you know what, let's just call him Henan Solberg. I think that is fair to him.
Fair to him.
Now, there is some interesting shenanigans going on in the pit lane because of these conditions, and we have heard that Petter Solberg has gone out and bought a bunch of very super soft, there's Henan Solberg, he's bought a bunch of super soft Michelin slicks for his WRX. The only problem is they're not sure if it fits on the rim.
Well, they're a little bit wider, but I think they are going to fit. I mean, it's not that much wider. It's about 20 mils wider, and hopefully if it fits underneath his fender, then he's going to go even faster, because apparently they didn't have the super soft. They only had the softs on this car, so he wasn't very happy with them.
He's taking it very seriously. I'm sure he's making his way. There he is on the line. Let's turn up our microphones and have a listen to Petter Solberg. Let's see what he does.
Let's see if he's going to throw down the gauntlet again.
That's Petter Solberg for you, ladies and gentlemen. There's no holding back. Wow, there's something very flappy at the bottom of that car.
Yeah.
Okay, it makes no difference what conditions they are. This is Petter Solberg.
I mean, 202 km an hour in the rain. That's on the wet conditions.
And I spoke to his engineers about it yesterday. Look at that four-wheel drift. I spoke to his engineers yesterday and they said that's his limit. He cannot go any faster than that because of the gearing. But this is just spectacular. This is why he is a two-time World Rally champion. Look at this. I mean, this is entertainment deluxe.
Look at
Petter Solberg, 43.1. Oh man, Rodrigo, that's pretty exciting.
No, for sure it is, but it is to be expected. It's a proper rally driver. It doesn't matter if it's the first run, the second, or the third. It will be flat out from the get-go.
And that's just a warm-up. Oh, I love it. There we go. Here's Mika Salo. We're also hoping to maybe get him into our studio. And I was just checking. I thought he had exactly the same car as Clint Weston, but this is the coupe, the normal version of the A-Class. And Clint Weston on the top of your screen, you can see is the hatchback version, which is actually lighter.
Well, a couple of 100 kilos lighter will make a hell of a difference on the car.
I think, you know, they should have given Mika the lighter
car. Yeah.
But anyway, you know, that's just me.
Yeah.
The 130N Hyundai, this should be pretty decent. This car's running on super slicks. It wasn't a great getaway, but it is just a warm-up session, so we don't have to worry about that. Clint Weston has done a 49.6. Petter Solberg, a 43.1, which is roughly 3 seconds off the pace that he went yesterday, but the conditions are dramatically different.
I'm actually very surprised that he actually did a 43, but you know, he is a brilliant driver, a rally driver, so yeah, we can't take it away from him.
No, it's phenomenal.
He's phenomenal.
It's just wonderful, wonderful to see.
Like Rodrigo says, it doesn't matter if it's his first practice, second practice, or third practice. There's no difference. He just keeps it flat, and away we go. That's the most experienced driver that you can find.
Yeah, we've got Owen Bridger, who's out there in the Honda Civic Type R. Peter Zili. This is great to see. Rodrigo, you must be pretty excited to see this car go up the hill.
Very much so, because yesterday he had some issues on the last run. I think he broke some drive shafts, I think. And now car is up and running again, and I believe they solved also some of the issues with the suspension regarding the aero. So one more contender.
Well, I tell you, it's less bouncy than it was when we saw this car go under the bridge yesterday. But he has to put a time in.
He has to put a time in. If he doesn't put a time in, at least a 41, he's not going to be in the finals.
So he's hoping that this track really dries out. But it's great to see Peter Zili out there in that magnificently prepared Toyota MR2. It's just beautiful.
And if you look at the track, you start seeing light spots in the track. It means the track is actually getting dry. So maybe in a few hours' time, the track will be dry.
Yeah, Peter Zili, 49.9, and just to let you know, that's about 7 seconds, 8 seconds where he needs to find. Here we go, Wade van Zumeren. Oh, is that Farouk? I think it's Farouk.
That's
Farouk Dangle. There we go. Farouk Dangle. This car pops and squeals like crazy, beautifully prepared as well.
I'm actually looking at Farouk. I mean, he's quite an elderly man, and I mean, at the end of the day, he can still drive. I mean, he was one of our top drivers in the 80s and 90s, and I mean, he can still drive a car of that caliber very, very well.
Yeah, he really does, and I mean, he leaves nothing out to play as well. Driving this weekend in memory of his late son Mohammed Dangoor, who is unfortunately no longer with us. A bunch of Nissans about to attack the Simola Hill Climb, and this brute force as well is definitely going to help try and find a dry racing line.
And the more cars we can get out, the more the track will dry out.
Yes, as long as it doesn't rain.
Yep.
George Evans in his GTR. Whoa, that was quite a squirrel going towards the wall. Franco, I'm assuming most of these guys are going out, or if they do have intermediate tyres or semi-slicks, I've got to believe that they are going out on slick tyres.
On slick tyres. I think that's the right option to do. Look, if it rains, then everybody's in the same boat. But if it starts drying out, you start feeling the grip of the track.
Now, here's a guy to watch out for today. Okay, this is Silvio Scribante. They had a whole lot of issues yesterday, but he's going out on wet weather tires. Okay, I think he just needs to get a good feeling, get some confidence into that car as well. But Aldo there, who's going to pull off, if these conditions stay the way they are throughout the whole day, Franco, this guy has a really, really good chance to get up there.
Very good chance. I mean, Aldo's actually got it put together, and he was saying, I hope I'm going to get into a 41, I hope I can do a 40, and I mean, he did a 41.7 yesterday, so they've got an advantage of the four-wheel drive and the good tyres that they've got in the car. So, and the guys know their cars. They've been driving these cars for many years, so they've got a good chance. I think they've got a very, very good chance.
Yeah, not too sure what tyres Aldo is going out on. We know that Silvio is going out. He's done a 50.1, and I think he'll be happy just that he's at the top of the hill after all of the issues that he had yesterday. Intermediate tyres for Aldo Scribante. So let's see the difference between the wet and the intermediate. Silvio did a 50.1. We're waiting for the time to come up for Aldo Scribante.
Now, if I was racing those cars and I could race with a turbocharge, I would actually turn the boost down and not even turning the boost up at all. Turn it down so you can feel the car, you can feel the track. You have too much power, you're just going to wheel spin everywhere, and it's going to make it more difficult for you to do it.
All right, the sheriff is in town. Here is Franco Scribante at the top of your screen.
Launch control, and it's still wheel spin, so you can imagine how much horsepower was under that bonnet.
Unbelievable. Just an amazingly bonkers looking car, but we'll see what he does. What he can do. Aldo Scribante, the semi-slicks, did a 44.6, which is only 1.5 seconds off Peter Solberg. That's impressive. 215 Ks through the speed trap for Franco Scribante. Let's see what he can do. That's Darren Gutmans.
Franco Scribante is not going too bad. You can see he's turned it down. And, I think he's put up quite a good time.
Very good time, 42.8. And it definitely wasn't punching it as hard as one would expect. So very impressive in these conditions as well.
Yeah. I think Quibus, his chief engineer, has turned that car down, but you could actually hear him. It wasn't as loud and as aggressive, and that's why he could do the time. And a 42 is fast for Franco Scribante. Franco Scribante in his sheriff.
Yeah, that's very good. Oh, there's that's the only diesel. That is the only diesel BMW or diesel vehicle that we have this weekend. So that's pretty cool.
And I mean, to run a good time on a diesel car, I mean, that's also coming up.
Yeah, that's Gary Martin's in his diesel. That's pushing out 610 horsepower in a diesel. And these only went to like 4,500 RPM.
Well, that's all you need.
A huge amount of torque. That's all you need. Rodrigo, just fascinating to see some of the times definitely dropping down. Aldo Scribante, only 2 seconds off his cousin Franco Scribante in completely different vehicles, but four-wheel drive and maybe different tires.
One of the things I think we will see if it doesn't rain anymore is that the constant action and the fact there are always cars on the track will get the road way drier, way quicker. These are cars with a large contact bench. They are always going up the hill. There are no time for and we are always going away with the water. So I think the conditions will improve rather fast.
Yeah, I must say we are all actually hoping for that, because we want it to be a level playing field for everybody. Byron Mitchell, he's going out there in the Formula VW. We have been led to believe that Robert Walk won't go out. He doesn't have any wet tires. But maybe he's watching this and saying, maybe it's worth a go in the slicks.
If I was Robert Walk, I'll just hang in there a bit. I mean, his car, yes, it's got downforce, but I wouldn't risk it. I would just hang in there. Look, the track is drying out, so it will get better. It's just, if it's going to rain, then he's got a problem.
Yeah, Lotus 7 replica with a Toyota engine, 2-litre 4-cylinder in that Lotus 7 replica. Those are fun to drive, Franco.
Always been. I mean, I've raced one or two of those in my times, and it's fun. They're not little, they're big go-karts, and you can throw them around. They're fantastic little cars to drive, eh?
Getting towards the end. Oh, here we go. This is just magic. Megan Velak in the Speed Car Extreme Suzuki 1-litre GSXR 1000 engine in it. It's just magic. Listen to this thing scream up this hill.
And she drives that
Flat out.
Flat out.
That's the only way to drive one of those things.
I've never driven one, so I'd like to try one day and see what it feels like. It looks
I've driven
fun.
a lot of them.
Are they difficult to drive, Rodriguez?
No. The exact opposite. As long as you're aware of what you're doing, it's a mid-engine little car, but they are totally driven on the throttle. and very, very little steering wheel work, and it's about as fun as it gets.
It does look, it looks spectacular.
It looks awesome, man.
It really looks like a tremendous amount of fun.
I had one just to play around for some time. Sold it a year ago, something like that.
Oh man, lucky you. So Byron Mitchell has crept into second place with a 43.1, just a couple of hundredths of a second faster than Peter Solberg, but that is a single-seater car. Franco Scribante still topping the timesheets. From just a driver's perspective, Franco, he must feel very good about that run, and he has an idea of what the track is going to do if it stays dry.
If it stays dry, yeah, I think they've just, you can actually see they actually put more traction control in it to get the wheel spin out of it, and so they don't break another shaft but they just, like I said, they turned the boost down, went out, felt the track, find out where the grip levels are, and I think they're happy with that time. I think so.
Yeah, and I think now it's a question of they're waiting for the next qualifying runs that'll come up most probably in the next 10-15 minutes, and then I think most of them, you've got to believe, are going to try and lay some rubber down at that start area, so that, you know, when it comes really to quali 3, you've really got a chance.
Yeah, and the more rubber you can lay down, the more the track can dry, and the track is green. I mean, yesterday when we started off, I mean, it was just cold, and the track was slippery. I mean, there was just humidity on the track, and it was slippery. Now you can imagine with rain on it. So, but it'll come. A few more runs, but it now starts with qualifying.
Yeah.
So your first run of qualifying. So you're going to have to put it down a little bit, because the guys that haven't qualified with their times now, they won't make it into the top 10.
But they do have a feel of what is what the track is allowing them. Let's go to Colin. He's in the pit lane and just get some analysis of what a lot of the drivers are feeling.
Well, that was super interesting. In particular, Peter Zili and Silvio Scribanti. Those are the two that have got to get into the qualifying. What they've got to deal with is the patchiness. So here you've got starting to dry, and then the patches next to it are wet. And I'm right under the start line over here, and you can see we know it's wet because when I put my hand down, it comes out wet. And one of the things, particularly in this area, is the tops of the stones are beginning to show. And those tops of the stones are in between the bits of tar where the rubber is. So the big bits of aggregate are slippery, slippery, slippery. And we go a little bit further on here, you can start seeing that it really still is wet here. And when the water sits on top of the rubber, it's also slippery. But further up the track, if we look towards turn 1 and 2 and that part of the track there, it's getting patchy, it's starting to dry. The two Audis, the Scribanti brothers, were on intermediates, and then we started to see towards the end that the slick tires were coming in. Zili was on intermediates, as was Franco Scribanti. So we don't know what's going to happen when we're coming into this. So we've got 3 qualifying runs. The pressure is, in my mind, the pressure really is on Silvio Scribanti and Peter Zili. Back to you guys in the studio.
Just some insights from Colin Hasty telling us all about track conditions. The pressure is on for those guys who haven't put in a qualifying run. But the track is, you've got to work with what you've got. The only problem is those who did manage to set times yesterday, Franco, they're in the pound seats because it was dry conditions.
There's less pressure on the guys that actually have set times. The big pressure is coming from Peter Zili and Silvio. I mean, I think the times were coming, as you can see, from the slower cars in the morning to when the sheriff went out. The times were getting faster. I mean,
yes,
Franco Scribanti went faster than Peter Solberg. So yeah, the times are coming. So I think the track, like I said, you could actually see the track. I was looking at the track and I saw there was patches on the track, like Colin was saying. So it'll dry. I've got a good feeling about this.
Yeah, I also do. And I was just outside now, out of the commentary booth, and there's no rain, okay, but it is rather cloudy, but we're all just going away. Rodrigo, you mentioned a little bit earlier, in Europe you also have these changing weather conditions. I was up and down the pit lane a little bit earlier. One or two of the teams and drivers or whatever don't have a set of intermediate tires, or don't even have rain tires. Is that just a lack of preparation, or is it that, you know what, if you have to take this car out in the rain, it's not going to perform nearly as well as if it was in the dry?
I wouldn't put it down to a lack of preparation. Can be, but I don't put it down to that. Many times, a lot of these teams, well, what they will do is that they are set on the idea of doing of having a dry weekend, and if there is one run on the early morning which is a bit damper, it is what it is. They are going to run their slicks. They are not going to lose time on that. They are expecting the dry weather and just gunning for the fastest time possible. It could come down to budget too. Some guys who could be just bringing the slick tires and all that. But most of all, from my experience here in Europe, a lot of the teams they are prepared for the first run in the morning. This warm-up run to be a bit damper. They just push through it, and the sun will eventually come. If it doesn't, well, they are not going to set the fastest time they were gunning to. And in the end, even the car was the setup was all for the perfect conditions, and it sort of spoils their weekend, but it comes with the game.
No, you're right, Rodriguez. If it was me in the pit lane with my car, I wouldn't do any changes on the car at all.
Exactly.
Because if you start doing changes and then it rains, then you change again, and then it rains, it doesn't rain, and then it rains. You'll be on and off, and then eventually you don't even know where you're going. So I would just leave the car as it is and just adapt, finish.
Yeah, you got to change your driving style, change one or two little things.
Small things,
yes,
not major things. Otherwise, like I said, if you start changing major things to reset the car up to what it was, it's just not going to be the same. So you just do small changes, but the changes comes from you, your head and your driving style.
Rodrigo, want to know, we've been on Hill Climb Monsters the whole of this Simola Hill Climb. What has been the response on your channels? Have the people been enjoying it so far?
They have been enjoying it quite a lot. The views, the numbers just don't lie. They're pretty damn strong. Even for the first time that I'm publishing a live stream from the event, and the comments, they are pretty much non-stop, and I've been gathering up some opinions from everyone, and people are quite happy with the quality of the live stream. Some areas to improve, but that's a given, and this is a pretty massive live stream, and there's logistics to be handled, but reception has been very, very positive. If there is a takeaway if there's something to take away from this, it's that we need more events like this in South Africa to display to the world.
Obrigado and muchos gracias. That's magic news, you know. So I'm trying to grow Simola Hill Climb even bigger and better. This year we do have the international flavor of Hennen Solberg, Petter Solberg, Mika Salo as well, which does add a wonderful flavor as well, Franco.
They just add spice to this whole racing facility. I promise it's one of the best. I've been here for 5 years, and I think this is one of the best turnout, extreme, upgraded, everything. It's just everything. It's fantastic.
Yeah, the attention to detail of the teams, the drivers, and the cars. They are so beautifully presented. And, we can only hope that the pictures that we bring to you actually give them or do them justice. Because they really are immaculately prepared from the vehicles themselves to the drivers to what they do behind the scenes, the amount of catering, the teams that actually, put together events around this is something very, very special. And it's something very South Africans are very, very proud of that as well.
Yeah, and there was tension in the pits yesterday when we walked through there, and when I had a break and we were walking through, and I mean, there was lots of tension. But the vibe was still incredible, that there was still camaraderie between the guys and helping each other, and that's what counts.
Amazing that you say that. So one of the big battles that is going to, just escalate during the course of the day is what we have between Richard Roots and, of course, between Franco Scribante. And before we had the warm-up this morning, I went and the two of them are standing next to each other, having a chat, seeing what they can do and how quick they're going to manage to go. So it just shows you that
camaraderie between the drivers.
Competitors, but also, friends off the track as well. 100%. Peter Zeely is with Colin Hasty. Let's find out how he's feeling.
Qualified yet?
Yeah, I'm worried about it because weather bureau says it's going to rain, so a bit worried about it, yeah.
Luckily, the weather people are not that accurate. I'm looking, it's getting a bit warmer, the sun is trying hard to come out. That should help you lay down a time.
Yeah, so if you know the anti-rain dance, please do it for me.
All of you people out there, let's do the anti-rain dance. And the car, your upgrades with the Aero have had a whole lot of unintended consequences. You're battling with the setup?
Yes, if I can explain to you, I don't know if you'll see it on the video, but on Ride-Out, on Droop, the CV is like that. When you go to Ride-Out, it pushes in, but the Aero pushes the car down so much that it goes and it pulls out, and then it pops the CV.
So the Aero is helping in one way, but you haven't got enough plunge length on the drive shaft.
Yes, so last night we had some spaces machined, thanks to the guys here, the locals, who gave us the lathe, and we had parts machined, and we reduced the air force, the downforce, and we also put some Musa stoppers, large stoppers, so that it won't travel all the way.
Okay, interesting. You've got to find a way around the problems, and you've got to deal with what you've got.
Yes, unfortunately we don't have spares and stuff here, so the solution is the third element, but we just didn't get time for it. They must move this event 1 week later. Always 1 week short.
So you've got to start 1 week earlier.
Yeah, that's true as well, yes. But those bumps that's where it breaks. Those bumps are horrific.
Well, good luck.
Thank you, Colin.
I mean, you're going to turn around, and Mika Salo, morning. How was that run in the slippery conditions?
Just I did a slow run, and just to feel how the car feels. So it's slippery, yes.
But it's a warm up for the car and the driver as well.
Yeah, it's more wake up. It's so early morning, so I need to wake up.
Now you're awake.
Yeah, now I'm awake, so I'm waiting it to dry out. So it will be fun today.
Awesome. There's a lovely battle between you and Clint.
Clint is a little bit faster at the moment, so I'm trying to. I actually found a reason for it, though, so I'm trying to fix my driving style a little bit, so I can beat him.
Or as competitive as ever.
Of course, yes.
Lovely. Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're hoping to get him into the studio later. Aldo.
Colin, hi, morning.
Man, morning to you. What a warm up, eh?
Well, that's the way I like to wake up in the morning. And now I can feel the adrenaline's going. I'm ready for the next round. We banked that one. Good practice. And the car feels absolutely great in the wet. I was just disappointed in my run. Us drivers are always disappointed with ourselves. I stood on the line spinning up. I must have lost half a second there. Hit the brakes about 300 meters before the finish when the car started to feel like it was stepping out. So, yeah, there's more time. But now I think we're getting into the tricky stage with the track turning from a wet to a semi-dry environment, and then the decision making on what tyre to use next. I think it's going to be quite tricky the next session.
You went out on the wets, but it's the way it's looking now. You've got to drive the conditions that you've got, and there's more slick areas than wet areas, aren't there?
At the moment, definitely a slick track. I mean, a wet track, I should say, but it is changing, and especially it looks like the weather's improving, so it's going to be very tricky just now to make the decision. But I think the next round we'll stay on wets, I think. But yeah, we'll bank it on wets, safer. I don't want to take a chance on slicks.
We got to find Silvio because he's still got to qualify. We're going to just walk straight over here and find Silvio, busy pit lane this morning with everybody coming out. Silvio, I'm just going to come in here and sit next to you. Bit of pressure on you this morning.
Yeah, hell of a lot of pressure. But yeah, like I said, it's quali 4 now, so I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna give it all, and you know, if handle the car, I know how to drive. So yeah,
it should be relatively straightforward. You got 3 runs, the car's good, the driver's good. What can go wrong?
No, I think it's yesterday unsettled me in the dry, and I didn't have enough runs, to be honest, and now with the wet track is now another obstacle again. So yeah, it is what it is, but yeah, we'll go down fighting.
Only way to go. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's get out of here. I had my rest for the day and talk to Farouk.
Yeah, we'll go
morning.
back to
How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you. How are you?
Absolutely fantastic. How did your run go this morning?
Oh, it went well. We just wanted to feel how the track feels, whether it's too wet or too dry or whatever. Feels good.
And you now can bolt on slicks for the next run?
Well, maybe one more run might be with the semis, and then probably. But I was contemplating. It's between the two right now. It's running out quickly. If the sun comes out, I'm going to put slicks on.
Lovely. Oh, there's the sun. There is a shadow. Look, got to be slicks now.
It's coming. So we're going to go slicks soon.
Good luck. Thanks a lot. And of course, we are here to see the most spectacular hill climb cars in the world. And we've got Wade. It's a tricky day today. Good morning.
Morning, how are you? Fabulous,
how are you?
Good, thanks.
Slicks or not?
Well, it's on slicks now. So skipped warm-up because we just had slicks on, so we'll go do the qualifying with the slicks.
And have you toned down the boost and made it a bit more gentle, or is it Wade style?
Still Wade style.
Rodrigo at Hill Climb Monsters is watching, and you're one of his favorite drivers.
Thanks.
Thank you, Wade. Good luck.
Thanks.
The Wade style, that's the only style. And then we also want to see the man with the best quote of the day yesterday. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to repeat it, but he puckered. We'll find Reggie over here. Before we go there, the most wicked, wild, the Kraken Franco, the sheriff. How was that run?
Yeah, I think it was good. You could see the time; it's pretty good. But the starts are too wild for these conditions. So yeah, we'll have to work on that. But in a wet condition, we know how fast this car is. We saw how fast car it was last year. So for wet, I'm happy.
And you're still running your program, but it starts getting to that intermediate period where it's moist
again. So possibly sit the next one out if it's too treacherous for wets. Yeah, we're just going to eat up wets now, so we can't.
And you have to save in case later on it's wet.
Absolutely. So at least we've done our benchmark, where we're going to work our information from, and that's good enough for now.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
Lovely. Let's see if we can see Reggie. He's not here. We've got to see the puckerer. He's actually, here's his car, but there's Mike McLaughlin, he's there. Mike,
morning.
You went on slicks. That was brave.
Yeah, we just feel the car, keep it consistent. If it stays, like this, then that's what we're going to run on today. So we just want to test a few things. Yesterday we just with the shifter, been trying to set up the launch, and every time we
I'm going to give you my ID.
every time we make a change, it affects something else. So we just want to dial that out. The track wasn't too bad. We'll see.
Good stuff. Like your new helmet, by the way.
Ah, thanks for that.
Carbon fiber for days. Where's the man with the puckering? He's here. Look at this. Arnold and Reggie. Arnold, I haven't seen you. Arnold is head of BB Motorsport, BB Motor Group. I haven't seen you this smiley at a hill climb. This happened.
Well, I think what happened is we put the cat between the pigeons. So, yeah, we're happy. The way the car's going is fantastic. And I think on the stage we've got a solid package, Reggie and the car. So we are looking at a good result today.
Reggie, you had the quote of the day yesterday, the finest quote about puckering. What do you do in these conditions?
I didn't go out in these conditions now. We didn't have our wet tires on the rims yet, which we've sorted out now. But I think it's going to be dry.
You've got a proper time down. You've set the benchmark. And as Arnold says, the cat's firmly amongst those pigeons.
Yeah, I just saw pigeons scatter and feathers fly, so it's going to be good, eh?
The man with the best quotes, good luck. Yesterday it was puckering. Today it's feathers flying. But we also want to talk to the man with the fastest diesel in the world.
Yeah.
It is.
It's fast.
Okay, so we're going to have a look at the car now.
Okay.
But just off the top of your head, give us the headline specs of this thing.
1,200 newtons and about 650 horsepower.
How do you do that?
Nitrous. No, it's a triple turbo as well, so we run close to about 5.5 bar boost. And yeah, we've got a few internal mods that we've done, and some
and nitrous.
Yeah.
The clue was not the seeing the bottle, but the little purge when you come into the pits and before you go.
Yeah, a little bit of fun for the entertaining of the guys, and yeah, just to make it look nice.
We have to look at that car. And what diesel do you run in it?
Normal 50 ppm.
Normal.
That's it. I run a cetane booster in it, so it can just help with purifying the diesel, and that's it.
Awesome. Let's go and walk at the car. Right, so this is Gary Martin's diesel. Gary, yes. Let's come in here. You've also got lots of aero and things on it.
Yeah, a lot of carbon fiber has been done. We've lightened the car and we've gone all-wheel drive, so we basically can get off the line with all the torque. We've upgraded a few of the boost pipes because last year we had a few of them blowing off with all that boost. And now, yeah, we're trying to redirect some bigger flow to the back wing to get some downforce on the rear. Yeah, at the moment, I'm happy with her. She's doing well. Yeah.
Is it easy to open the bonnet? You do that side, I'll try this side.
So it looks like a little spider web here.
So there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
there.
so there's 3 turbos on that side there. Yeah, the nitrous injections obviously in the pipe, big intercooler. I've got a special head gasket so that we can lower the compression ratio to try and build up more chamber space for the excess nitrous. And yeah, that's about it. Heat is our main concern when we do track racing, but for the Simola Hill Climb, it's efficient. It's perfect.
Gary, you do know you moderately crazy.
Yeah, they call me the mad scientist. I guess, yeah, it is, eh?
On that note, the cars are starting to go. Gary Martins, thank you very much for showing us the world's most powerful and fastest diesel.
What's very interesting, yeah, is a lot of it is all BMW. Literally built original BMW mountings. Everything on this car is BMW. I can actually drive this car from Pretoria to Simola and back if I feel like it.
Has it still got motor plan?
No.
Right, let's the cars do the talking. They're starting to go up the hill now. Back to you guys in the studio.
That is an extraordinary vehicle. Before I ask Franco, Rodrigo, do you have any diesel-powered vehicles that run in the international hill climbs in Europe?
Right now, no. But there was a trend some time ago where people were trying to bring them. They had some success. There was a build quite similar to this one series. There was that raced in Romania and got some titles. But over time, people moved away a bit from them. But there's still the interest, and the diesel cars are still quite popular here in Europe overall.
Franco, that is an extraordinary build from Gary Martins.
I'll tell you, I was actually shocked, and I think we looked at each other as well. I mean, 5.5 bar boost, and he cut the head gasket down to give it more compression. He's Magic Mike, not the mad scientist.
Quite phenomenal. So we are getting ready for qualifying for. The rain is not above us at present. I'm checking out my satellite pictures, and believe you me, I don't even know how to read them. But there you can see the live pictures. We've got the McLaren in front. The rain and the weather in terms of the clouds comes from that direction. It was a little clear earlier. At the moment, you can see it is very, very overcast, but it is dry, and that's the most important. Waiting for starters' orders to get us going, and of course now we're going to qualifying runs. As we've heard from various of the drivers, Franco, quite a lot of pressure on them for them to actually go lay down a marker. Yesterday was dry, so these guys are going to have to find 4 or 5 seconds.
Like Silvio said to Colin there, and he says now that the pressure's doubled, and that's what I was trying to explain this morning. I mean, you come out and it's raining, and I mean, you haven't set the time. I mean, the pressure just builds on, and I can see and I can feel for the man. But you know, they're racing drivers, and they'll come back fighting.
Yeah, you can feel the tension. I could tell you that upstairs, this is the critical moment. You've got to go in there. You know what you have to chase as well, and you're just hoping that that track is going to be better than it was in your warm-up run, and you've got to stick it out there.
You have to. And I mean, the track is very difficult, and it's in a tricky track. Now you put a little bit of dampness on it, and it makes it 10-folds trickier. So you got to push the limits, but if you're on that limit and you make one little mistake, it could create something more for you. So you got that fine balance in that car.
You know, yesterday I was driving home from the track and just trying to work out in my brain what it must be like for a driver to go onto this kind of circuit. Most of the drivers come from circuit racing, and in circuit racing, usually you have runoff areas, you have tire barriers, you have a little bit of a comfort zone. It's not a massive comfort zone, but a little bit of a comfort zone. On this hill climb, it is a normal road most of the way up. You don't have these runoff areas. Right at the top, one of the last corners, you've got some tire barriers. Franco, this is a completely different mindset for you to, you know, as opposed to you going to a normal racing circuit, and then, of course, you're getting to something like this.
Well,
hold on a second. Before we do that, I've just been told Peter Solberg and Colin Hasty. I'll ask for your opinion in a couple of moments. Here's Colin.
Peter Solberg in the wet. That was a crazy fast run.
Yeah, it was good. You know, I thought it should be much more slippy. So in the first corner, I went down 2 gears, and the same in the second corner. So, but it was much more grip than I expected. You know, so. But it was quite good fun, and now I had the intermediate zone, so now I'm going to try the slick. A new different slick compared with yesterday, actually.
And it's a little bit wider, and it's a little bit softer, am I right?
Yeah, I hope so. It would be really nice through the day to maybe go close to, 38.99.
Are they a little bit bigger in diameter as well?
Yeah, a little bit, you know, so if I can get a few more kilometers. But I tried hard yesterday, so I do my absolutely best. So, but the competition is very, very tough. You know, the cars are very fast there, but really nice atmosphere. This is the main thing, and people can see and enjoy a small small little Volkswagen Polo that is accelerating, you know, at least very fast.
A museum piece.
It's a museum piece, and it's great. Like I said, I haven't driven the car since 2018, so it was great to be back again. And we will see how the day goes, you know. But we're gonna make a show at the end of the day, that's for sure.
One thing, you are Peter the entertainer.
No, I just have big passion for what I do, and when people are appreciated when we do this, you always want to give more back again. So it's so great to be here.
Thank you for talking to us. It's been fantastic, and we look forward to more entertainment.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you very much.
There we go, man. He's just a wonderful guy, having a lot of fun there and putting on the show that everybody wants, which is just spectacular. Franco, going back to that, the difference between this kind of a race compared to a normal circuit race that you do, it's a vast difference.
It's a vast difference. Yeah, you get one chance. And the pressure's on that you cannot believe. I mean, you got to get the shots right. You're worried about your braking side shafts, clutches, all sorts of things. And you're only getting one chance up that hill. So if you make a small mistake, you're out of it. Where circuit racing, even if you're going out to qualify and you make even 2 mistakes, you've got another lap to go and another lap to go. So you've got 15 minutes of circulating around the track. So you've got mindset, control, the whole tutti. Yeah, it's got to be focused all the way. No, there isn't one little split second of relaxing.
Yeah, it is a completely different dynamic when it comes to motor racing. Rodrigo, why do you think that this popularity of hill climb racing is growing so much as the years go on?
Well, because I'm working well.
That you know.
No, there's a reason, and I'm nothing more than a vessel for something that has been brewing for quite some time, and I have seen it for quite a bit. Because I've been following hill climb racing on the most grassroots level for something like 25 years now, pretty much like since I was a little kid, and I've always been fascinated by how little it was, how little marketing there was around it, given how spectacular and how compact it is. The thing is, the internet marketing module really fits the hill climb racing. It is very compact, very tight competition done in a very controlled manner, where these short bursts of spectacularity are just given to the public and go and again and again and again during a whole day. This is harder to do with rallying because you are doing special stages on different places during the day, and there's less variety of cars. This is harder even with Formula One because the common person can get bored going around and around the same track during a large period of time. No, in hill climb racing you have a car pushed to its very limit, both from the driver and from the engineering side. You are giving this one run. You have to give it all. There's no other way than flat out, and it is what it is because these short dopamine bursts are what drive marketing nowadays.
Yeah, very much a dopamine thrill. Franco, what excited you about doing a hill climb?
You know, when you look at it and you think, you know what, let me just go and try it. But I'll tell you something, the adrenaline rush that you get, Rodriguez is right. It's flat out from word on the start, flat out to the end. And it gives you such a thrill, you know, that it's only you in the mountain. You don't have to worry about guys next to you trying to overtake you and all. So the concentration is straightforward. Push it to the limits, and that is an adrenaline rush that you cannot explain it to anybody. So that brought me back and back and back. And when you do well with it, you just want to go faster, and you improve your cars trying to beat the top. guys, it's something different.
Very, very special. Now, while we have a little gap before the cars get back on the track, let's go through a little bit of the dynamics of this actual run, because a lot of people just tuning in for the first time during the course of the weekend. It's just under 2 kilometers. Franco, just take us through some of the dynamics, some of the corners, and the more hairy and scary parts of going up Simola Hill Climb.
Look, okay, let's start at the start. The start is you don't have a run up. Like most of the other hill climbs, you've got a bit of a run up to the mark. So yeah, you only got about 3 or 4 meters of run up. So
and it's a standing start.
Standing start.
Yeah.
So turn 1, well, the little kink, we'll call it turn 1. That's flat out, but turn 2, most of the guys you'll see they ease off, but the track actually banks a negative bank. So if you go a little bit wider where you're supposed to be, you're actually running off. You actually go wide and you'll understeer through there like you can't believe. Going up the hill, you need the horsepower because it's a fairly uphill. It doesn't look like it on screen, but it is. So you need the horsepower to pull you up the stair. When you get under the bridge, that's turn 3, the apex, you cannot see it. So you've got to go fairly deep in. If you don't, you turn it tight, you'll end up on the grass on the opposite side, or you clip the corner. So if you go too deep in, you've scrapped off so much speed. So there's a balance because you cannot see the apexes.
Yeah.
And turn 3 is off. There's a little bit of a bump there. It's not too bad. Turn 4, 5. Turn 5 is to me is where I landed up in the bushes on the other side. There's quite a serious little bump. And of course, up the straight, you got the bumps.
Lots of bumps.
Lots of bumps. So if you look at Peter's car, it rides the bumps. Okay, most of our cars, and I saw Peter Zili's car this morning, it also rides it was quite smooth compared
better than
to
yesterday.
So, I think you have done a bit of work there. Turn 4, 5, I mean, it's just winding road, so you've got to commit. But if you do turn 3 wrong, okay, it just scraps off so much speed because you cannot go through the other corners. But if you commit on turn 3 and 4, 100% you can go flat out through to the top. At the top where we saw the Alpha go off yesterday.
Yeah, Pit Potgieter
go off there. It's actually, you can ask the guys, it actually got a funny rise over the top. So you go over there and if you just connect it a little bit wrong, your actually steering starts getting light.
Okay.
So that's also quite dangerous. And that you see, there was 2 cars there that actually, Pit Potgieter actually lost it and the other guys went sideways. So it's hair racing, but it's a thrilling drive.
It is a thrilling drive. We're going to get, I think we have cars on track. I want to, in a short while, Rodrigo, while we're still waiting for the action, Rodrigo, how do you compare Simola Hill Climb to a lot of the hill climb events in Europe?
It is quite different from the majority of hill climbs we have here in Europe, and that's part of its allure. It is a bit shorter, not much, but a bit shorter, very focused on its launch. And normally the comparison I make is that it's a drag race with a couple of corners thrown in. So it encourages a really special kind of car to thrive on it. This big power, big mechanical traction of the line, but then because you have these very fast corners, you really also need a lot of aero to keep it down as fast as possible. If you come to Europe, it gets a bit more rally-like. There you'll find more hairpins, more slow corners. The hill climbs tend to be a bit bigger. Depending on the country, they can be a lot bigger. If you go to Italy, for example, every run it's something like 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. But the thing is, hill climb racing comes in various shapes and forms, and the Simola one, while short, it is a very sweet one.
Oh, that's very, very interesting to hear. But yes, it is quite short relative to other hill climbs. And yesterday I was also thinking, I mean, we have so many magnificent roads in South Africa. Franco, you know, we've got Simola. I'm trying to think of something up in the Mpumalanga area, or maybe even the Cape Town area, or even the Gauteng area. Surely you know some people who've got roads?
My sponsor, Clinton, he was actually organizing a hill climb in Cape Town.
Okay.
Cape Town itself. But I'm not too sure whatever happened. That would have been awesome because it would have been a longer circuit, and with, like Rodrigo says, with a couple of hairpins in it, and that would have made it very interesting. I don't think they could put it together properly, but I think that would have been an awesome race. And I think, like Rodrigo says, the track should be a little bit longer to give it more of a feel. You know, a 40-second sprint is just over so quickly. You know, we would like to have it maybe a 4-minute or 3-minute. That would be the answer.
It could be. It's definitely enticing to have something like that. Whereas we have a relatively short hill climb here in Simola. We don't have any track action at present. We're not entirely sure what the hold-up is to get the next qualifying round in, unless perhaps there have been a few competitors, Franco, that have sat there and said, oh, can you give us another 10-15 minutes, let the track dry out a little bit more.
I don't think the CRC would allow that, but I think there must be something else, or probably having a look and making sure that it's safe enough for everybody to go out. I mean, it is qualifying, so let's see.
Yeah, times do definitely count in these next 3 sessions. So there we go. That's definitely not one of the vehicles that is going to be the king of the hill. However, it is the one who's going to get to the top of the hill right now, and more than likely just doing track inspection.
Yeah.
Check that everything is okay. From the pictures that we can see, the track looks a lot drier. Yet there is still
some patches, wet patches now.
Yeah, okay, so there we go, doing some track inspection. That is what is currently happening. You can see in the distance in the top of your pictures the amount of cloud that there is around.
Maybe they look like they're having a timing problem.
Could be a timing issue as well, just making sure that all transponders are working, cameras are working as well. This event, and we have to say a huge thank you to Ian Shrewsbury, who has put this together since the formation, and even during the COVID era of the world, we managed to have a mini event a couple of years ago. Last year was fantastic, but this year is just a completely another level, Franco.
100%.
And the thing about it is people who want to get involved next year, you got to get your entry in now, because I don't think there will be space.
Well, I mean, because what happens is when you come and support it, they give you first option, and I mean.
Well, you weren't here this year, Franco. What's going to happen?
Yeah, they phoned me like 100 times. Are you entering? I said, give us time. We're looking. Give us time. We're looking for tires and things like that. So eventually, he said, because there's guys behind you that need the space. I said, well, give it to them. I wasn't going to keep them on the line any longer, and I mean, it wasn't fair to the organisers. So yeah, but this.
Will they invite you next year?
He says to me, if I come with a different car.
Which is also quite... bring a couple. Come on.
Well, we had the bet. I am coming with a historic car.
There we go.
Okay,
it's done.
And that's done. And there's a choice of my Jaguar, or, I mean, I know it's Rodrigo's favorite car, but there might be something else.
Yeah, we got to bring it out there, Franco. Rodrigo, yeah, carry on. Tell Rodrigo, this is your favorite, one of his favorite cars.
Rodrigo's, I'm mad. I'm one of these guys that look for a challenge.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
He's on the same page.
We're on the same page.
Oh, so we're both mad. Okay. Yeah, when the guy says to me it can never happen or can't work or whatever the case is, then I prove them wrong. I've actually built an Alpha GT that I converted, looked like a DTM car. It went from a right hand to a left hand, from a front wheel drive to a rear wheel drive, and I bolted 2 turbos onto it. And it makes around 550 kilowatts on the wheels.
Kilowatts?
Kilowatts on the wheels. So I've raced it a few times, won with the car and asked to leave after that. So it was a bit of a... So the car's been standing for a while, and I've decided maybe I think I should bring it back next year and see what it does at the end of the day. I mean, it's be a new challenge for me and for the spectators, for worldwide. I mean, they've never seen a car like this ever. It's one of a kind.
Yeah, it is. It's very special.
I'll tell you what the problem is.
It's an Alpha.
No, the problem is that you're thinking. You should be doing.
There we go.
You're right.
Solution to the issue. Okay, we have got track action. Everything is sorted out. We're going to have a look to see what... this is qualifying number 4 throughout the weekend. They have 3 left during the course of today. And then, of course, we get into the class finals. So all of these guys put in decent times yesterday, Franco. Those who haven't are really going to have to push it a little harder.
Well, I think as I can see, the track is dried out quite nice. Silvio Pirizzelli, even Devin Robertson, I see he didn't even go out this morning, but they're going to have to push it to the limits.
Yeah, Devin Robertson didn't go out yesterday. Apparently they had a side shaft issue, which unfortunately is in Johannesburg. So I don't know if we're going to see Devin, which is very, very unfortunate. Well, but everybody else is out there.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Devin, and apparently the shaft arrived this morning.
Is that so?
Yeah. So,
wonderful.
So wonderful. Look, he hasn't had any. He had it when he had one run, and let's see. The little man has to put it through, keep it pinned all the way through.
Action aplenty here at the Simola Hill Climb 2023. Everyone going out there now. The Shelbys, the Shelby Fords, the Fords. Fantastic. All coming out. So wonderful, wonderful to see the action. And this is qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. It is qualifying number 4 from what we had yesterday. We had 3 qualifyings this morning. We've had 1 warm-up in damp conditions. We're waiting to see some times. Unfortunately, the timing screen has disappeared, but we shall try and get it back as quickly as possible. Car number 82, Eugene Herbert, is from Master Drive. That is the 5-litre V8. He goes across the line. As mentioned, unfortunately, I cannot give you any times because it just disappeared. Hopefully we'll get those times coming up on our screen as well. But it seems as though maybe that was the issue with the track. And it's not resolved at present. And that's a little bit disappointing because, yeah, we need to know what the times are.
At least we're getting some speeds out of the cars.
Yeah, we're getting that. Great to see a lot of the manufacturers out here as well. Mustang, Ford Mustang, we've got Suzuki, we've got BMW, all representing this year in force. And whether it is in Classic Car Friday and then of course King of the Hill as well. Great to see the manufacturers out here as well.
Yeah, and we need the manufacturers involved in most of our motor racing, and it's good to see them here.
Yeah. Wonderful. There's the spectacular Audi R8 going up the hill. Just such a brilliantly designed, brilliantly balanced car.
I mean, in the GT3, they're one of the top runners, and I mean, yeah, they've done such a superb job in these cars. race form and road form.
Yeah, very much so. Got the BMW M5 from 2005, Shiraz Bawa going out in there. That's the naturally aspirated V10. Oh, it is my favorite M5 of all time.
That was a wonderful car in its times, eh?
It's just packed with technology. That V10 engine is just out of this world. All right, time seems to be coming back, which is good news. Somebody's scrubbing some tires off the line. Is it one of the Suzuki Swifts?
Yep.
Yep, it is.
Hopefully they give us a time, a speed, and we can actually see, we can compare it from
earlier on.
Yeah, I've written it down, so let's see.
These little cars are just so fantastic to drive. They really are. There's the V10 of that M5 coming across the line. Hopefully we'll get a time there, 57.3.
That's not bad at all.
You got to believe that car could go faster.
No.
But I suppose when it is your own personal car that you drive around.
Hopefully he's not going to drive it back to the Gauteng. That's why he'll take it easy all the way. I've seen that turn one, there was a bit of water lay in there.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, I haven't seen. 133 k's an hour for the Swift. So it's even slower than, well, it depends which Swift it was. There are three of them.
And Dion Jobert in the Honda.
Yeah, he was very, very good in that first run. I think he'll even be better now in this second run, slightly drier conditions. I mean, Franco, how much does the track sort of, how much would it have improved in the last 40 minutes?
Well,
with no rain.
Well, it looks like it has. And what's nice about it is because it's such elevated uphills and things, the water does run off. You can actually see there on the corner how that little stream is actually fading away. So, yeah, it'll clear up. I think by the third run up, it will be clear.
That is what we are hoping for. Lots of cars going out there. We've got a couple of Suzukis. Here's the Audi TT RS. Oh, sounds beautiful.
139 k's an hour, and he was doing 130. So it's 3 k's for a standard little car. So
all right, that's significant.
That's significant.
Yeah, it is significant. So Wilhelm Kuhn in the Audi TT RS going up the hill. The times from warm-up were not recorded besides on your screen, so we don't really have anything to compare it to at present. You know what we didn't see go out? The Lotus cars or the Noble. Rodrigo, did you notice that in the warm-up as well? They didn't go out.
I did not notice that. I was about to talk about that. The only mid-engine lightweight car we saw was Peter Zilli, which was the one we saw the least yesterday.
I think Peter Zilli just wanted to feel his car and make sure that he's got no mechanical problems with it and feel the grip of the track.
Is it just me or it started raining?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't seem to be getting any times at the moment. Seems like, got to tell you, there seem to be a few raindrops coming down as well. The very impressive brand new M2 competition, Patrick Gearing, and of course BMW celebrating their 50th anniversary in South Africa. Also one of those marks that were the first company outside of Germany to create a manufacturing plant, and still thriving and doing brilliantly to this day. So wonderful to have all of these BMWs here in South Africa. 180 k's under the bridge. That's a pretty decent time.
And if I was out there in the pit lane, I would actually put my slicks on and go flat out, because if there's a few drops coming, and it might just spoil your third run. So guys,
go for it.
Just go for it. You've got no other option now.
Rodrigo, I wanted to ask, why are we watching this action, unfortunately without any real live timing? In terms of the appearances, like with Simola, it is always oversubscribed and some people don't get the opportunity to be part of the event. Do you have the same issues in Europe?
Yes, increasingly so too. The popularity of hill climb racing among competitors, it's rising. The fact that you can race high-powered machinery for way less money than you would on other types of motorsports is really enticing. So we are seeing some entries with 100, 120, 140, on some places like Italy, 150 or 160 entries, and getting a spot, it's quite difficult.
Now one can imagine, as you know, they purpose-built pit little areas, and you only have limited amount of space as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, quite a lot of fun. Here is this very impressive XM electric vehicle. Oh, brilliant under the braking there as well. And who's? I'm just trying to think who's driving that. Is really pushing it. Ashley Oldfield.
Ashley,
man,
yeah.
not scared to hustle that huge vehicle around.
He is not holding back at all, eh? Look at that.
Wow. That's very, very impressive driving.
Right now we have sort of a dangerous situation, because the first half of the track is totally dry, but it started raining on the second half.
Yep, it's raining.
It definitely drops towards the top of the hill.
Like we said, it's three summers and 3 winters and 3 autumns and all in one day. It's crazy. You can see it on the TV screen how the drops on it. Oops.
Yeah, a little bit of rain coming through at the top of the Simola Hill Climb. It's going to make it pretty difficult for everybody else. Let's have a chat with Colin in the pit lane. Colin, there must be a flurry of activity. Everybody noticing that it's pretty wet at the top.
Never mind, it's wet at the top. It's wet at the bottom, they say. I know it's wet and I know it's raining, because if I take my glasses off and I put my glasses out here, you can see they get raindrops on them. This is made everything different. Giannicaro, I'm just looking to see what tires he's got on. He's got slicks on, and it's become wet. It's slippery as well. It's really slippery. You got to just like feel it. It's getting nicer wet, and beware of the wet patch. Let's see how they do on the track.
Yeah, these are very, very difficult conditions for the drivers now. Going out there on a slick tire, you don't know how heavy the rain is, but you can see the sort of glint on the road where the Porsche is going through. Franco, these are tough decisions to make.
No, this is tough, and you don't know what to do. You don't even know whether you're going to have to put slicks on or wets or whatever the case is. But I think if it carries on like this, a guy's going to have to put semis on or full wets and just go out there. And it's so dangerous, because I mean, you get to that stage, you don't know where it's raining, so you come over the horizon and then it's all wet. You got problems. Look, the guys must just take it easy and see what happens. You can see the rain there, and there's no rain there on the other side.
Yeah, very, very difficult conditions for the drivers. Yes, Jimmy Giannicaro didn't go out in the warm-up. Going to go out in this beast of a Z4 with the Hendrix engine in it. Let's see. Let's hope he can keep it all together.
I hope he can pull off.
Yeah, this car is just... I did speak to his team a little earlier, and they have toned down the launch No, sorry, they've turned up the launch quite a lot, but they cannot turn down the horsepower. It's just one of those things. It's a crazy car.
I don't think you could actually turn. I mean, it's making 800 and something horsepower. You turn it down to what? 100 horsepower less, it's going to make no difference. So he's just got to control it with his left foot. With his right foot, sorry.
Yeah, seems like there's a little bit of a delay going up the hill. We're not entirely sure, but rain is falling. Okay, we can have a look as to what has actually happened and why there is a little bit of a delay. So let's go and have a look.
Oh, that was actually Taylor.
That was quite a moment. Let's have a look at it again. Anthony Taylor, four-wheel drifting.
That's the DiMaggio corner. That's my corner.
That's your corner. Man, Okay, so they're going to have to clear all of that sand off the circuit, but it just shows how treacherous it is.
It's crazy. People don't understand how dangerous this track is, but it's thrilling. But you know, when it gets a little bit wet like that, it just makes it so difficult to drive. And like I said, if you catch the wrong apex on the first corner, it just throws that whole car. You just can't get back onto line again. So it buggers it up all the way up.
Yeah, no, not so easy. Rodrigo, thrills and spills expected, especially when you have inclement conditions.
No, inclement sometimes, as long as they are consistent, it's fair for everyone. But when they are inconsistent and they are going back and forth from wet to dry and then wet again and then just barely wet and then there was some rubber deposited and then comes a bit of rain, that's when things get very, very tricky.
Yeah, it's not an easy time for the drivers to find their ideas. The only consolation that we can say is we're looking at Colin, they're waiting for the track to get cleared. Let's just see, we'll talk about it. That's Jimmy's car. Colin, what are you feeling for?
Well, you always feel for a wet spot. It's very important to check out where it's wet. The other thing is that you want warm rubber. This rubber is ice cold, so it's not sticky at all, so he's going to have a problem. Talking to Jimmy in the pits earlier today, he was a little bit worried about this car with all its horsepower from its Hendrick NASCAR engine on the wet stuff. And you can see the wet stuff coming down here, and it's getting wetter and wetter. And it's not quite super sticky at the moment, but it still is wet. So it's a tricky one, and I'm not sure what's going on with Jimmy's heart rate at the moment, but I suspect it's getting right up there on the red line. And as Reggie said yesterday, certain things are starting to pucker in trepidation as the rain, it sort of comes and goes. And just before I started talking to you, it sort of stopped, but now it's getting worse. We see some blue patches of sky, and talking to Jeff Goddard earlier, he's a sailor, so he's got a sailing app, and there's a little cell out to sea, which is that way there, that's kind of lurking, and we're hoping that cell goes through and then it can dry up for this afternoon. But from a qualifying point of view, this really, really hurts. Peter Zeely and Silvio Scribante, they're not going to like it at all. So for now, we have to wait. I think Anthony Taylor found the first of the wet spots. We're going to have to wait a little bit. I see the rest of the cars going away there, and they're going to wheel Jimmy's car back down to the pits as well. We'll take the policeman away. So while he's going away, the idea of the policeman, you'll see it's a wedge, or the puck, or whatever they call it. And they stick it behind the wheel to stop the car rolling down the hill, because this piece of ground here, this tar, has got an incline. The hill climb starts here, downhill there and the uphill there, and it's just to help the guys balance the car so they don't have to put their foot on the brake. You've got the wedge to stop the car going back down the hill. I'm going to go back into the pits and watch some more puckering of those parts. And as Reggie put it, the feathers, they're going to fly just now.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of puckering at present. It's amazing with the technology that we have in the world, especially when it comes to motorsport, and all it is a stick with a little piece of wood in the end to stop your car from rolling back. Yeah, so yesterday we had some humorous moments with Richard Rutz. Yesterday put in an unbelievable time, which is unofficially the fastest time up the Simola Hill Climb for a modified saloon. Came out with this wonderful quote called puckering, I puckered my poopall. And I'm sure, Rodrigo, just through understanding racing drivers over the year, I'm sure you've understood what he meant.
For sure. Even on a personal level, having done a bit of racing myself, I do understand when you are that focused and you really start threading the line when it comes to the limit, and you see that sometimes you are going just a little bit over it, and things may get out of hand. Yeah, I sure can understand it.
There we go. There's always a little bit of humor when it comes to, well, anything in life. We've got to have some fun without a doubt. That was a hairy moment for Anthony Taylor, and I'm sure Colin's going to catch up with him a little bit later. But quite incredible, I must say, the way that Bakkie actually held itself.
Well, first
and
of all,
Anthony Taylor.
And Anthony Taylor. That, why we call it the DiMatteo corner, is that last year I lost it through that corner, and it's not because I lost it. There's about 100 meters before the corner, there's a bump in the road, okay, and you got to go over that bump to straight line the corners after that. And when I got into that bump, the steering arm broke, okay, and then I was a passenger. So then I just went straight over the embankment, down the mountain, and yeah. So I think Anthony, in that bump must have had a little bit of water in it. I couldn't see properly with Anthony going through there, but I'm sure he must have clipped that same little hole, that bump, and that put him sideways through there. That, to me, it looked like the same.
Well, incredibly well held from Anthony Taylor. Unfortunately, no damage, besides maybe puckering the P. We'll leave it at that, but I'm sure we'll catch up with him a little bit later on this morning. Now it's just a question of now go and clean up the track, wipe off all of the debris that is on there, all of the sand, and then hopefully we can get Q2 session going. And the thing is we're going to watch a little bit of a replay of this moment. Let's see if you can actually see. So this is in great slow-mo. Talk us through here, Franco.
He's actually already lost it through.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As you can see, if you look in the middle of the road, about in the center of your screen, you will see there's a water patch next to the white line. That's the bump. Yeah. So, yeah, he actually lost it way before. It's so slippery.
It must have just been slippery conditions. We at that stage there had been quite a lot of rain that had dropped it towards the top of the circuit. At present, I mean that's just fabulous. Yeah, I mean it looks quite fantastic on the brakes.
He's actually very lucky. There's
like a ditch there.
He's actually put the left front tire into it, but he's lucky.
Well, I just want to know what his time was. That's all I care about.
Yeah, we've got no time in that.
Yeah, what his time was. Those who are just joining maybe for the first time this weekend, we've got Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters joining us for our commentary throughout the whole of the day. And we have spoken over the weekend, but important to bring it up as well. In South Africa, we know we are Bakkie mad. We love our Bakkies in South Africa. Not a very popular vehicle, Rodrigo, though, in Europe, especially for Hill Climb.
No, not at all. And even for normal road car use, it's not that common. It comes down to the types of roads we have here in Europe, way narrower, way tighter. the South African and the American reality are way more fitting for the Bakkie life, I would say. But then it's even crazier that you guys love them so much that you take them racing and you get a whole host of them up a hill.
Quite amazing. I mean, that Raptor, Ranger Raptor's got 292 kilowatts of power. I think Colin is actually with Anthony Taylor. Let's see. How's Anthony feeling, Colin?
I was missing the dirt, bud.
Anthony Taylor, we know you love rally raid and cross-country driving. Did anybody tell you this is a hill climb?
Yeah, but I asked Sparky earlier if I could go on the inside of the cones, and he said, I must be careful, I mustn't. So I just had to test out the grounds again a little bit. But yeah, no, jokes aside, it was a good run in the beginning. I saw the rain coming down a little bit, but then at the top it really caught me out with it was raining hard at the top, and then as we went into the first S, the back came around. I caught it, but then it snapped on me and it went to the inside, and yeah, from there it was just, as I say, it's good terminology, cock and harder, but yeah.
Getting some wonderful quotes from you drivers, but you really are enjoying this Raptor.
Oh yeah, no, look, it's a fantastic car. I mean, it's as a standard road production car. We even got the standard road BFG tires on it, and I must say it's really doing a phenomenal job. You know, you can buy a Bakkie, use it for work, come home. If you want to go and play, have some fun on the track, you can. You know, it's a good all-rounder, and it's just be careful, it can bite you.
It's got the new V6 twin turbo 3.5 litre motor in it. It's got a bit of grunt, eh?
Yeah, look, it produces 292 kilowatts and about just under 600 newton meters of torque. The weight is a little bit heavy, it's 2.5 tons, but I mean, that's what you also get from what gives it a nice ride, you know. So it's a good all-rounder, and you know, for any other manufacturer that wants to build something like this, they're going to have to dig deep, because this is really good.
I'm still got that picture of you when you got out of the car and you were laughing, but it's been great fun, eh?
Well, look, I mean, I think we wanted to showcase the Ford Raptor here, and if that didn't attract attention, then nothing will, for sure.
And yes, you do have to do something fancy like that to get us to come and talk to you.
Exactly. I've been waiting for you all weekend, Colin.
You're going to do it again?
I don't think they'll be too happy with me.
Nice overalls, by the way.
Yeah. No, I must say, Sparker make a great suit, and Quibus from Sparker have given me a suit for the weekend, and he supplies all the Ford guys as well. So, yeah, shout out to him as well. Thanks very much.
Good stuff. Ford Raptor for the win. And you're up against this monster Blackhawk.
Yeah, it's a pity that he's not running, because he's I think broken 2 gearboxes this weekend. So maybe they got a bit too much in there. But yeah, it would have been nice to have seen him there, had a bit of competition. I think it would have been a little bit more ugly if he had done what I did. But yeah, yeah, it caught us out. But yeah, anyway, we'll take it a bit easy the next run if it's wet like this.
So do you need to go in for a change of underwear?
No, they're definitely skid marks. I mean, it's been 7 years since I had skid marks, so yeah, there's big ones there.
All right, listen, news that is just coming. Qualifying 4 has been suspended. It will not be resumed. We'll move on to qualifying 5 as soon as the track has been cleared. So, one less run for all of the competitors, Franco. They'll definitely be hoping that in this delay that is happening right now, they are going to have dry conditions, and they've got basically, one more shot.
One more shot. Well, 2 more shots.
Well, 2 more shots, but
yeah, it's especially when you get critical times like this. I mean, losing a whole practice, it just puts you back on another step, and the pressure builds up and builds up. So hopefully by the 5th or the 6th practice, qualifying, the track will be as dry as what it was just before it started
just before the rain came in.
Yeah, so it'll give the guys a bit of a better chance.
Very, very difficult conditions. With us, of course, Rodrigo. Rodrigo, these must be very, from a driver's point of view, organizer's point of view, you don't like these kind of delays, but they are necessary, especially when it comes to the safety of drivers and competitors and spectators.
Well, we just saw almost a major crash happening. So, yeah, safety comes first in many of these cases, and the inconsistency of the conditions really drives the point home. The thing is, nobody likes to wait, and part of the appeal of hill climb racing it's the non-stop action on track. But it comes a point where you have to shoot for ideal conditions, and we all want to see the high-powered machinery being driven up to its very limit, and these are not the conditions where we will see that. So better to wait, and as soon as racing resumes, we will see everyone going that little bit faster, and that makes it that little bit much more enjoyable.
Yeah, without a doubt. We did have results from the qualifying session. 20-odd cars managed to go up there. Jean-Pierre van der Walt in his Porsche 911 Turbo S 992 series did a 45.9. And Franco, he's really managed to get to grips with that car because they do seem to have some kind of electrical maladies.
Yeah, I think it maybe they've got a little bit of a melody in it, but I think he's taken it easy, and maybe the traction and everything is working with a little bit less horsepower, because I heard that it wouldn't pull hard up the hill.
Okay.
So that maybe it wasn't a good thing for him at the end of the day.
You've got to say that Ashley Oldfield in the XM on a 48.6 in damp conditions, that car is ridiculously powerful.
100%, and I think it's the weight behind it as well. I mean, yeah, he's done very well. I mean, and he drives it to the limits.
That's 480 kilowatts. I don't know what that is in real terms. I still am a horsepower kind of person, so I don't know what 480 kilowatts means to me. But that's a tremendous, huge amount of power coming through. So as we wait for this delay, hopefully we will get to racing in the next 10 minutes. They are going to be sweeping up the track, making sure that it is dry or that it is clean. You don't really want to run over any kind of debris. If you did miss it, Anthony Taylor lost the back end of the car. It was raining up the hill, so changeable conditions, and unfortunately lost it a little bit. Managed to catch it back, but did spill a whole lot of sand onto the circuit during that sort of off moment for Anthony Taylor. He has said he'll take it a little bit easier on the next run. And unfortunately, the Innocent Patrol, Franco, he said apparently they've broken 2 gearboxes. How do these things happen?
I just think they've just got so much power. They upgrade the engines and ECUs and all that, but they're not thinking of the rest of the other elements in the motor, in the car. So, you know, they push it to the limits and beyond. And the factories actually build them to maybe have 1,000 Newton meters of torque, and these guys maybe push them to 1,200 Newton meters of torque, and that causes the breakage. The torque is actually what breaks the gearboxes and diffs. It's not the kilowatts; it's the torque behind it and the weight.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, because it's actually a spectacular looking car as well. So we are still looking. We have got everybody that's going to be running in a Q5 session, a qualifying 5 and a qualifying 6 session. From there, we will have a lunch break, and then there afterwards we'll go into the class finals. Everybody wants to better what they did yesterday. There are a few that must probably be feeling comfortable. They're okay because they ran in completely dry conditions.
Made it through the rounds.
But there are those who may be sitting 4th in their class and they want to get into 3rd into their class. They're going to have to really, really push hard.
It makes it so difficult, and it's actually unfair, you know, in one sense. But this is motor racing. It just makes it that the guy like Pirezili, I mean, he was the champ last year, and he might not get a chance to be in the top 10.
Yeah.
You know? and then what do? You know, it's gone. It's done.
That is the nature of motor racing. You've got to come set up, and sometimes these things don't work against you, or you do have mechanical issues. Rodrigo, you're very, very close to Peter Zili. You were instrumental in getting him over to come and race in Europe during the last season. You must be a little bit disappointed the way things have gone for him so far this weekend. Oh, okay.
He's gone.
We don't seem to have Rodrigo with us at present. Franco, but yeah, you know, I'll ask you the same question. Peter Zili, we know he's such an accomplished driver. That car is so magnificent, but things haven't worked out.
It just hasn't worked out. I mean, it's the luck of the draw, and that's all it is. So you know what? It's disappointing. But we've had lots of those. So, you know, we've just got to accept what happened and come back another day. And that's it. I mean, it's just a pity because we would have loved to see Peter Zili, Silvio, you know, all the top runners at the top there, you know, the big guns. Now it's going to be between one or two guys, you know.
Well, never say never. The weather can change. Rodrigo is back with us. Rodrigo, did you hear the question?
I heard, and I started replying, but I was saying that that it's always unfortunate to see outside conditions taking away one of the top competitors out of the top 10. But so is racing, and yes, it's unfortunate also for me on a personal level because it is Peter Zili. But in some ways, he will whatever happens, he will take the knowledge of racing for real, this new spec of his MR2, and well, if it doesn't go well here in Simola, when he comes back here to Europe on Germany, he will enjoy the butter smooth tarmac we have here, and the whole new aero package will be put into work.
I must say, looking forward to watching that when it does happen. Just tell us, for those who are tuning in for the first time this weekend, how you managed to work with Peter Zili to get over to Europe and attend one of the hill climbs.
A bit by chance, because as soon as I started following Simola Hill Climb, and researching for the most unique cars, I discovered his MR2 when he debuted it. I think it was 2017, something like that. For the first time he raced it. I developed a rapport with him, and he seemed interested into bringing his car to Europe to try our hill climb scene. Well, funny thing is, I know most of the organizers here in Europe of many of the hill climbs. I know which ones are eager to get special entries, and they do a major effort to get them there to have more public. And it was after quite a bit of work and getting the right people together, the opportunity to have him coming to Germany to race at Osnabrück appeared, and even with the pandemic thrown in the middle and all that, it was possible to put everything together. And this last season, among the touring, among the closed cars on that race, he was the third fastest overall. And I can assure you that the European guys, both the racers and the common spectators, were blown away by the MR2.
Wonderful. And there it is on our screen. I think Colin's actually in the pits having a chat with Peter. Colin, are you there? Sort of find out what Peter's thoughts are going forward for the next two sessions. Okay, Colin, you can tell us.
Peter Zili, that is magnificent timing. As they come to us, you've just added some lightness to your body. Nervous times.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if I'm going to make... I haven't had a single qualifying time yet, so, and with this weather, it's a problem.
You've got one run, you've got wet tyres on, Now, not to add any pressure to an already cock situation, but you've got to get to about a 43. It's a big ask.
Yeah, no, I don't.
But you're a big man.
No, but I mean, you can only do so much on wet, so I think I've got problems.
But you're not going to give up. You didn't drive all this way to not have a full-on go.
No, I want to ask you to use your influence somewhere, either upstairs or there in the offices. Get me an extra run or get the rain to stop.
Peter, walk with me. Come out here. We shall use the official rain measuring tool that we have. It's a piece of paper.
Oh, see how wet it gets.
And we shall count to 3 and then count the number of raindrops on our rain measuring device.
No, I don't want to measure it. I want it to stop. It must be 0.
I see 0.
Okay.
Peter, there's even some shade from the peak of your cap.
Yeah, no, look, maybe, you never know.
Peter,
if I can just get one proper run, you know.
Look there.
Oh, that looks good. Hit me, son. Yeah, that looks good, yeah.
The weather gods have delivered your request.
Yeah, but I'll have to push. Even if it's wet, I'll have to give it a try.
Luckily, there are some cars that will go and sweep and hopefully blow some of the water away and give you a better chance.
Yeah, we've got 2 qualies left, eh?
I believe there's 1.
Only 1?
I believe.
No, 2.
I'm told in my ear. I have voices in my ear. They said 2.
Okay, good. So,
well,
hopefully,
sorry, Peter. I saw the mild panic going on in your eyes, and yeah. So you got 2 runs.
Yeah. No. Let's hope that the next one dries out, because this will still be a wet run.
But at least it gives you a chance to get into it and get the rhythm going for a 42.1 in the next qualifying.
Yes, yeah, I've got to get used to the car as well, so not driving at all doesn't help either.
And you've solved the issues with the drive shaft. The suspension is still not right with all the level of downforce you've got.
Well, we reduced the downforce, so it felt much better now going up.
Awesome. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Colin.
Man, I see the tension in his face. It's palpable. Let's talk about all of this downforce with this massive splitter. And yes, it definitely, my piece of paper is still dry. So I can confidently say, as of right now, it is not raining, because in Formula One, they use the hand test. It's not raining, but it was. And here's lots of carbon fiber. You've got the splitter, which takes the air underneath, flat floor, and develops the downforce underneath. But as well as that, the air comes across here through these fences, and this here creates a massive turbulent area and high pressure area to try and push the car down. These fins here are not for downforce. Officially, they termed flow conditioning devices, and the idea is to turn the air and to have good grip at the back. You need to start at the front, bring the air across here, condition it, bring it up here, let it attach to the back of the car here, and go under the wing. Quite scientific, and in fact quite brilliant aero. So they'll come and dry the car off now, because when we dry it officially with my thing, definitely not raining. The sun has come out, there's blue skies, there's a little breeze, and we need air movement to get that. Maths and science, kids, is super important. Always pay attention to maths and science. And the physics are on the track, because the cars are starting to go shortly. So timing is also an important subject to follow. But the physics of the whole thing is, as the wind blows over the water on the track, it does start evaporating and making it much more dry. One of the other cars that we really like, and we love carbon fiber. So Noble, chassis made in South Africa, and carbon fiber. Little stays, important for two reasons. One, that it doesn't bend down and flip-flop on the ground, and also because red and carbon fiber always works together. Butter Krause in this thing is just absolutely proper. One of the others we have down here has Mika Salo's car over there. He's in the back, and when he's agreed to come and talk to us in the commentary booth, so we'll try and get him in there. Let's talk to Butter here. How are you going?
Fine, thanks, and you?
I'm good, Butter. It's interesting times.
Yeah, it's sad on the other hand, but yeah, we know this was gonna happen. So yesterday we went up and the times came down and down and down. So I was looking forward to this morning, but although a lot of people speculated that it would have rained today. Yeah. So yeah, at least we hope it dries out now and the rain stays away, and we can maybe just get in one dry run. Yeah. That will help.
Well, you've got 2 more qualies, and then it's done.
Yeah, then it's done. So yeah, the times came down yesterday very nice. I did a 45.5. So I was hoping to maybe get it down to a 44. But yeah, it's these conditions. You know, the minute you go up through the S's and you see the wet patches too late, then it's gone. It's over. So you just got to be open-minded and be careful. You know, not to do something stupid.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Colin.
Always beware of the wet patch. Right, before the cars go, we just got some stuff to see, and then we'll let the cars do the talking.
You follow?
With first-in-class features, others will follow in the new age Suzuki Baleno.
We're back live. It is Simola Hill Climb. Qualifying 5 has just begun. You can see heavy cloud as the drivers make their way up to the hill. Behind the drivers, though, it's pretty clear and blue. So it all depends on what the wind is going to do.
Yeah, hopefully it blows it all out to sea and stays there. That's what we need and what we want at the end of the day.
Okay, we do have timings on our screen. Unfortunately, I don't have a live timing in front of me. I still seem to have an issue with that, but we are working on it. Everyone has got to go out now, Franco.
First time it's come up, so very nice. Yeah, now they have to go out because, you know, you can see how quickly it changes. I mean, at the bottom of the hill, there was no water. Get to the top of the hill and it's pouring down. So, yeah, whenever you get a chance, you need to get out there and do your job.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to have, I think everyone's got to go out there and just get a feeling of what the track is going to do. No one is wise enough or brave enough to call the weather, that's for sure, for the next couple of hours.
100%. So, yeah, you need to go and feel the grip levels and look, if it stays like this, we saw within that 1 hour or so the track had dried, and let's see, hopefully it stays away and it will dry by the last qualifying.
Yeah, very, very beautiful Shiraz Bauer in his BMW M5. The Suzuki Swifts going to be making their way out. It's a sort of media challenge. We've got Sudhir Matai in one of them, Wesley Grabe in the other, and Kumbi Mshikazi in the third of the Suzuki Swifts. They'll be having a little duel amongst themselves to see who's the best out of them. 139 k's through the split, which is a couple of kilometers faster than they did in the more damp conditions earlier this morning. Nixon doing a 49.452. Rodrigo, you got to believe that everyone has to go out there and test the track.
Once again, they will have to do so. But I think right now, just with 2 more qualifying runs, I think there will be another level of risk that everybody will be willing to take, because it's now or never, and if there's a time to put it on the line, well, it is now.
Yeah, Dion Joubert in the white Civic Type R at the bottom of your screen. Let's see how quick he can go up this hill. Give us maybe... Oh, there we go. That is incredibly wide from that Suzuki Swift. So it's very slippery out there and well held.
Very
well held.
Yeah.
That's another...
But he was lucky.
There's another set of underwear to be changed. That was a bit hairy there, Rodrigo.
It is to be expected now. The conditions are inconsistent all over the track, so everyone's gunning for a top place.
Yeah, there we go. Dion Joubert goes across the start-finish line at 52.4. Yeah, I think everybody's watching their monitors as well, just to check out what is happening and where it is more treacherous going up the hill, because the rain was what you could say localized. It rained a little heavier towards the top of the hill. The middle of the hill was okay, and at the start-finish line there were a few drops as well, so different amounts of water on that track.
But I wonder if it must be a bit more complex than that, because they have been cleaning where the Bakkie went off, so that spot must be a bit drier, and then at the very end it must be a bit more wet, and then on the beginning it rained on the end. It should be very tricky.
Yeah.
Very much so. I must say, I'm actually sitting here looking at the cars, and I'm saying I'm actually lucky that I'm not there with my V8, because most of the big cars are running traction control, launch control. I didn't have any of that. I had a stick, and I had to control the power with my foot. So I think I would have battled to get off that line. I would have been at a disadvantage completely.
Very, very difficult. So Dion Joubert with a 52.4, Nicholson with a 49.4. Let's see what JP van der Walt in his very impressive Porsche 911 Turbo comes across the line as a 45.9.
He was the fastest in the,
yes,
in the first
so
round as well.
He was, and this morning he was a 46. So
yeah,
also just shows you, I mean, he's a very, very competitive and aggressive driver, so that's very impressive from JP van der Walt.
But you can see he already knew where the slippery lines and the bumps were, so that's why he actually went faster, even though the circuit's more wet.
Yeah, great driving from JP van der Walt. Just shows his attention to detail, and also just looking at the track, finding what he needs to do. So 45.9, okay, same time as what he did in qualifying 4, and that was much drier. That was before the rain came down.
100%.
So conditions...
Yeah.
Sorry, Rodrigo.
It has to be said that it seems to be drying up much faster at the top than it is at the bottom right now.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. You can actually see a little bit of shadow on the circuit as well. So long may the sun come out and help us out. But Van der Walt looking good. Car number 70, hate to tell you, his time has just been deleted.
Oh, no.
As I say that, Van der Walt's time has been deleted. But I think you'll be happy with that time, knowing that in the same kind of, well, in these conditions, he's basically put up the same time that he did in a looks like a drier condition.
Well, there's the BMW on the...
Yeah, Jeff Goddard Jr. in the BMW 325i Shadow Line museum car from BMW, a legend car from Stanek Ken Group Racing, Stanek Group N Racing, back in the days of Tony Viana. So beautiful to see this car going up there, and also magical sound as well from that 6-cylinder.
And I assume that BMW would be on semi-slicks. I'm sure.
I don't know if they have them for that car. I'm not sure.
27 k's an hour. He is taking it a bit easy, but I would also.
Yeah, well, it is a museum car, and I don't think BMW would look too kindly if you had a little moment like Anthony Taylor. Rodrigo, wonderful to see all of these BMWs that we've seen over the course of the weekend, from, you know, very historic, the M530, the 530 MLE, to the latest technology in electric vehicles.
Well, as a fan of BMW, mostly the older stuff, but even today they still focus very much on the driver. So it is always great to see them represented on a hill, but also in South Africa. Some things don't change. As prevalent as they are here on European hill climbing, it translates to the South African reality too.
Very much so. Anthony Taylor going up in the Ranger Raptor. Let's see. I think he's going to be a lot more cautious this time, Franco.
I think so too, and especially on that corner where it caught him out. But you know what? He's still going to go flat out. I mean, that's what he's here for. I mean, the rain just caught him out. I mean, like I said, you come over the horizon and your side of the road is dry, and when you go over it, it's raining, it's wet. So, yeah. It's just one of those things.
It's incredible how fast he can take this 59 seconds flat from Anthony Taylor. Yeah, pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the bottom screen where the Cobra is, and I mean you can see how he battled to get off the line. There, he changed gears and he's go sideways. The guys with no traction control are actually going to battle.
They are going to struggle. Anthony Taylor's 5 seconds off the pace that he set from yesterday, and I think let's just take 2.5 of those seconds out from just being a little bit more cautious. But that gives us an idea of where the track is. Okay, Jimmy Giannaccaro going up for the first time today. Yeah, it's just so much power. Those slippery conditions are going to be difficult to get off the line.
I mean, it must have taken him 4 seconds just to get from north to first gear at 80 k's an hour or so. Look at that. It's so dangerous. I mean, with so much horsepower.
Yeah, and that is looks like a BMW Z4, but it's definitely not a BMW Z4. It has got a gazillion horsepower from a NASCAR Hendricks engine inside it. Magic to see the combination between the two. Here's his son, Ricky Giannaccaro, in a Lamborghini Huracan Performante, Super Trofeo. Beautiful sounding car. Hopefully we'll get some camera action. Let's just listen to this Lamborghini. Easing through the gears there, Franco.
100%. And you can actually still see the spray of water coming off the tires. There's still plenty of water laying there, but up at the top here it looks like it's drying out.
Yeah, it does look like it's drying out quite quickly.
Hopefully by the fourth run or the fifth run we'll have a better track at the end of the day.
We only have one more qualifying session after this.
So I think most of the guys are going to go out. They have to.
Yeah.
There's no. They just have to go. That's it.
Mark Kirk in the Subaru, he's going up there, the WRX STI, and the bottom of his screen, that's Pierre Bester in the Mercedes. This is his 8th hill climb. Okay, let's go to Colin. He's, well, it always comes down to this. Colin, tyres, who's on what, why and how?
Lee Thompson, you remember the wingy thing with the drag reduction, but he's also got proper slicks on. They're brand new Michelins. Watch the wing, it'll move up as he gets onto the limiter when he starts launching, but he's definitely on slicks. And the wing will do its trick. Cool party trick. Let's stay with him and watch it. Okay, small delay, but also the other one who's on slicks is Peter Solberg. He's actually got tires from Lee Thompson, also the Michelins. So the party trick will happen now. And off he goes. So we'll wait for Peter Solberg to come up. He's also definitely on slicks. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Colin there. I just love the innovation on this little Polo underneath. The top of the screen, I must just say, I don't know if that's an imposter, because I haven't seen that car the whole weekend. It's not on my schedule at all. It looks like a little Ford Fiesta.
Yeah.
Well done. I don't know where it came from. I've no idea.
It probably came out on the side road there somewhere.
Oh, quite bizarre. Okay, we've got Lee Thompson, who is out on circuit at the moment. Rodrigo, have you noticed the that Ford Fiesta at all?
Not at all. I was just thinking that it makes sense an extra car just to clear up the track a little bit more, just to get things trying.
Maybe somebody from town sat there and said, this is a good idea, put some stickers on his car and just made his way to the start-finish line. I'm sure we'll get an update as to what that is. Perhaps it's one of these sponsors' cars, but it's definitely not on our schedule. There's the beautiful Toyota, which is hasn't even been launched in South Africa yet. It is the GR Corolla, basically based on the other Toyota, and
Yaris.
Yeah, the Yaris. And Rodrigo's saying to us close to 300 horsepower.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Knowing that the technology is going faster and faster, and out of a 3-cylinder motor, 200x horsepower or kilowatts, I can't believe it.
Yeah, quite remarkable.
Neither of you have driven the Yaris GR?
I haven't as yet driven the Yaris GR, but it looks like a lot of fun, so definitely going to make sure that something happens.
If you do so, you will be very, very surprised. The chassis on that thing is sweet.
Yeah, brilliant.
We need to test it.
I think we need to go and test it out there. Okay, all of the Golfs coming through here. We've got a whole bunch of Golf R's, also one of them driven by the wonderful Hennen Solberg. Together, they're in the same class as the GR Corolla, and we've also got Jonathan Mokhotsi, Daniel Rowe, who are teammates in circuit racing as well. So this could be a very competitive class.
I think the three cars, I think, are playing with each other or racing each other to see who's going to be the fastest between the three of them.
Yeah, and you know, with racing drivers, especially if you're teammates, you definitely try and have a go.
Go at it. Yeah, the third one.
Yeah, I think that's Hennen Solberg. And it does look a lot brighter outside.
Yeah, it does, eh?
I must say, where we are, it doesn't. We have no idea what it looks like outside.
In this box, yeah, we'll open the door just now. But with the pictures, it looks like it's clearing, eh?
It looks like it is a lot clearer. Here we go. It's Peter Solberg in the WRX. Let's have a listen.
It looks like he winds it up.
I love the way it's like it spools it.
Yeah, it spools it up. Got a rhythm, and then it goes higher and higher. There we are.
Oh, that's a launch! Colin Mileman, thank you, sir. The Fiesta is Bevan Harris, winner of the Drive Search program with Master Drive and co-sponsored by Castrol. Fantastic, Colin. You are a mind of information. That's brilliant. Okay, so that's why that Fiesta was there, Rodrigo. It wasn't some sneaky guy from knysna.
Pulling out on the side road somewhere.
Okay, let's just enjoy Peter Solberg.
It's on slicks. Sure.
There's no holding back there. 40.6. Whoa!
Right.
I mean, okay, that has laid down the marker saying there's nothing wrong with the track, Rodrigo.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Now we got an idea.
There are no excuses.
Yeah, now the guys have got no excuses. They've got to go and drive it to the limits. Finish.
The only difference is yeah, and it's slicks. And it's slicks. And the only difference between all of them is he's Peter Solberg. Magic stuff. 40.6. Yeah, 3 seconds quicker than in the warm-up this morning, where it was damp conditions. Oh, the Mika Salo could be losing another time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but Mika having a titanic battle with Mercedes' Clint Weston.
And of course, it's a heavier car.
Heavier, longer.
So we really can't compare the times between the two.
That was nice and neat.
Neat through there. That's why I say if you hit the first S's at the right spot, you actually can carry the speed straight through. If you just go a little bit wide, it just takes you offline.
That's that's representative, Rodrigo. It seems as though the track conditions are very decent now.
It seems so, and for each car that goes by, it's just getting better. So fingers crossed, the rain decided to go elsewhere, so we can have some proper balls to the wall racing until the end of the day.
That's exactly what we want. We want it consistent, and we want it. We prefer it to be dry.
100%. It just gives it. It just levels out the playing fields. I mean, I think it's. I hope it's going to be dry.
Yeah, I think so.
Take for example here this Civic Type R Turbo, front-wheel drive, high horsepower car on the wet. It's majorly handicapped.
100%.
There's the wonderful Honda Type R, the brand new version, and on top of the screen, the Hyundai i30N. That's also a car I haven't driven, but it seems spectacular. Yes, we have a Noble.
But he's come out, and let's see what he can do. I mean, he went faster and faster.
Yes.
So I think he's going. I don't think he's going to put it flat all the way, but I think he's going to give it a good run.
I think they've got to feel it now. They've seen that they can see the times themselves, and they've got to just have a little bit of belief. They've got to watch the circuit very carefully. But most of the people that have gone out, they're pretty good. Wet tires for Peter Zili, I believe.
I wonder why he's gambling it like that.
That is strange.
Very strange.
It is strange.
I would have looked at Peter and said, he's on slicks, I must go on slicks as well. Well, let's see what happens, huh? It wasn't bad pull off.
Yeah, this is a very important run for Peter Zealy to get a feel of it. Our producers told us that he is on wet tires. The time will tell us, because or smoke.
One or the other, but he's very, very, very slow.
He's not.
Something's wrong there. No, there's something wrong there. It's such a pity. Well, he's got one more run. We want the man to be there.
Oh, I tell you, that BMW's got a problem as well. That's a huge problem for that BMW.
Could be that they changed tires and the tires rubbing, maybe.
No, that's a little bit more than tire.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not spilling anything on the track.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. If it's oil, rather stop and pull off the circuit. You're making it unfair to the rest. Well, it stopped smoking now. So.
Yeah.
No, that was
something weird.
Listen, it could have been bodywork, it could have been tire. Okay, here we go. The Lotus Ferrari on slick tires. This car is just beautiful.
I think the right option now is not a wet or a semi. I think the right option is a slick.
Flat out, without a doubt.
Yeah,
without a doubt. We had a camera on one of the policemen, but I'm not sure if the BMW or if the Lotus Ferrari hit the policeman.
I didn't see it. I mean, he did a 202 kilometer up that hill, so he's actually pushing. There we are. He did a 43.48. And that was on.
That's indicative of a pretty much right track for that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, slick tires. The Van Zoomeren family are here, and the noise level just goes mental. Oh, that's beautiful, glorious. Let's listen to it. Magic. Farouk Dango at the bottom of your screen. Maybe you heard the popping outside a little earlier. It sounds like gunshots.
Farouk Dango's car did 195 k's an hour up that hill. And on a damp condition, that's not bad at all.
Dango comes across the line at 46.6. That's a pretty decent time.
Thank the Lord he didn't go and race or drive around town last night with this car.
Yes.
I don't think he would have even got through the first robot. They would have locked him up.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. We've just heard that Silvio Scripante is gambling on wet weather tires. I'm confused.
I'm confused. The track's too dry to be, my suggestion, the track is too dry to be on wets. Oops.
Is that Silvio?
Yeah, what are you doing? See, something's happened. Something must have happened.
All
It's
sorts of
not
problems.
his weekend this weekend.
No, it really isn't coming together. Unfortunately, very, very sad. He does still have one more chance in quali 6, but yeah, there's definitely some kind of an issue.
This is George, isn't it?
George Evans.
The youngster as well. I mean, very turned out beautiful little car.
Stunning.
Stunning. And the guy drives it very well as well. And let's see what he can do.
Getting towards the end of our qualifying 5. We do have one more qualifying session, 205 Ks going under the bridge.
His lines look good.
Wow, that's Aldo Scribante taking a very wide start off. Very strange.
Why did he start with 2 wheels on the ground?
Yeah. Maybe gave him some more traction. Is that my eyes just deceiving me, or is there a lot of smoke?
There is black smoke coming out of his car. I think it's very rich. But he did 218 Ks an hour. A 42.2, not bad.
Wow. Okay. So anybody who's gone out there with wet tires is crazy.
Exactly. I think they have to go out on slicks. It's a no-brainer at the end of the day.
Well, this is great advantage for someone like Robert Walk in his single-seater pill beam because he doesn't have any wet weather tires.
And it's coming back to, I think by the end of the day, I hope by the end of the day it's dry enough so we could have it just fair for everybody. Open wheelers and the tin tops.
Yeah, everybody.
I'm actually very surprised in the Audi. I mean, at the 208 Ks an hour and in the Audi on the turbocharged Audi, he did 218, so there was only about a 10-kilometer difference.
Yeah, looking good. I really hope that wherever you're watching, you just get the scream of these cars because it is really, really impressive. So Peter Solberg still at the moment the fastest on a 40.6. Here is Franco Scribante in his Nissan. Apparently also got wet tires. Maybe they're trying to save, or maybe they want to rubber these in just in case it is wet later, and then have their dries for their last run. Could that be a possibility, Franco?
It could be a possibility, but I don't know. I wouldn't do that. But anyway, they've got different. They're different.
Sorry, Rodrigo. Say that again, please.
I just don't see the advantage of running wet right now, even from a mechanical perspective. On the high horsepower cars, running wet on a drying circuit can lead to transmission issues, for example, and stuff like that. So I don't know. Personally, I can see it.
You exactly what I'm saying, Rodriguez. I just can't see what are these guys doing. I mean, I don't know what the agenda is, but you're on the same way as me, where I would have just gone on straight onto the slick and not a wet. It's not wet enough at all.
Yeah, Wade van Zoomeren, the man for bashing all of the pool noodles off, which is all okay, but that seems to be sorted out now. This also, well, we're assuming that he is on the wet tyres. That should be the information that we've been given. Well, but it doesn't make any sense.
No, I think I'm just thinking about this. I think they've run a time. They've qualified, so maybe they're just getting the car set up to and getting the info of their data in case it rains. That's why they probably put in the wet side.
Yeah, but I agree with Rodrigo. I mean, mechanically it doesn't make any sense. Those tyres are going to overheat. A whole lot of things can go wrong. Anyway, here is Franco Scribante. He's bouncing quite a bit. It feels like F1 porpoising, but not too bad.
220 k's. He's only 2 k's faster than Wade van Zomeren up the hill.
Darren Goodmans. Sure, that's a loud car.
Well, let's see what Franco Scribante does. A 40.7.
That was, I mean, he crawled off the line.
And that was on wets.
Well, I've got to believe it's normal dry tyres. Here we go, it's Reggie Roots. That's an impressive time. Apparently he's also got wets. Apparently on wets as well. Also no big launch, but let's see what they can do. Impressive time there from Franco Scribante. Rodrigo, what did you think of that run?
Well, it is a testament to how fast that car is, no matter the condition. Even if it was wet tires or intermediates or something like that, that kind of power and that kind of air in the end just wins.
Yeah, very impressive. Getting to the end.
But let's see how Reggie will do that.
Yeah, let's see what Reggie comes out with in his run. And apparently they're all running on wet tires. A 40.08. I can't believe that's definitely not on wet tires.
No,
Colin Hasty is looking at he's saying, Rodrigo, I've got the nod from Colin Hasty that they were running on wet tires. How bizarre is that? All right, getting to the end of the qualifying 5 and looking at times. Let's look for where Mika Salo is. My eyes are too old to look that far. We'll get it. Joining in the studio is, well, the enigmatic, wonderful Finn, the first flying Finn, besides Keke Rosberg. I always knew him as the first flying Finn in my eyes. Mika Salo, welcome to South Africa. Great to have you here at the Simola Hill Climb.
Oh, thank you. It's fun to be here.
Yeah, you're having fun out there. Bit competitive.
It is competitive, yeah, and nice event also.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Today we've had some crazy weather conditions. Pretty damp this morning, then a bit of rain. How was your last run?
Well, last was okay. It's slippery now, but I didn't really want the rain because I was just getting used to the car and the track, and then it rains, so it's completely different game. And
what is this kind of race? I mean, is this your first hill climb? Have you done hill climbs before?
No, it's first time. I've never been in a hill climb race before.
And how it's quite a different kind of mental sort of arrangement for you.
It is, yeah. I'm used to do a few laps and get used to the car and track, but now it's just a 40-second run, and then I wait for 2 hours again, and I forget the things by the time I'm back in the car again. So it's completely different. It's something you get used to.
And you here with Mercedes, have you driven this car in Europe at all, or also first time?
It's first time this car also, but it's a road car, so it's nice car. It's a beautiful thing and nice to drive. But on the road car, there's always those driving aids which you can't switch off everything, and then it's a little bit out of my control when I go up the hill, and there's still some things like I'm left foot braking.
Okay.
And this thing has like a safety system that you can't brake and use throttle same time, so it doesn't give you power.
Oh,
so
goodness.
It took me all day yesterday to
try and work that out.
Because it's so difficult. I've been doing 30 years left foot braking, and now I can't do it suddenly.
Well, you know what? I think then this gives us a great opportunity, Mika, to perhaps get you into a race car for next year.
I can get much more out of race car than a production car.
Oh no, we know that. We definitely know that. So I think that's definitely on the cards. Would you love to come back?
Definitely, yes.
Have you enjoyed your time here?
I enjoyed every moment. It's a beautiful country, and I had a nice trip from Cape Town to here, and no, I like South Africa. Food is great, and the people are great.
Oh, wonderful. Well, it's magic to have you here in South Africa and coming to join us. So we really appreciate you being here, and enjoy your time and you up the hill. And we have a feeling that your next run is going to be your best.
I think so, yeah. Let's see. I don't want to push too much. It's not my car. I don't want to break it. So, just stay on the road and be safe.
My only tip that I can say is just don't use the brakes.
No, just I know. Yeah, not at least same time with the throttle, but my only goal is just to beat Clint.
Okay, well that's it. That's our goal. Even if we manipulate the times.
Exactly. Yes, you can do that. How much you want?
Plenty. Listen. By the way, we have Rodrigo, who's in Portugal, is busy watching and listening to us as well. He's from Hill Climb Monsters. Great to have an international superstar like Mika Salo in South Africa for us, Rodrigo. So something special we haven't had before.
It is, and one that I have seen live a number of times before, during the time he was on Formula One. It's a bit of a throwback to me, and it's nice to see him paddling that CLA up the hill, and you get the idea that maybe if we gave him something with some wings, plenty of power, and proper slicks, and no driving aids. Let's not forget that he would enjoy the Hill Climb experience that much more.
I think without a doubt.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I want, and maybe you can organize it next year.
I think we've got to try and do that. Mika, wonderful. Please enjoy the rest of your time here in South Africa. Hopefully the weather stays dry, and good luck on your last runs, and especially in the class finals this afternoon.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mika Salo joining us. Just magic to have this international flavor with us in 2023. And wonderful. What a lovely, humble man. I will never forget Spa 1999. There we go. You know, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go and look it up. Something very, very, very special. All right, back to our on-track action. We have the Lotus 7 that is going to be going out. This is car number 7 as well, Tom Barrett. There seemed to be, while we were chatting to Mika Salo, it seemed to be one of the vehicles was actually stuck on the road, but I'm not entirely sure which car it was. Maybe we'll get an update in a short while, but waiting for some more track action. Franco, did you see outside? Is there any? Is the weather looking good?
It seems like it's clearing up a little bit. The sun is come out, and
there's sunshine. Yes.
We're just holding thumbs.
Yeah, somebody opened our door and we saw some sunshine, which is wonderful.
Bring you Dion Joubert.
Oh, here we go. We got another fancy, wonderful racing driver coming to join us. It is the enigmatic and brilliant Dion Joubert. Let's put you in the hot seat here. Sorry, Franco, we're going to kick you out for a second.
He's my great partner.
He's a great guy. If you were at Simola 2022 and Dion was here, I walked past him about 2 or 3 times because he looked as though he had been with Tom Hanks in that movie where they lost the basketball. No, you look much better than that, but you had grown your hair somewhat, Dion. Magic to see you, man.
Lekker, man. No, here I am. It's just a face. It's having some fun.
No, brilliant.
Franco says he's going to do it too.
Demattia? I want to see him with long hair. I think that would be quite funny. Dion, always a pleasure to see you. I mean, just such an icon in motorsport in South Africa. You're having a lot of fun in that Honda.
We were fortunate to launch it like last week, basically.
Yes.
So it's brand spanking new, and it's just been a most wonderful car. It gets so much attention everywhere it goes. People identify. I think there's like this thing with the people now with this Japanese domestic market cars. It's very Japanese.
And I just love that manual box.
Yeah, it's a manual box. It's got the R mode. You can switch off the traction controls, and it's very, there's nothing helping you at all.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to get off the line because it boosts from about 5,000. It just starts wheel spinning, then it wheel spins in second gear as well. So I really have to concentrate because I'm not very patient with that kind of thing. So the starts are crucial. But then after that, it's got the most tremendous front end grip.
Incredible.
And I mean, I've been fortunate to obviously drive all the generations of Type R, and this is really the best one.
Incredible. That's great to hear. Now, in the Simola Hill Climb, you're up against that very impressive new Toyota.
Yes, but I see they've moved him into B for some reason.
He moved it. Okay, they moved him away.
But yes, so the interesting thing is there are all these classes, and obviously we're in a four-cylinder turbo two-wheel drive class, and the only other cars are those Suzuki Swifts.
Okay,
and we are outpowering them. But in the race, in the standard car sort of race, it's interesting comparisons to be made between the Golf R, the A45. Oops.
Oh, there we go. That is not his first run today. We've got Rodrigo with us, by the way, who's in Hill Climb Monsters in Portugal. That is a sad sight to see, Rodrigo. Robert Walk in the pull beam. That seems like that's the end of his weekend.
Oh, for sure. That big cloud of puffy white smoke, never a good sign on a race car, let alone a single season.
Oh, very, very. Oh, man. And, he didn't go out in the warm-up this morning because they don't have slick tires. He wanted to go up there. Oh, that's... Dion, from a racing driver's perspective, this has unfortunately happened to
sad.
you, but it does happen.
Have you looked at that car? It's beautiful.
Oh, it's magnificent.
Beautiful.
Magnificent car.
Aluminium monocoque or whatever. It's amazing.
Beautiful machine.
That's the thing about this event is that in the open class, people can bring different engineering solutions to this problem. That's why you've got a car with massive wings, and all our sport has become sort of single. I call it a single make. I mean, you can't really tell the difference between Formula One cars anymore. You used to be able to V12 over there, 6-cylinder turbo over there, whatever. Now you can't, but you can. You can really see the difference between the solutions people are bringing to wanting to go up the hill. That's what I love about this.
It is.
Event,
it's not sterile. It is just wonderful. We're just going to have a little replay. Here he goes. That's Robbie Walk. And it seems like a cylinder.
It's an IndyCar engine.
It's the Nissan Infinity IndyCar.
Is it turbocharged or not?
No. Normally aspirated. Very, very sad.
Turbo.
Yeah. Dion, while you're here, on a little bit of a sad note, over the weekend we heard the passing of George Verschier, and also an icon of South African racing. Very, very sad news that we lost someone like that.
And I remember George when we were starting, because they used to practice at the Pretoria Brick, and there was a whole lot of cars in, and they would just practice. And George sort of leapfrogged us and went over to Europe and raced, I think, 13 Le Mans.
13 Le Mans.
It's amazing, you don't even realize quietly he went about all that, and just did a whole lot of international racing. It was fantastic.
And it also amazing during that time where we were so isolated from finding out or knowing what was going on in the world. What he actually went out there and achieved and drove some of those crazy Le Mans cars as well.
He was a very, very good endurance racer. Very, very good with equipment and all that.
I just wanted to get your...
He was also a lacquer guy.
He was a very decent
very nice
guy.
to get along with you.
Crazy but good guy.
Was he crazy?
Dion, listen, you've got one more run in the qualies, and we want to see you in that top 10, eh?
We should be in. But the qualifiers actually already done. I don't think we'll go as fast as today. So
that's not the Dion Hubert I know.
Okay, maybe this next run.
I think you can go faster. It is always great to see you.
Lucky to see you too.
Yeah,
man.
thank you. And listen, enjoy the rest of the hill climb.
To somebody who's was a Chiro this year.
Yes.
It's like, I grew up listening to that guy on the radio. Yeah, so you also your fame precedes you.
Yeah, sometimes. Dion, wonderful
Thanks
to
so
see
much.
you. Thanks so much for coming to say hello.
Thanks, Sasha.
Oh, there we go. Okay, Dion Joubert. Man, he may have grown up a little bit listening to me. I grew up watching him race cars. So that's very, very special. That is a sad moment for the Simola Hill Climb, and that is losing Robert Walk. Because if there was anyone who was really going to challenge Andre Bezuidenhout, it probably would have only been Robbie Walk. But that seems very terminal. Sad to see Rodrigo, a car like this, and really the one that we were hoping could perhaps challenge Andre.
And even surprising to those single-seaters coming from UK Hill climbing. They normally are very, very reliable. Their mechanical basis, it's as sound as it gets. So I don't really remember seeing one of these things just stopping in this manner. But so is racing.
Yes, that is racing, and it is very unpredictable. Just as people sometimes expect too much from racing, Franco, and yet you as a racing driver going out there to do your job, and if people perceive it to be boring, you sit and say, well, I've done my job and I've won, so I don't care.
Yeah, and that's it's a bit of a wrong attitude to have at the end of the day, and I feel sorry for Robert there. I mean, and also they push it to the limits to prove what in qualifying. Your last run is actually what really counts, and it's a pity about that car. I mean, we really wanted him and Andre to fight it out on the last run.
Yeah, we'll find out, I'm sure, when they get back down to pit lane as to exactly what happened to Robert Walk's pill beam. And as Dion Joubert said, it is a beautiful, beautiful car. It's got this very strange extended long wing. The sort of car ends and then the wing carries on.
Yeah,
for quite a while, but a beautiful, beautiful car.
Oh well, that was a proper built hill climb car.
Yes, it is purpose-built hill climb car. So we've lost that. We are waiting to see what Peter Zili can do in our final run, and that should be tremendous action as well. Yeah, Rodrigo. You've got to believe the weather's changed. Zili's going to go out there, and I know that you're also a fan of his. So I've got a feeling that Peter Zili is going to do something special for Rodrigo and Hill Climb Monsters.
100. I just wanted
hopefully Silvius prevented too with the second Audi S4. He had that problem at the last launch, but hopefully we will have both fighting for a spot in the finals.
Yeah, let's hope so. Just going through my timing sheet, seems that Franco Scribante's time was deleted, and the fastest in that session, Reggie with a 40 dead. Very, very impressive considering he sort of just crawled off the line.
And what's amazing is, if they're saying they're all on weights, that's a hell of a good time.
Okay.
Yes.
They're actually loading that car with a breakdown, eh?
Yeah, no, I don't think that car's going anywhere. You can see you've got the marshals pouring huge amounts of cement onto the track as well. So yeah, it's definitely dropped. You're a mechanical guy. It's dropped something. What would it be?
Well, it must.
Piston.
Well, if it snapped a conrod, it probably came through the block, and that's where the oil's coming from. Or it's blown a piston somewhere along the line, and it's just so many things can go wrong. It's such a pity.
Yeah, it is a pity. It is racing. As you can see, the marshals in the far distance. I mean, it started dropping oil quite a long way away. This is very effective, though. It'll soak up that oil, so it won't have too much of an effect. But as a racing driver, Franco, all of a sudden you go on to your next run and you run through that sand. It's incredibly...
that's exactly what I just wanted to say. And I mean, we've just got rid of the rain. It's just dried out, and now you've got oil all over the track. So and sand. So it just makes it more difficult.
Sorry, carry on.
I'm just thinking that it could actually only be a pipe. And with Robert, I mean, he knows his story, and probably when he saw oil drop or something else happened with a gearbox or anything, I mean, that's why he slowed it down completely. I mean, you get guys who would probably gone right straight through to the top of the train oil.
He's a responsible driver.
Yeah.
Okay, let's cross over to Colin Hastings in the pits with Peter Zeeley on a weather update.
Peter, we came for a weather update because you asked for some sunshine. We got some sunshine, we got some dry weather, but you didn't get the clear run you needed.
Yeah, so I'm hoping the next one will be it. It was still wet, so I would have battled to make it in that run in any event. But, I turned up the boost to make something special of it, but boost pipe came off.
So it wasn't anything unfixable. Freddie, I see, has got his computer and doing magic and all the rest of it. You clamp the boost pipe on, wind the nuts up a bit of all the nuts that need winding up, and give it a go.
Yes, and he made a clever bracket. Look, Freddie is a clever, I must tell you. He thinks out of the box, and he's done it many times before.
Awesome. Good luck, Peter. I know your mind needs to focus properly. Tune the mind and go and do that lap you need to.
Thank you. So I've got one run, and I've got to make it work.
Okay. Good luck. Right, before that red car's got to run. It's part of the entertainment. On our way down here, I went past Robbie Walk's pit and spoke to Bob, the builder. Yes, he is, Bob, the engine builder, and asked him what his thoughts were. And he said that he just rebuilt that motor. And interestingly, there's no metric on it. It's all imperials and English and American measurements of bolts. He doesn't know what let go, and he's hoping that it's a seal or a pipe that went off. But what we will do is, on our way back there just now, we'll check it out and see what the issue is. We want to have a look at the Lotari of Mr. Joubert, who glued this car back together yesterday. Hit a policeman.
Nope. Where's the evidence?
Apparently it's on the filming thingies and all the rest of it, but they say your run's disqualified.
Just delete it then.
Yeah, and the car is good.
No, delete the footage of the cone.
Okay, guys, can you delete the footage of emitting the cone? Then there's no evidence, then it didn't happen, and it's like winding the clock back.
Correct. Well, so what's the issue?
No issue. How was your run?
The run was great. No, I had a good run. So it's road rubber that we tried to run it in the wet. And it was fine. Thank you. No, it was a good run.
Your launch was quite spectacular because it, it does all its things and then switches out of launch mode into go F for fast mode.
Yeah, it does feel like that as well. Fast.
Very good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Lotari, another one with airflow conditioners, and there's aero for days.
There's evidence of it. There's the evidence.
Okay, so, so apparently carbon fiber is not that strong, because when it smacks one of those poles, it can break. So guys, you don't have to delete the footage. There's the evidence, and he's just admitted it. Good man. Right, Lotari, Lotus Exige with a Ferrari engine. Let's see if we can. We just have to stop for a moment and admire the greatness of Martin van Zimmeren's car. And later on today, I think the technical crew have challenged me to sit on launch and have this thing blast me. Now, this is how big, oh, it's hot, but that's how big the exhaust pipe is. It's big. You can fit a whole lot of fingers in there, and you can even put a fist in it. So, yeah, it takes a fist. So it's really, really proper. These are not exhaust pipes that pop out here. This pipe here is a wastegate pipe. So when it needs to dump some pressures on the exhaust manifold, it can come out of here and not over rev the engine. Let's just see if Martin is there. He's not. They're busy working on. He's down the bottom. We're going up that way. We're going to see if Bob the builder has found an issue with the car. And while we go there, we're going to mow. Are they just normal service?
Yes, perfect.
Right, normal service. That's fine. Thank you very much. Let's talk to Aldo.
Basically.
All good. You chose the rain tire option. Okay.
I think probably a mistake, Colin. Would have been a bit quicker on the slicks, but I was very happy with the time that I did on the wet, so it's a good indication for me now. Cars, we're dialing her up still now. We've got some intel coming from PE. Michael Stevens couldn't make it today, so he's busy hard at work playing piano on the Motec system, and I could feel massive difference already this morning on the way up the hill. So
Michael is a genius.
Oh my goodness, there's no words to describe him. He's fantastic. Not only a good racing driver, but magic on the Motec. I actually phoned him and he phoned me and I said, Mark, I'm a bit confused. I'm looking for fifth gear. I wasn't yesterday. He said, yeah, well, you should be now.
I love it. Now, the other thing is that you said you did a 41.7 yesterday.
Yes.
You said that if you get into the 40s, you're going to do a flick-flack. So have you been practicing?
Oh, goodness. I was hoping you weren't going to mention that. I'm scared I might twist my wrists or ankles or something. I'm too heavy to do flick-flacks. But I did promise my wife. But I don't know whether I'll be doing that. We'll see.
Okay, so at last run, if you do it, we've got some wood chips on the ground outside our compound.
Yeah.
And we'd love to record it for posterity.
Wow.
When you do your 40, get into the 40s. It's Aldo, the flick-flack man. Buy your tickets. It will be pay-per-view after this broadcast. You'll make millions.
My dad always said to me, sons, don't make asses of yourselves.
Right, let's go back up here and find the Scribanti guys. We're going to talk to Marco. You know, they were talking about Michael Stevens playing on the piano. Marco, you tuning the car and are you downloading or you tuning?
No, I'm programming it right now.
What are you telling it to do?
Well, we're testing a new firmware for the launch, so there's quite a few different strategies at play. So trying to get my head around it. There's new things about this car that we have now that we didn't have before in the past, but we're slowly getting it right.
Lovely, your color coding there. There's blue and green and red and power and more power.
Yeah, a lot more power coming.
Lovely, Marco. Marco, the genius on the computer side there. Right next door to them, as should be, but just separated by a pit wall, is our phraseologist, our new man, Reggie.
Yes.
That was a proper run again.
Yeah, it was good. I think we should have gone on slicks there, but it was good to get an idea of the weights, what they do, you know. So yeah, all good. Everything feels great.
And no puckering.
No puckering. Pupil was watertight.
Good luck. I'm speechless. There was no puckering. Right, we're getting close to Craig Zank. We haven't spoken to Craig Zank. Craig, great to see you here. Always you bring a new creation, and it's always has to have a turbo.
Big turbo, yeah. Got to have it.
You enjoying yourself?
It's a lot of fun. You know, you get to meet all your mates that you haven't seen for a year. Atmosphere is amazing. It's a very special event. Once a year, can't miss it.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun.
Will do. Thank you.
I heard a car making noises here. Oh, the cool thing is the car that belongs over here. You'll see nothing there, but there was something there. And we spoke yesterday about Devin Robinson, who had a drive shaft break. So when he broke the drive shaft, there was no aeroplane to bring it down. So what happened?
So I phoned the mechanic and said, drive to Joburg, go and fetch it and drive it down.
Which you did.
He did. Got here at 3 o'clock this morning, 4 o'clock we put it in, 4:30 we started. And there we go.
Almost like as if it didn't happen.
No, she'll be ready. We'll go class final. Yeah.
We saw him there. It was good. Fast.
Yeah, all good. I think we just got an electronic glitch now. So as soon as we're done, put in the computer, get it sorted, be ready for the finals.
Always nice to see Devon back with that little, well, it's not so little in terms of the engine size. It's got a lot of horsepower.
It's got a lot of horsepower. It's a 1300cc Hayabusa motor.
With turbo?
Of course. Was any doubt? No. You need a bit of horsepower. So last year he went up really well. We never gave him a lot of horsepower. This year he's got horsepower. So we'll turn it up a bit and have a look and see. But she's got horsepower, yeah. She's got horsepower.
Because the more horsepower you've got, the better.
You can never have enough horsepower.
Thank you, Craig. Good man. Good man. Right, we're walking past. One of the other cool things about Simola is there's beautiful people all over the show. And let's see if the pull beam is back yet. No, it's not. But we'll talk to Bob the Builder.
Looks like it's quite a big oil storm there from the pull beam of Robert Bob. So
Bob the Builder, they're saying there's quite a lot of oil there. Have you any idea yet, or are you still hoping it's just a pipe?
Hoping that it's a pipe, Colin. There's obviously a lot of oil that came out from underneath the engine covers, so we'll bring it back now. It's on the back of the flatbed, and then we'll have a good look at it and see if hopefully it's just a pipe and we can repair it. But yeah, we'll still find out.
Go, man. You've got to get it back there because it's the finest sounding car today.
It does sound amazing.
Yeah, well done on that, Bob.
Thanks.
Bob makes engines and powers. The man who's sitting here focusing, Andre Bezuidenhout, we're not going to talk to him. We don't want to break his focus, but we just want to get an idea of what's happening underneath. Have you got slicks or wets?
We changed the slicks.
They had it on wets. And then let's go back for our second version of the weather report. So underneath the tire warmers, which are nice and toasty, is slicks. So we'll use our official weather meter, used in Formula One all over the world. We have this technology available in South Africa. And there's apparently a very good procedure. So the procedure is you look at the sky. And then you check your glasses. And hint number one, there's no drops on the glasses. But the official, real test, so you put your hand out and you wait to the count of a little bit. And then you test it. And then you see no rain. So if there's no rain, you can officially say, it's not raining, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting warm. The sun is coming out. It looks like, for our coronation this afternoon, we shall have 3 kings. It will be dry, I hope. Cheers.
And we're back. There we go. You can see they have cleared up where Robert Walk's pull beam has unfortunately spilled its guts. They'll get that to the pits. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. We could have him in a run in a short while. We're still waiting for the end of qualifying 5, and Andre Bezuidenhout still has to go out. So we are waiting for him. Other thing, during the course of the day, I've always been saying it's Patrick Gearing. Meantime, it's Rob Gearing.
Rob Gearing, Rob Gearing.
Rob Gearing. So I'll try and remember that.
We apologize.
I'll try and remember that for the next run. We're just going through the 60-foot time zone, which is basically the launch off the line. And the times are very, very impressive. Those who don't get it right realize that they can actually make up a huge amount of time with that 60-foot. But consistently over the course of the whole weekend has been Peter Solberg with his WRX, roughly 1.2 seconds just to get to that 60-foot mark. I mean, that's like 0 to 100 in 2 seconds?
Not even, 1.8 seconds, basically. Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, he's 0.2 faster than anybody else. I mean, it doesn't sound much, but it is.
Rodrigo, this was the question I wanted to ask because the Simola Hill climb is a standing start. In Europe, do you run through the same kind of process, or similar to the United States, where most of them are rolling starts for the hill climb?
It depends on the country and the championship. In Pikes Peak, famously, they have a sort of a rolling start, because they start on the middle of a corner, and then they have the cell at the apex, and then that's when the time starts. In Europe, Germany and UK, the launches are almost as important as here on Simola. But then you go to Spain, Italy, France, and southern countries, and it's more a rally-style hill climb, and then the launch doesn't amount to a time that will impact the final chrono all that much. Being this said, there are some cars on UK and German hill climbing that would rival Solberg's launch here today.
Oh, very impressive, very impressive. Just looking at our timing screens that have come through, as we say, we are still waiting for Andre Bezuidenhout to do his run. Very interestingly, they've changed from the wet weather tyres up to the slick tyres. So everyone beginning to understand that they need to go out there on the slick tyres. But Reggie Roots 40.0 on wet tyres, very, very impressive from him. So it's quite amazing that they managed, Franco, to actually allow those wet tyres to last all the way, even though, let's be honest, it is only for 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's only a 40 seconds. It's not a. It's just like a warm up on a racetrack of 4 kilometers. So it's not going to really damage the tires too much. But yeah, at least they've got an indication. But yeah, now when they go out on slicks, they're going to have to put on slicks now. Their times are not over the 40. Yesterday they were getting down to 38s.
Now, I'm standing under correction, but we have just received a sheet of paper which is giving us qualifying combined Q1 to Q6. And perhaps I haven't got confirmation. Why we still have one more session to go.
Yeah. Now this is just the sessions that we've done. Who's in the lead, and it'll be the last run that'll combine that one as well.
Well, that should be Q5 instead of Q6. 6. Okay, so we're looking at the times that are standing at the moment. We've got Bezuidenhout to go, and this is how it is going to stand. Wow. Okay. We have the class results so far. Rodrigo, standing under correction, because I'm assuming there's meant to be one more session, but due to all of the delays, it might not happen, which might work, unfortunately, against people like Silvio Scribante and Peter Zili.
Well, that would surprise me, because it really cuts short qualification by a lot. I don't know, I'm not aware of the time constraints for that an extra run would impose. Looking at the clock, I would like to believe that there's still time for an extra run, but I don't know, logistics and organizational issues are a thing. So fingers crossed, we have one more qualifying run, even for the spectators, both there and online, because everyone's eager to get more racing action.
No, I agree with you, and I have just had a confirmation as well, Rodrigo, that there is another run as well. So I think it's a typo error. Thank goodness.
Okay, much better.
So we can calm down. All of us can calm down a little bit. But yeah, I think it was just a typing error. We're waiting for Andre to finish off his last run in this last qualifying, and then we will have qualifying 6, which I think is going to be terrific. Okay, so there we go. We've got car number 4, Byron Mitchell, who is up and ready in the Formula VW. And we have wonderful guests from BMW who are sitting with us. And what a day, what a weekend, what a year, what a celebration it is for BMW in South Africa. 50 years. And correct me if I'm wrong, the first country outside of Germany to have a manufacturing plant, Peter.
Correct. Great to be here. And as you say, we're celebrating 50 years of BMW in South Africa. Our company is more than 100 years old, but
Yes.
South Africa is 50 years old. And it all started with our factory in Roslyn. And that was the first step that BMW took to producing cars outside of Germany. So it's a great occasion, not just for our company here in South Africa, but for our company worldwide.
It's such a celebration, such a wonderful mark worldwide, but also so endeared in South Africa. Before we talk about some of the classic cars that have been on display here in South Africa, the electric car movement worldwide is gaining huge impetus. But BMW, and specifically here in South Africa, seem to be right at the top and showcasing the products that you have going forward. Is this the complete future of motoring?
What we offer here today is the complete future, and it's not all electric. I think that's the most important message. BMW believes in something called the power of choice. So we offer petrol engines, diesel engines,
yes,
plug-in hybrids, and battery electric vehicles, and we're even working on hydrogen fuel cell for the future.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah.
So what we're showing today and yesterday in the the King of the Hill build-up is part of that future. So we have the classical straight 6 M2 with a 6-speed gearbox rear-wheel drive, the link to our heritage actually, 325IS. Then we have a plug-in hybrid, which is the XM. So it's a V8 petrol engine with hybrid, so e-boost. And then we have 2 battery electric vehicles. And so what we believe is that the customer should have the power of choice as to which drivetrain suits their needs. Electric is definitely a pillar of our strategy, but it's not the only future for BMW.
I'm so glad to hear that. I really am. I've got a big smile on my face. I think it's wonderful for us all going future, the power of choice. BMW this weekend really has taken to the Simola Hill Climb. It's been wonderful to have all of the various vehicles, especially these last 2 days, the newer vehicles. But on Friday, having that 530 MLE, basically the first ever M car that was here, the 325ISs, the 745 Tony Viana, and the 333. The museum must be just full of just these iconic cars.
Well, a lot of collectors actually have their private museums of these cars. They've become highly collectible because they were built in South Africa for South Africa. And what's really beautiful, I think, about being here today with those cars, or being here this week with those cars, is they were built for motorsport. They were only built to win in motorsport in South Africa. And so by bringing them here today and showing them again in motorsport environment is kind of a nod to Motorsport South Africa, because they're part of our history and they're why these cars exist today. And we're celebrating 50 years of BMW. We thought what better than to show these cars to the public in a racing environment. And I think we had a lot of fun with them on Thursday and Friday.
It's magic. And I mean, I just remember of my earlier days, younger days, just spending hours and hours watching all of the various BMWs racing on the track, and those flat 6 engines. Just magic times as well. A great weekend for you, a great weekend for a lot of, I assume, clients and customers that you brought down here to Simola. Can we see BMW? I know that it's a very special year for you this year, but can we see BMW embracing and being part of Simola going forward?
That's an interesting question, and before I came to this interview I was just talking to a colleague about various strategies that might work for us. So I think we're very, very keen because it's a great platform. I think it's what I really like about it is the fact that you're so near to the cars and you're near to the drivers, and the vast array of products that are shown here, as well as really world-class drivers that you can mix and mingle with and watch. And I think this is real motoring fans here. This is not someone who got lost along the way and stopped by to watch. And so it's a perfect audience for a brand like BMW. But our commitments are made year by year, so watch this space is what I'll say.
We'll do that. Peter, thank you very much, and thanks for being part of this this year. We wish you brilliant and continued success, of course, in South Africa, as being one of those marks that made a commitment and has stayed and continues to invest in the South African motoring industry. So thank you for that, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. I mean, it's only a few hours left, and it's gone before you even realize.
You're right, but there's still a parade lap coming up where hopefully I get to drive the 333i, so that's part of the plan. So I'm looking forward to that,
wonderful.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how we perform finally in the top 10 shootout. I'm assuming we're all going to be there. But I think let's watch the next 50 years. We are proud to have been here this long, and our job at BMW South Africa is to ensure the next 50 years is just as exciting. So thanks for having us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thanks for coming to visit us in our little box.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There we go. BMW celebrating 50 years in South Africa. Also 50 years of the M brand and M badge, which is just iconic. Everybody loves a M Mercedes. So 36.8, that was the time set by Andre Bezedno. That is the end of qualifying 5. We will get into qualifying 6. This is going to be critical for Silvio Scribante and Peter Zili. That is going to be critical for them. The weather outside, the cloud is coming over again, but it is dry, and that's the critical element. I think for Peter Zili and for Silvio Scribante, they're going to have a very, very strong run, one run at it in dry conditions. Franco's been outside for a bit. Franco, there's cloud around. Does rain look a possibility?
Well, if it keeps like this, no, the rain, it looks like it's gone. Look, there is clouds, but there's not the dark grey clouds out there, so hopefully we hold thumbs.
Yeah, looking at our pictures that we had there from outside, yeah, a little bit of cloud, but as we said earlier, we just like to ensure that everybody has the same conditions.
Yeah.
Makes it fun for everybody.
Or it's got to be wet or it's got to be dry. It mustn't be half wet, half dry. I mean, the poor guys, it makes it so dangerous out there. So, yeah, or it rains or it must be dry. And hopefully it stays dry like this throughout the whole day.
I think it's going to be a tremendous amount of fun. Everybody now is looking at all of their times, Rodrigo, that they've posted in the previous 5 qualifying sessions, looking at their various competitors and saying, this is what I have to do on this last run, otherwise I put my car on the trailer and go home.
I can't say that they are thinking much. Now it's time to react, and there's much more strategy to think about. It's pedal to the metal, and hopefully the weather stays as it is. And given all the intermissions we had, there was a little bit more time for the tarmac to dry up, so that's a positive too. So I think we're in for quite dramatic last time.
There we go. We got Byron Mitchell is going out. So that wasn't the last run from Andre Bezedno. We've got Colin. Colin, what are you up to? You checking the weather again, or the tyres, or the aero with Peter Zili, or what's happening in the pits there?
Right, well, I'm at the Silvio Scribante Audi, and the litany of issues that they had. So in the engine bay, there's a whole lot of things that happen. And starting with the fuse box on the inside, that messed up the crank angle sensor down there somewhere. And then on the last run, this bit here is the camshaft actuator, because it does all sorts of fancy stuff in the timing. And the wires have started falling out of the harness, and that plugs into there. So that's the issue that he's got. He was going to go out on Michelin's finest wet weather tires, and we've got Silvio there. Young man. Now, you all know that Italians are incredibly fashion conscious. And one of the things that we really love is the complete styling. They are just gorgeous boots, those, Silvio.
Thanks for putting a smile on my face, Colin. It's been a tough weekend.
You need something to smile about, but they are special.
Thank you, man. So it's always muddy here, so we got to you got to do what's practical, So
But you've always got to look good while you're doing it, you Italians. I just don't know. There's just a panache that you have. You carry those gumboots off with just a level of confidence I never knew was possible.
Thanks, Cole.
Let's get back to crazy things. Motorcar.
It's been a challenge this weekend for me, to be honest. It's one thing after another. So I think, again, I just think it's lack of time, practice time is what's caught up to us. And here we are. So, but yeah, it's quali 6 next. So we're going to boost it and we're going to spin those tyres up and we're going to go wild and hopefully the car will get off the line this time and not bog,
Well, I would say maximum boost, maximum revs, give it a full beans and have fun.
Well, I got one shot at it, Colin, so I'm gonna hang it out there properly.
But you're a boy who can focus and you know how to drive. Bit of an understatement. You're a proper fast driver. You should do it.
Yeah, like I say, we're going to give it all, and that's all we can do, I don't want to not make the King of the Hill. I want to make it.
So we were talking to Aldo, and he said that if he got into a 40, he was going to do flick-flacks. So when you qualify for the top 10, what is your gymnastic skill that you would that you volunteer for filming of?
To be honest, I'd rather be a spectator and watch Aldo do backflips.
No, he's going to do the backflips. Yeah. Would you go for gumboot throwing? It's an Olympic sport, I'm told.
I'll probably drink the champagne out of my gumboots, eh?
Right, there we go.
F1 style.
Okay, so here's the catering department. Please go and get a bottle of champagne, because when he gets in the top 10, we're going to, after everything and all that, he will drink the champagne out of his gumboot.
Game on.
Lovely. Good man. Have fun. And then here's the other Scribanti Audi. They're very, very happy. So we're not going to talk about that because he's just in the game. And then this might be considered the Scribanti show because we come to the cousins. Italians, big family, they've got cousins. It's all good. They fettling the car. They are just making the carbon fibers and the things right. Franco, did I describe that right? You fettling the car?
You could say it like that in fancy terms.
Thank you very much. Well, how would the boys describe it?
Working on the car.
I haven't seen you this relaxed about this time of Simola for a long, long time.
Well, I have to be relaxed now because this is probably the first time that we've actually gotten, or let's say I've gotten my act together, and I think we've battled with a few hiccups right through the weekend. I mean, obviously Friday was unsettling. Then yesterday, broken prop shaft. You start to battle to get your momentum going and your flow when you start missing sessions. But now we're in it, and let's hope we do it at the last minute.
And the nice thing is the weather looks like it's cleared up and dryness becomes.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way and we can do something.
Awesome. Good luck, because this is really, Rodrigo from Hill Climb Monsters was talking about the awe at which these guys in Europe hold this car.
Yeah, look, this car seems to have gained huge traction and huge popularity, and it feels great.
Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
And then, just a couple of steps away, we expect this to be the battle. It's going to be absolutely spectacular. But we've got the new linguist. He's a cunning linguist. Reggie, we need a new quote. We've had a few from you today.
Now you bring me under pressure here.
Reggie, you're a man who can handle pressure.
So what do you want to know?
What's under the covers? Is it slicks or what?
It's slicks. It's slicks.
And
It's going to stay dry.
I believe so too. And you've talked up everything all the nuts that need talking are talked up.
All the talks have been talked, yes, Colin.
Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Thank you.
We got some highlights from yesterday's action. Check this out. Simola 2023, a place of emotion, a place of tension, a place of joy, a place of love. We shall crown 3 tomorrow. This is the most important coronation in the world. The hill is hard, the hill is tough, and it does bite back when you ask it a little too much. Thankfully, none of the drivers were hurt. The cars, they had a tough time. Then Peter Solberg came. He threw down the gauntlet. It was the most magnificent entertainment that we've had. Reggie, he came back. He answered. You've got this. I've got that. There's pride at stake. This is Germany versus South Africa and Japan. They gave it their all. Total, absolute commitment. And now, the answer to Solberg and Roots as he goes over the line is Skrabanti in the Sheriff, the Kraken. What you can do, I can do better. We have a 3-way race. Can he do it? It was so tight. And the Lotus Ferrari, just listen. The dust got kicked up. It got kicked into faces. It was spectacular. Joubert is the dark horse in this race. And then BMW came. It's 50 years of M. These cars, we all know the M. We love the M. The emotion that comes from things like the M88, the M22. These are engines that have powered fast racing cars through the years. They bring chills to our spine. They bring shivers to our skin. They bring smiles to our faces. And then Robbie Walk. Pull beam monster with an IndyCar engine. It is music. Listen to this thing. Oh, man. Andre Bezuidenhout sat this out. He'd done a fast time. He wanted to see what Walk had. Did Walk have enough? Well, who knows? It all becomes real on Sunday. And then Roots, the one and only, the Richard Roots, takes the Solberg line close to the wall. He gives it full beams. This is a massive fight. This is Roots, Solberg, Skrabanti. It's a 3-way fight to win the modified saloon race. Roots has got maximum commitment. Can this be the time? Will it be do the job? Will it be enough? Solberg, he's given it everything. From his first run, Skrabanti answered. Roots answered. He sets an unofficial record of 38. You chose a different line, different position on the track, a little bit more sideways, and you really straight-lined the straight. Was that the plan?
Yeah, not really. I launched it now, and when it launches, it wheel spins, and then it starts creeping, and I've realized you don't want too much steering angle when it starts creeping like that, so I let it run towards the wall, because I remember I didn't have a mirror on it. If it was a mirror, it would have been gone now, so I got close, you know. I puckered my poop all a bit, but it was all good, eh?
Any more left?
Yeah, there's always more. There's always more.
There's always more. What will tomorrow bring? What will Sunday bring? Simola 2023.
You follow?
With first-in-class features, others will follow in the new age Suzuki Baleno.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans of Simola in South Africa and around the world, I am coming to you live right now from a helicopter above the Simola Hill Climb in knysna. As far as vistas go, as far as areas to fly go, this must be one of the most beautiful places in the world to sit in a helicopter. If you've just joined us, the racing this year has been absolutely fantastic. It's an absolute honor to be joined by legends from the world of rally and Formula One in the form of Peter Solberg and Mika Salo. So if you haven't caught them going up the hill, make sure you do for that. Make sure you tune in for that as soon as you can. There's also, of course, the incredible rivalry between Franco Scribante and Andre Pideronot. Although this year and previous years, recent years, they've ran in different classes and different shootouts up the hill. They're not necessarily in the same competition, but again, they definitely keep each other on their toes. Ladies. each other on their toes. This morning was quite possibly the fastest practice session we have ever seen in 13 years of the Simola Hill Climb. We had cars already going sub 40 on their first run up the hill. Peter Solberg in his Volkswagen WRX car went on his first run and he put a 40 on the door. It has just been an absolute delight to be here, and for fans and for the sold-out crowd that we have here at Simola 2023, the drivers and the teams and the cars are putting on an incredible show. I'm going to leave you now and go back to Sasha in the studio. I'm having the time of my life up here. Let me just give you a quick view of what I'm seeing. Look at that, there's the famous knysna heads over there. There's the pit lane. We're about to fly over pit lane right now, quite low. This is a magical experience. I wish you were all up here with me, but I hope you got a feeling for what it's like to fly over the Simola Hill Climb in a helicopter. Right, back to you guys in the studio. Cheers.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
It is live action. This is the final qualifying round for the King of the Hill at the Simola Hill Climb. And I can tell you, those drivers who are towards the end of the field are desperate to get out there. The likes of Peter Zili, the likes of Silvio Scribante, because they haven't set a qualifying time. And it is ominous that big clouds are rolling in over knysna. Ciro de Siena joins me in the commentary booth. Ciro, missed you the whole day, but welcome back.
I missed you too, and love being here. Thank you very much. I took a little walk to turn 1 and really just soaked up the atmosphere of Simola. Wonderful. Sitting at turn 1, you know, one of the great aspects of this this competition, this event, is that there's so many wonderful viewing points that you don't necessarily need to pay to have access to. So there's a lot of, and the organizers do that on purpose so that everyone gets a really good view of the action. So went to sit at turn 1. It's wonderful up there. There's a bar, there's loos, there's everything you need. Really, really good experience.
Magic. It's a fabulous and brilliant experience. Cars out in the track. We got the Suzuki Swifts. It's dry conditions now, Chiro, but it's been a very testing days for organizers, for competitors, and of course for the teams.
You know what's really tricky is as a driver, you either want it to be dry or you want it to be wet. When it's somewhere in between, that's actually probably the most dangerous situation and also probably the most unfavorable situation for drivers. Sasha, one of the more exciting parts of the track, and when there's been a bit of rain, is the mountain naturally has runoff, right? Because the road runs up the middle of the mountain. So right now, what you're seeing on your screen, the S's, sometimes you have this nice silver river of water in the middle of the S. So the rest of the track's dry. You're coming through the S's and all of a sudden there's just this nice slippery meter or so of water, and that's very exciting. So it's tricky. It can be really tricky in these conditions.
Yeah, we have Rodrigo with us as well from Hill Climb Monsters. Rodrigo, the final run, I can tell you, I know where you're sitting, it's nice and sunny, but the clouds are rolling in. And we're all hoping that everyone is able to put in dry conditioned times.
Well, I don't like to hear that, but hopefully it will keep dry for this last qualifying run. for the afternoon, we will see. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's going to go either way as we just enjoy the action. Everyone's setting times. We'll have a lunch break after this, and then, of course, we get into the class finals and then the King of the Hill, which is always going to be very exciting. News that I can tell you is that we just bumped into Robert Walk, and we were hoping that it was just a pipe that came off his car in his pill beam, but it seems as though it is something a little bit more serious than that. We'll get an update, I'm sure, from Colin Hasty a little bit later in the pits, but not great for a guy that could have been a contender to Andre Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, he's always one of the top contenders, and he brings some very special machinery each year as well. And you never really want to see a contender go out because of a competitor go out because of a mechanical issue. I mean, that's just really unfortunate. So hopefully anyone who is battling at the moment can sort out their technical issues, and we can have a full field running up the hill.
That's exactly what we want. Here's the wonderful BMW M5. This is my favorite M5 of all time.
There's a whole bunch of wonderful BMWs this year. There really is. This TTRS yesterday, if you weren't watching, had a little moment in turn 1, but managed to keep it mostly on the black stuff and made it safely back to the pits. But this is motorsport. The competitors are achieving very, very high speeds, and they're pushing for time as well. They really want to take home the silverware, so things do go wrong. And we saw that yesterday as well with the Giulia, and luckily the driver is totally okay from that as well, so that's good.
Which is important. The main thing is this is their last chance. Chiro, they have to go, otherwise after this, if they haven't made it into the class finals, well, their weekend is done. And the main thing, I suppose, for them, if they don't make the class final, is to sit there and say, well, at least I improved on last year, or I did my best.
Yeah, you really never want to miss your class final, and you really want to try and make it into the shootout. I mean, that's where the real joy comes from. The real beauty of the event is fighting for those top positions. And but again, that's motorsport. Sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't. As we watch this 3.5 million rand plug-in hybrid electric BMW XM. This is its first public outing in South Africa. Been lucky enough to drive that car. It's an absolute monster. And it's difficult, maybe if you haven't seen one yet in the metal, it's difficult for me to describe how large this car is. When you sit in the back seat of that car, it's like being in an airport lounge. It is enormous. And my colleague and friend Ashley Oldfield is driving it to its absolute... Look at that four-wheel drifting through the SS.
Oh, he is having a ball in that thing.
Incredible to watch him go up the hill, and he is a contender for first in his class. Look at that, pushing it right to the edge of the tarmac. Ashley is... he's an incredible driver.
That's an impressive time of 47.3. We got JP van der Walt, who's on the track, and below your screen you have got Jeff Goddard Jr. That is in the 325 IS. Beautiful sounding car, the ex-Tony Viana Stanek Group N racer. So everyone going over. Let's see what 44.34 for JP van der Walt, and all of the issues that he's told me he's had with that car. He's driven around whatever is thrown at him and still putting in very impressive times.
JP is so quick in that car, he really is. And here's one of his competitors in the stock road car category. It's the brand new BMW M2, also one of its, if not its first outing in South Africa as well. There's so many debuts happening here at Simola this year. We've got the Honda Civic Type R, we've got the GR Corolla, we've got the brand new M2 as well, the XM. It's just a real smorgasbord of wonderful new metal for the South African audience.
Yes, and it's Rob Gearing, not Patrick Gearing. I always could, because I just know them both, and I'm like, oh, it's Patrick. No, it's Rob. No, it's Rob. And I think he's going to come and join us in studio to have a little bit of a chat
that'll be great.
Later on as well. So it'd be wonderful to get his feeling also. Whoa, that was hairy. That was hairy.
It's that top crest over that finish line. It really can catch you out. It's probably one of the most dangerous parts of the track. and you've got to be so careful there. If you weren't with us yesterday, the reality of the finish line is that it's a slight crest, so the car goes a bit light. You need to have your steering wheel in a straight line, because when the weight settles again, if you've still got some steering angle in, then you're going to get some oversteer, and we've seen many accidents over the years there, and the M2 nearly got added to that list, but well held.
Very well held. They've got Anthony Taylor in the Raptor Ranger. He had a huge moment in his third run this morning, or in Q4 this morning. Took a lot of sand off the track right through here, but still holding on to it. I mean, that's just... This is Anthony Taylor is just unbelievable. There we go. Would have lost a little bit of time, unfortunately, but man, that is fun.
Rodrigo, have you ever seen anything like a Ford Ranger Raptor at a hill climb?
Not really. Let alone driven this way.
Just fabulous to watch.
Yeah.
It is. Adds a lot of character to the whole hill climb in a way.
It adds a tremendous amount of character because it's such an unconventional vehicle that you would expect to be on any kind of racetrack. So it's very much a South African thing, although the Americans also love their trucks.
Yeah, interesting, a really exciting move from Ford South Africa, I think, to throw a Ranger Raptor into the mix. I've been lucky to drive one over the last week, and people point at it, they want to talk to you about it. It's a really high profile vehicle right now.
So is the one you driving also this 290 odd kilowatt?
Yes.
Oh my word.
V6.
Oh, okay, I thought this one was specific for Simola.
Here's the SLS AMG powered Lotus going up the hill now, built by Quentin Boylan, exceptional South African car builder, and this is one of the best engine swap cars I think we have here at Simola.
It's fabulous to see this Lotus and the other with the Ferrari engine in it as well, and these guys are going.
No, they are going. That's such a beautiful car. That
Curious that we haven't seen Charles Joubert running at all.
Yeah, in the Noble.
No, in the Honda swapped Exige.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that is true. Well, perhaps Colin can get some answers for us there.
That's a quick time, 43.0 for Peter Joubert. Pierre Besta in the bottom of the screen in the Mercedes, and now we've got Ricky Giannacaro in the Lamborghini.
That thing, it's the beauty about sitting at turn one, which is about where the Lamborghini is right now, is you can see all the way to the start line, and you can see all the way up the hill. And the sound of this Huracan when it's pushing up the straight, which it's doing right now, is one of the best things I've ever heard in the world of motoring.
Just
fantastic.
Special.
Really fantastic. One of the monster Subarus now launching at the bottom of your screen. That thing's quick off the line, all-wheel drive of course, and very quick to the first corner. Dab of brakes there just to turn it in, and then flat all the way up the hill.
Yeah, he's definitely going for it. Ricky doing a 44.3, not a bad time.
Yeah, 206 in that Subaru, so I mean slightly faster than what even Peter Solberg's driving up that main straight at.
Now here's Lee Thompson with the very inventive DRS system, which is designed by a young guy who did it for a university project. There you can see the DRS is open, and he goes under braking, and that rear wing will close. We didn't see it there. Well, was it on the brakes? That's for sure. But very, very brilliant. Brilliant little system. Pneumatic system, works in the braking and works in acceleration. Clever. We've got clever people in this country.
Quite interestingly, the suspension system on the McLaren 720S was actually also designed by a student for McLaren, and the student got their PhD through the through that suspension system. Yeah. Here is the GR Corolla, first outing in South Africa.
First outing, and roughly 300 horsepower.
Yeah, 221 kilowatts from 3 cylinders, which I find incredible. Probably one of the best modern engines around right now. And guys are squeezing even more. We filmed the GR Yaris, which has the same motor. A former participant of the Simola Hill Climb, Greg Parton, has taken one of these Yarises to 470 horsepower. Same motor.
That's mad.
So this GR Corolla in the hands of Nati and Simanga. So go ahead, Rodrigo.
I'll go one up on that. There is a friend of mine in UK who races Yaris GR, and he is currently at 520 horsepower with it.
Anything? Wow, that is beautiful. That is just stunning to watch that.
Amazing driving from him, Simanga there. The young Nati, he's busy studying mechanical engineering and also sending a car up the hill at Simola at the age of 19.
Just wonderful. Brilliant. Lee Thompson has laid down a marker in that VW Polo with a 42.1. So he's definitely waited right until the end. That's a very, very impressive time as we've got all the Golfs coming out. That's a very, very quick time from Lee Thompson.
Sasha.
Whoa, that's very hard on the brakes.
Ooh.
Both of them having big moments. Everyone's going for it. You can hear the crowds outside.
Wow. Well, if this was a drifting competition, that would have been 10 out of 10. Excellent, excellently held from that. That was some incredible
Daniel
driving.
Yeah. Whoa.
Wow, big moment there, though.
And also, right at the end, there was a huge moment for the other Golf.
Yeah. You see,
so everyone's pushing. They're pushing.
That and what I think what we just witnessed there was the skill of a professional racing driver. Because if that was like an amateur like myself, I mean, you know, I would have needed a few panados after that, I think. I don't think it would have ended the way it ended there.
It might not have been as pretty.
Sasha, Rodrigo, I had a wonderful chat with Peter Solberg this morning. Martina Bina from Volkswagen South Africa kindly introduced me, and I met their head mechanic as well, and all the way out from the UK. This car, and I don't want to actually interrupt the launch, let's let it launch.
Oh, that is a proper launch.
So, unbelievably, this car has been sitting in a museum for the last 4.5 years. Whoa!
Yo, Peter Solberg is going.
On the edge. They worked out yesterday that they had the wrong tires here.
Correct.
So, they've flown in some tires, and I do suspect that Mr. Solberg, four-wheel drifting through turn 3, is going to be faster today. And this looks quick.
This does look pretty quick from Peter Solberg, yeah. Oh, I think he went in a little hot in the first S and had to break into the second S. But we'll see when his time comes across. Here we go. It's a 39.9.
There we go.
For Peter Solberg.
First time into
39.9.
Sasha, first time into the 39s,
39s,
I think, for Solberg?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday did a 39.8.
Okay.
Yeah, so, whoa, but he's on it. So those tires, I think he got from Lee Thompson. Yes. So those are the super softs. That's why they had the
they had the hard compound slicks yesterday. Funnily enough, he went fastest yesterday on gravel tires, but they wanted the soft slicks for today, and they managed to get all of some. And Rodrigo, you are 100% spot on with the calling and the gearing on Solberg's car. It is too short. They should be at about 220 at the top of the hill at the bridge, and short of changing a gearbox, is not too much they can do about that, unfortunately. So you did call it yesterday.
So here's Mick Salo in the Mercedes. He was in the booth with us just a couple of minutes ago, loving South Africa, but still adamant that he's going to beat Clint Weston in well, not exactly the same car, but I think this one he's going to go for it.
This has been one of the wonderful unexpected rivalries this year. I mean, there's rivalries that are up and down the pit lane, not necessarily confined to the categories that the cars have been entered into. But Clint Weston, a South African hero, versus a hero from the world of Formula One, and in similar cars, and they've put on a great show for the audience this year.
Very much so. Mika Sala was telling us, Chiro, that he's been battling with this with the left foot braking. You could see also going too hot into the first S. So let's see if it compromises his time. So he says these cars don't allow you, with all their electronics, don't allow you to
left foot
brake.
Yeah, no, that is a good point actually. Road cars are not a fan of both pedals being depressed at the same time, and of course that's how racing drivers like to drive. So it's a really interesting point there actually.
Oh, Peter Solberg's time is deleted.
Oh no!
No!
Oh dear!
We just got that through. Peter
Policeman.
Solberg's time. We're not sure what he's done, but his time has been deleted, unfortunately. Mika Salo's done a 46.3. Clint Weston has done a 45.9. So it's that 4 tenths, 3 tenths between the two that Mika just cannot seem to find.
That's an epic rivalry, and just amazing to have the international names that we have this year. Look at that FPV drone chasing that car up the hill. I think we should have a competition for FPV drones. They're some of the fastest things up the hill.
They are quite fascinating. Very fascinating.
Go Rodrigo.
Fun fact, they are prohibited here on European hill climbs, just because they are so quick, many of them.
They embarrass the cars.
Not exactly. They become a liability. There were some guys who crashed them.
I see. I suppose it potentially can go that way. But the footage is going to be amazing from those drones. It really is.
Yeah.
And this is a rarity to see out and about. A Noble M400, built in South Africa for Noble in Britain. And that is a truly beautiful car going up the hill right now, and fast as well. 195 km an hour.
Here he is.
First run.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Charles Joubert with his first run. This is going to be very interesting. Well, can you believe it? Both. Oh no, it has been deleted at one. No, they're both there. Can you believe Mika Salo as well as Peter Solberg's time have been deleted?
Oh dear. The internationals getting in a little bit of trouble this afternoon, but they've set good times in earlier qualifying, and Joubert is pushing here. He has got to put a decent time now if he wants to run in the class finals.
Very nice.
47.82. That'll do. Mr. Zili.
This is critical. He has to set a time. He hasn't said anything. Brand new tires. You can see the stickers there. He has to send it.
This is going to be a run for the record books. A previous winner here in this car, Peter Zili, has had a difficult weekend, but he is now chasing a qualifying time up the hill.
And he's on it. He is so on it. You can see still bouncing over there. 225 under the bridge.
This is when that racing driver mindset is pushed to its limits. When it all counts.
Wade van Zumeren getting ready. Peter Zili on the brakes into the second S. Now it's a flick to the left. Up the hill.
Across the line in one piece.
40.1. Well done there. I can see Rodrigo jumping up and down. Man, that is excellent.
Good stuff.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, that is superb from Peter Zili. That's pressure. You know, that is, you're on your last run, you haven't said anything. Out of 6 runs, you've got to make it happen. And wow, did he make it happen.
That is some big match temperament right there. Fan favorite Peter Zili, and we were chatting extensively with Rodrigo yesterday. The two worked together to get Zili to compete overseas in Germany. So that is an international competitive car right there. He placed 3rd in the hill climb that he participated in Germany, and of course it's great to see him. He's got his car up and running up the hill.
Oh, this is great fun. This is Davy Joubert.
Oh dear.
Oh, that was Davy Joubert.
I think they might just push him to the side there and let the other competitors past. Maybe he can sort out whatever gremlins have crept in there in the Ferrari-powered Lotus.
Yeah, here comes Martin van Zumeren.
These two cars coming up next are real crowd pleasers. Absolutely epic to listen to going up the hill.
Yeah, we've just had Wade, we've got now Martin and Farouk. Farouk's car, the popping, the gunshots,
Yeah, no, it caught me a few times, Farouk's car. I'm not going to lie, jumped out my skin. Whoa, sideways off the line.
The speed, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
The sound.
The sound is just out of this world. The amount of power.
It's quite interesting. These guys actually struggle to dyno these cars. That's how powerful they are. They sometimes just have to run on estimates.
I'm sure you heard the popping. Let's listen to Farouk Dangle go up this hill.
Normally the issue when dynoing these high-powered GTRs tend to be the combination of high power, high torque, and high rev. Normally you can't have the three things all together, but when you have something like over 1,000 horsepower and almost 10,000 RPM at the same time and a bunch of torque, dynos tend to mix things up, and then you have to start guesstimating.
Yeah.
Very much so, and I'm just trying to see which of the Scribantes. If this is Silvio, this is a make or this is Silvio. This is a make or break. He hasn't set a quali time. He said he's going to just let it all hang out, and here we go. I see black smoke, which is not good.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, that car doesn't look at full health, unfortunately. It's still going quickly, though. Into the S's now.
Ah, he's going for it. Let's see what he posts.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite right. It's just something to my eye there. It just didn't seem. Yeah, 46. Yeah, no, something wrong there, unfortunately. So that was Silvio, Sasha.
That was Silvio,
Scribante.
so
Yeah, that's probably, unfortunately, the end of his weekend. That's always tough.
Aldo's been going really, really well this weekend. Let's make sure that it continues.
Also pushing black smoke out that side exit exhaust there.
Oh, that's quick. Ooh.
Yeah, it's running rich, but yeah, plenty of torque.
He looks on the pace though.
Very strong. I think his best is a 41 so far. So let's see what Aldo can do. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, back off, buddy, back off. Time will definitely be deleted, but a 42, that was a very scary, very hairy moment.
But still pretty fast, even with that big of a mistake.
Yes, yeah, that's a good point. He's still in the 42s. But that was a close call. That was a really close call. And that entry into the S's has caught quite a few people out this weekend. But there is a generous bit of runoff there before you get into the water trench.
Now the cousins here. Yeah, let's see what Franco Scribante can do. That's unbelievably fast.
And the sheriff is soaking up the elevation very well. So for a car with that much downforce, it's riding the bumps very, very nicely.
That's a good point. Very good suspension tune there.
Whoa!
That's quick.
38.76.
It seems the Scribante team has worked the gremlins out of the Sheriff, and he's back in the 38s.
So I tell you, that is 7/10 off the pace that Reggie Roach set yesterday, and none of that really counts now, although that could be the quickest qualifying time. But that's the marker so far for today. Now this car is a diesel. It is the craziest diesel I've ever come across in my life.
Triple turbo diesel. He nicked the engine from an X5 M50D. All three turbos are now hybrid.
He is a scientific genius, what Gary Martin has managed to do there.
The Martin family is synonymous with tuning BMWs. Gary Martin's a former BMW master technician himself. And yesterday I was sent a photo of Gary Martin's previous prop shaft, and it looked like you know when you take a sweet wrapper and roll it up. That's what his prop shaft looked like. So he had to redesign the prop shaft for Simola, and he's gone 44.72.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Rui Campos, car number 11, the bottom of your screen.
I have been very impressed during the weekend with this backdraft, the white one.
Yeah, it is quick.
Yeah.
And oof, it looked like it was on the limit there.
Very interesting engine in there as well.
42.36.
Oh, a little bit snaky there from Rui Campos.
We are really getting to the business end of this competition now. It really counts now. The competitors know that if they haven't had a good weekend so far, this is the last qualifying session in which to set a time to reach the class finals and the shootout.
Very impressive time there from Rui Campos, a 41 dead. There seems to be a lot of smoke. Maybe overfills on the cars.
I hope that car's not dropping oil, because that will close the track.
No, that's a problem. Definitely dropped something. He's backed off.
Okay, they're still sending cars, so it seems the marshals haven't seen any oil drop, so that's good.
Yeah, that's Craig Zank in his backdraft.
211 into there, into turn 3 under the bridge. And we begin the single-seaters with the single-seaters now.
And wow, I tell you, what a time. That is Devin Robinson's first run the whole weekend.
Wow.
And he pumps in a 39.6. So they just brought in a side shaft for him from Joburg. That's his first run. Well done, Devin. Whoa.
I love stories like that. I mean, that is racing. Flying in parts from all over the world, all over the country, so that you can get your car out on track. Having one opportunity to set a time and running under 40 seconds. That is some serious mindset there.
And also the camaraderie, because it was Craig Zank's guys who went and said, listen, don't worry, we'll sort it out. They sent one of their guys to go and pick up the part. The guy drove to PE, arrived this morning.
Wow.
How's that?
Wow.
That's fantastic.
And that's another beautiful aspect of the Simola Hill Climb, is the camaraderie in the pits. Yes, there's fierce competition, of course, but at the same time, everyone's in the same boat, and everyone's probably been through the same problem before as well. So lots of teammates, lots of competitors banding together.
Whoa! Megan Belang going sideways.
Big oversteer moment there. Turn 3 is tricky. You get braver and braver as the weekend goes on, but it can bite you. It really can.
Well, this is it. This is where it counts. You have to go out there. You've got to try and do your best. Let's see what Megan does. A 45.8 for Megan Belang. Listen, that is a full second faster than she went last year.
Well, that's also just about personal progress. That's really, it's as we were saying yesterday, it's you against you here at the hill climb.
Oh, this is hotting up. This afternoon is going to be off the charts. The only car we probably won't see, unfortunately, is Robert Walk in the pull beam. He did have an issue in his last run, and yeah, it's definitely not there. There is Andre Bezuidenhout at 38.7. Let's see what he can do in his final qualifying for today.
This is one of the most fascinating cars on the grid. The Gould McLaren engined single-seater. This compound is so soft that they have to wrap the tires in cling film so that things don't stick to the rubber before he gets onto the line.
Yeah. So Andre Bezuidenhout seems like he's definitely going to be the man to beat, but anything can happen in motorsport.
239
259
through the speed trap. Fastest car through the speed trap, no doubt.
It's going to be a scary time.
Look at that change of direction. It's like it defies the laws of physics, this car.
At 34.8.
Wow. Wow. So he's 7/10 off his own track record, all-time track record for Simola.
Phenomenal. I think that, Rodrigo, that really lived up to everything I think we expected.
Yes, I think this is the very last run. After all the nervousness we had regarding the weather, it all paid off for almost everyone apart from Silvio Scrivante, it seems. Also, the Lotari did not run again, but I think he had the spot secured. But other than that, I think we're set for a good afternoon as long as the rain doesn't appear again.
Yeah, I think that's what we are all hoping, that it just stays dry. And I suppose what's missing from the timing sheets that we have is just unfortunately Peter Solberg, because his time got deleted. But I mean, that besides Andre Bezuidenhout, I mean, it's a completely different kind of vehicle. Second, third, fourth, and fifth with Peter Solberg is, I think, a second between them. I mean, that's extraordinary.
The competition just gets closer and closer at Simola, even with these international competitors coming in and showing. I think that a purpose-built WRX car setting similar times to these, what are essentially home-built, maybe not exactly home-built because some of these teams are obviously semi-professional, but that's a car engineered by one of the biggest companies in the world.
Correct.
And it's fantastic to see, and not taking anything away from it. But the reality is that down here in SA, we have lots of cars that can give that WRX a run for its money, and that's wonderful to see. I think we can be very proud of that as South African motorsport scene.
It's just magic. Really looking solid. Everyone managed to get through except for the Lotus Ferrari. That was the only car that we didn't see go out there. Also, the Alfa Romeo didn't go out. I did see it in the pit lane with brand new boots on, so I think those are the boots for its drive home as opposed to going up the hill.
So Reggie Roots did not do the last run.
Yes, Reggie didn't go out either. Okay, so everyone holding something back just a little bit. It is going to be titanic this afternoon in all of the classes, but you've got to say specifically what we are going to see between Franco Scribante and Richard Roots.
So now it is a break for lunch. It's an opportunity for the drivers to wrestle with their racing suits and get something to eat, get something to drink, the mechanics to take a little break. It's muggy out there, Sasha. I know you've been in the commentary box the entire morning, but quite muggy out there. Odd conditions, very humid, I think, for this time of year. A little bit different, but this lunch break, I think, will be quite a tense one for a lot of the competitors in the pits. This is some really, really close racing.
And now all of a sudden it's like the friendliness sort of goes out. The focus is completely different because this is now where the trophies get handed out. Rodrigo, in the hill climbs in Europe, I'm sure it's not dissimilar to this kind of situation. A little bit of a break, and then it's all about all of the hard work. Do I go home with a third, a second, and a first, or a first?
Well, in fact, they are quite a lot different. You guys run a very unique a very unique concept with the top 10 finals and all that, because because the track is quite short, you can cram a lot of runs in a single day. For example, there is a European Championship round this weekend, and the guys yesterday they did a total of 3 practice runs, and today they are doing a total of 3 race runs, and the time combined between it's not the time combined of the 3, it's the 2 best protos during the day are joined for the combined final time. So every run is massively important, but way fewer runs than you guys get here on Simola, and there's this crescendo of emotion where you're qualifying, and then you have the finals and you really have to give it all.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, one can feel that there's an element of tension in the pit lane. Speaking of the pit lane, a man who's just come out of the pit lane, I can't believe they disqualified your time, Peter Solberg, but another very impressive run, just under 40 seconds. You were hanging it all out there. It was magic to watch.
We tried some new tires, and they are very wide, so they don't actually really fit on the rim, but it was moving quite a lot, so I was off the road a couple of times. But I'm sure that everybody who watched it saw that I tried hard anyway, you know.
You are just a delight to watch. I mean, it's just so fun. Number one, fantastic to have you back here in South Africa.
Thank you.
And also bringing your brother along, which is wonderful. But also just the entertainment that you've given us. And I want to just go back a little bit to yesterday morning in your first run.
Yeah.
And, you know, us as South Africans, a lot of the drivers were going out nice and, you know, slowly just to feel what the track was like. And you went out and just sat there and said, well, I don't know this road, but I'm going to go out there and do my best. And all of a sudden, everyone woke up. It was astonishing to watch.
Yeah, like I said before, you know, the time is not so big difference compared with what I do now. It's very, very small differences, you know. And but I've been driving for many years, rallying and rallycross, you know, all this helps with experience. And I was a little bit surprised myself that I didn't improve more, because I thought, okay, now it's a good starting point. But end of the day, you know, I'm pushing hard, and every time I jump into the car, I'm here to go flat out and show the people that we are doing maximum, that we are not playing any games. All the people is here, you know, they want to see flat out action from every driver, and you have so many great cars here and very fast cars, so it's good fun to be.
And it's wonderful to have you here as well. Just tell us a little bit about these tires that you put onto for this last run, because you guys you haven't seen this car in nearly 5 years. Is that correct? Let's go back there first.
Yeah, 2018 was the last time I drove this car, you know, and you know, I also drove the car in Goodwood, but this is not the same car. That was a full tarmac rally spec chassis. This is very soft chassis with dampers and everything, you know, like 27, 25 springs, and it makes you know, that's why you see the car moving also quite a lot in some corners, you know. But you just have to, you know, nail it and keep it going, you know.
But then also with the tires, all of a sudden you realize the tires are good, but there is a better compound that you could find. So how did you work that out and find these tires that you put on now?
Yeah, I think, you know, Volkswagen South Africa, they tried to get some other tires yesterday, but and it's incredible. They are very good at helping to do the best we can. And you know, so under the race it's not easy to get, but the tires was working actually very good, but just on the very, very fast, the car is really moving quite a lot because of the width on the rims. But we will try I think another set that I used yesterday now.
All right.
Is more rallycross tire. and we compare, you know, and now I can't touch anything anymore, so I have to go up very clean, you know. Yeah.
No, listen, it's going to be spectacular. We've got the final runs coming up this afternoon. The weather hopefully holds, although I suppose if it was a little bit of rain, it could maybe help you a little bit.
The rain will not happen now.
Okay.
No, it will be a nice weather, so I have to just be all in what I can do, and winning the class for sure is the most important thing. But you know, when you're coming to the top 10, you know, everybody can do a mistake and things can happen. You know, so it's never over before it's over. So you have to go all in and do the best you can, and have fun. This is the key.
You got to have fun. I think we've got some footage of you coming through turn 6.
That's where I touched, or?
I think so. Just waiting for my producer to tell me. Oh, yes. Okay, so the one thing is when we see you going up to the bridge, we have noticed all of your times, roughly 202 kilometers around there. Is that a gearing issue with the WRX car? Or?
Yeah, it's maximum. Yeah, this is for rallycross. You know, we have it's 202, so we are on the rev limit for 3-4 seconds. You know, but you know, it is how it is. You know, this is a museum car. You know, it's going to be taken care of, and of course, if you want to do different things and changes, you can do that. But we have to keep the history that is very important for Volkswagen, and
of course,
that's why we brought it here.
Final one, Peter, you rally, I mean, you've raced in just about everything. This kind of a short run hill climb, is it something new to you? Is it something you find quite exciting?
I'm actually a 7-time Norwegian champion in hill climb.
Okay.
So I have been driving, started with a Escort Mark II, Volvo 240 with 340 horsepower, a car we made ourselves that time.
Incredible.
With rally cars, I'm a Nordic champion in the hill climb. So yes, I am very familiar with hill climb, and I love it because it's the end of the day when you're driving in your class, it's only up to you.
That's it.
And you can't rely on anybody else in rallycross or that anybody can destroy for you. So. It's no excuse, huh?
No
you can never
excuses.
come with any excuse.
Peter, it is so great to have you here in South Africa. Please enjoy the rest of the Simola Hill Climb 23, but make sure you come again and bring Ollie as well.
Yeah, I must say, you know, it's been an incredible atmosphere since I came here, and I'm so thankful to everyone here and the people that is watching this. It's a great atmosphere, and I heard it's getting bigger and bigger every year also. But I'm really, you know. Shocked how much the interest is around this hill climb that you have made here. So congratulations for that.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's great to hear. And just enjoy the rest of it. And we'll definitely see you back in South Africa.
I will go flat out.
Yes, we will. Go for it. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
There we go. Peter Solberg. I mean, all you just say is it's Peter Solberg. You don't have to say anything else. And he's proven that since the moment he stepped into his WRX car. So wonderful to have Peter Solberg here and also having a chat with us as well. Also such a brilliant entertainer and, well, just an incredible racing driver, which is wonderful to watch. So we are going to get into class finals after our lunch break this afternoon, and I'm just trying to check my times. We are going to have class finals, okay, which means that our field will be cut down from what it was to the top 3 in each of the classes. So more than likely 40 to 45 competitors will go out, and from there the best times, we will get the top 10s from each of the classes, and then we will eventually go into the top 10 shootout for the supercars, the single-seaters, and the modified saloons. Joining me here, it's the brother, it's Rob Gearing. Wonderful to see you, Rob. You are part of the whole BMW organization, and I suppose mainly responsible for bringing BMW in their 50th anniversary in South Africa with classics and new cars to the Simola Hill Climb.
So I won't take all the credit. It's you should really aim it where it should be. But let's just say that between Dina, Governor, and myself, we saw the opportunity. I've competed here before. I know the power and the passion that we really bring and people see in this event. And we thought, it's 50 years of BMW. We know we've got some of the best icons out there. And the Classic Friday and King of the Hill Saturday, Sunday was a perfect recipe, I think, for our view of the past and our view looking towards the future. So
It's an extraordinary history in South Africa. BMW has still probably one of the most loved and most well-known brands in the country.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Sash, you know me. I grew up on Alphas and Ferraris, but like my suit, I've got blue blood now. I've been fortunate enough to work for BMW for more than 30 years. So I joined in 91, which was the heydays of the Group N 325 ISs, and it's kind of just evolved from there. I've been blessed to be involved in the motorsport part of it for many years, and it's in the blood. It's cool.
It is. It's wonderful. Well, it's in the gearing blood, and I mean, your blood is definitely just motoring and motor racing as well. BMW, let's just go a little bit to Classic Car Friday. Some iconic, well, all of them were iconic, but some very, very special cars. The 530 MLE has got an extraordinary history, and perhaps the first ever M-badge car.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories that go around that, but it does have M on the VIN plate, and I think that's really the base of where it's an official or unofficial M car came from. But for sure, it was a very special car. I mean, if you look at some of the pictures of them when they were building them on the line in Rosslyn back in the day in 1976, they literally had the cheese hole. Swiss cheese graters out there, and that car, if you take the panels off, is full of holes, to try and take the weight away. And we were tremendously excited when that car was rebuilt eventually and donated by Peter K. Eddy. We put a lot of effort to now make the cars, just from looking good, they need to go well.
Of course.
I think at Goodwood it's a good thing of you need to show off what you've got. Cars should be seen on the road. So we made the decision, let's try and get at least a couple of the old, real original things out. And we were really happy to get the MLE up and running. It's never been driven in anger, actually. And that 333i that I was fortunate enough to drive, I think I was at the head of a queue of about 400,000 guys who wanted to drive it. But what an absolute dream and a privilege to have done that.
And that is a very specific South African car. The 333i. I mean, when I saw it on Friday, I just stopped and gawked because I haven't seen one for years, a long time. And those wheels, you know, you just went, oh my word, that's a 333i. Just such a very, very special car, and not a lot of them were made.
No, so we built around about 210 of them. I suspect that most of them are still in existence.
All over the world.
All over the world. They fetch tremendous value. I'm sure, like everything, there's probably more out there than there were originally built, but let's not go there. We're really fortunate with the one we've got because we've had it since day one. So it's always been part of our fleet. It's only got 24,000 Ks on it.
No way, that's ridiculous.
And it was so cool down actually on the beach or on the fields over Wednesday and Thursday. The guys just come and look at it and they go, we've heard of 333. Some guys had never even seen a 333.
Of course.
And really a unique car. Awesome when you start it up. It's got that deep burble that the big sixes had.
Yes.
And what a dream to drive on the hill.
Oh, man, and we thoroughly enjoyed watching you go up there as well, Rob. Just very, very special cars. And then we go into the future. I've just been amazed. This XM is extraordinary. I mean, the way that it handles, and then its power, and then the tech that it's got. I mean, it is just wonderful. And I was chatting to Peter from BMW earlier, and, you know, he said the phrase, he says, the power of choice. And you've got to be able to have the choice. And I love that about BMW, that it's not just, oh, well, sorry, you have to have an electric vehicle. There are going to be a lot of choices going forward. But this XM is something quite special.
It's absolutely. Number one, I think it makes a dramatic statement. So we're really happy with it. We managed to get a red one that we could bring here. I think it just really showcases the car.
Yeah.
But what really blew us away is the performance. So it's a proper M car. At the end of the day, it's the second car after the M1 that's just got 2 letters.
Just got 2 letters, yes.
It's a proper M car. And as you say, the performance is shattering. It's very interesting if you look at the time sheets. They've got the 60-foot timing line, and the XM is right up there with the quickest of the cars out here because it's just so quick off the line, despite all the weight that it's carrying, and it's clearly agile enough to go up the hill because the M2 that I'm driving, Ashley's actually been 0.1 of a second quicker than I've been all weekend up the hill. Incredible. So the car is phenomenal.
It's special. It's a very, very special time, 50 years for BMW. I did ask Peter earlier if, well, what's the future of BMW with Simola Hill Climb, and he said, well, we plan year by year. But I know, Rob, maybe we'll try and bring a couple next year as well.
Let's just say
some others from the museum.
So let's talk about that a little bit because we've got a unique history and one that we want to build up, and we've had a couple of cars that have been missing out of our fleet over the years. Mm-hmm. So what is really cool is we managed to acquire a 745 again.
Yes.
So we've got a manual, one of only the 14 manuals that were built, and let's be honest, that car was built specifically for Group N racing or
Correct.
Group 1 racing back in the day. So we're busy restoring that. And then we've managed to find a genuine 325 IS. So we're busy with the restoration on that car. We're really trying to get it finished for our big 50-year celebrations in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
My team, so I'm the general manager for after sales, so I've got a good technical team. A lot of those guys actually were around in dealerships back in the 90s when those cars were built.
Incredible.
And we've built this car internally. So everything's been done in-house at BMW. The shell's been redone in the body shop. It's back to the original color that it was, and we are super excited. So we have a couple of cars that, let's just say, may qualify should we want to bring some fresh heritage cars next year.
One always likes the opportunity that there is progress. I think that's very, very good. All right, Rob. So fantastic to see you. And listen, thanks for bringing everything from BMW Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your runs up in that magnificent M2 this afternoon. Who knows, could be some silverware for you as well.
You know what? As long as the crowds are enjoying the sight of it, the sounds of it, I'm telling you, I'm having the most fun that anyone can have out there. Rear-wheel drive, manual, it's a real driver's car.
Magic.
That's really last of the breed. Thanks so much.
Fantastic, Rob. Always good to see you. Let's go over to Colin. Colin is outside also chatting with Castrol, one of the big sponsors of Simola as well.
Sorry.
Thanks for everything. You have a smoke yet?
No, you can come out now.
Oh, lekker.
Letting you out. Letting me out.
Jenny Hayes, Group CEO, Marketing, Marketing Director, BP Castrol for Africa.
Yes.
It's a major responsibility.
It is indeed.
And part of your portfolio is motor racing. We love motor racing companies.
Yes, we love motor racing too because that's what our product speaks to.
And you particularly here today, you're partners with the Simola Hill Climb. What does it do for the brand of Castrol being a partner at Simola?
So Simola's got all these high-performance cars, and that's happening over a few days. We supply high-performance lubricants. Castrol Edge is a high-performance lubricant. You can see wherever we've branded Castrol Edge because this lubricant performs under very high pressure, and this is what your supercars need.
We also see the Castrol Edge with the Fords in the Rally Raid series with Neil Woolridge Motorsport. That's also exciting, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Lance and Gareth are the two people we sponsor, and we love what they do for our brand. And we love what they do for themselves as well, because they're showing young people how they can be better. And Castrol wants people to be better with what they do.
And the other cool thing is that Peter Solberg has got Castrol on his WRX Polo here.
Yes, Peter is advocate of Castrol. He loves the brand. We had a small session with him yesterday, which was wonderful because he answered some questions for us. And yeah, he's been with the brand for a long time. He loves the brand and we love him.
Jenny, how do we get to grow Castrol's involvement in more motorsport events?
Yes, so now that COVID is over, we are going to be wherever we can. So you will see us at all the automotive events throughout this year and next year as well, and years to come.
And you will be at Simola 2024?
Absolutely.
Oh, right answer. Jenny, thank you very much for your time, and thank you to Castrol and the whole organization for being involved in Simola and in motorsport. We love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
The Top Gear Volkswagen Polo Cup has been absolutely amazing this season. The next
Thanks so much, Colin. Lovely to hear there from the Castrol representatives. An amazing supporter of the Simola Hill Climb. We thank you very, very much. Now, I am joined in the commentary box by legendary motoring journalist, racing driver, Sadir Matai. Sadir, thank you very much for joining us.
You are very, very kind. Legendary is far from the right word. That's some artistic license. But thank you for having me in the studio. It's great to always chat with you guys. You do a great job on the live stream, keeping people entertained around the world now. You know, this live stream goes out to everyone, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to keep people informed, entertained 8 hours in a day, which is, you guys do a good job.
Thank you very much, Sadir. So this weekend, part of the Suzuki Swift Sport Media Challenge. How's things going out there?
Pretty cool. Yeah, that Swift Sport is such a great little car. It's just truckable. It's fun. I've chosen a manual car. I just love 6-speed manual.
So your other option would have been flappy paddles,
6-speed
right?
Automatic, torque converter automatic, and my two main rivals have automatic cars. I chose the manual. I just think it's so much more fun. And we've been having a great tussle through the weekend from session 1 all the way to now. You guys, Wesley's taken part before on a couple of occasions, including in a Swift, so he had sort of a jump on us, but Kumbi, my fellow motoring scribe, and myself, we chipped away really quickly. You know, we got down from high-ish times and we got into a respectable zone towards the latter part of yesterday. That's been huge fun, and especially like there's a bit of challenge. There's an immediate rival to beat, not just the whole field. It's like, that guy's got the same car as me, so I've got to try and be quicker than him. But it's been great. I mean, the camaraderie across the three of us is, we look at each other's videos, trying to help each other out. So it's been a cool experience.
That's great. And of course, Suzuki is one of the headline sponsors at this year's 2023 Simola Hill Climb. And it's fantastic to have them on board. And part of their participation is, of course, this media challenge that Sadir is a part of. So you have a history in circuit racing. So what is the difference in the mindset and the approach between circuit racing and hill climb?
So I've done a couple of seasons of circuit racing at national and club level down in Cape Town. And I said this to someone the other day that circuit racing, bunch of guys around you, it's like playing around a game of soccer. You know, it's there's lots of people in the pitch. We're all going for the ball, and someone's bound to tackle you at some point. You know, you're gonna
tackle is a bit of a euphemism.
You're gonna end up on your knees on the ground, and the ref calling, pulling a card. And hill climbing, which is my very first experience here driving, is this weekend, is like playing around a golf by yourself. you just have the whole course to yourself. You only have yourself to answer to. Every shot, every corner, every throttle application is just about you and the course. So it's quite a mindset shift, and you've got to really spend time in your own head to get around it. When you're racing circuit, you sometimes reactive to what's going on around you, and you're all trying to outthink the guys that you're racing. So it is quite a shift in my mind. I've done a bunch of races and got here. It's like, where's everybody else? this track is empty.
It's a very mental game, this, because with circuit racing, let's say lap 3. You make a bit of a mistake going into a corner, not your best corner. You can make up that time.
90 seconds later, you're back there, and you can sort it out.
This is just not like that.
Yeah, it's, I think I count 8 corners in total, and there's an hour break between each run, just about. So you have your run, and you're like, oh man, I could have gotten early on the gas at corner 5. Then you wait an hour. And hopefully you remember that, and you don't make a mistake anywhere else. And then, it's this constant reset. And you've got to store it all. So the next time you can't be like, okay, turn 1, flat. Turn 3, slight lift. Turn 4, on the gas, turn it tight. And you've got to keep data logging that in your mind and saving it.
Yeah. And everything has to be perfect.
Correct.
From the launch. If the launch is not perfect, you just know that's just not going to be your best run.
So we've been looking at the data, and it shows the 2 automatic cars are near perfect to the 100th of a second. They go 1.56, 1.54, 1.55, time after. Both cars, 2 different drivers, time after time, they're exactly the same spot.
You mean specifically the launch?
The automatic, yeah. Well, it's 1.54 seconds to 20 meters.
Okay.
And my car, I'm like 1.65, 1.68, 1.77, and I'm losing time to them straight off the bat. 20 meters in, I'm already a 10th down, which I then got to go and make up over the next 1.9 kilometers. So trying to manage that for me has been an interesting one. I've done lots of road testing over the years, so I know how to finesse a little bit, and then you just get a little bit over eager, and then you hear the tires lap, and you go, oh no, it's spinning too much, and you're like, oh, I'll make it up later. I'll just brake later somewhere else.
Yeah, you did. Put your work or get your work cut out for you by going for a manual, because the like you say, there's that difficulty off the launch, or rather a challenge off the mark, we should say. And but like you say, you make it up at the rest of the hill. You just have to change strategy a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And then I just stay in it a bit longer somewhere. Get on the gas. It's an interesting comparison point between the two cars, because that sport comes with the auto box and the manual box, and people think a small automatic car is not going to be efficient, and in this case it is. And it's got the same powertrain in both the cars, so the only difference is the driver and the transmission.
I've been really lucky. Obviously, I mean, both of us in our professions, we drive pretty much every new car that hits the market, and the first time I drove a Swift Sport, I thought to myself, I can't remember the last time I had this much fun in a modern car. I mean, it's not the most powerful car, but it is light.
Yeah.
The suspension, in my opinion, is set up just right for road use and a bit of fun as well.
Yeah.
It is a real joy to drive that car.
Absolutely. It goes back to the essence of hot hatches, People talk about Golf 1 GTIs and Minis and Clio RSs and that ilk of car. And this is the modern version. It's such a cool little toy. Highly underrated. I think, people look at Suzuki and they think Jimny, and they think maybe a Tiga, and so Sport is just this little, has a cult following in its own little corner, which is quite cool, and hopefully more people see it. Hats off to Suzuki, or hats on to Suzuki, as the case may be, but to just putting their money where their mouth is, bringing out 3 cars. The car I'm driving belongs to the MD of Suzuki South Africa.
Oh wow, no pressure.
So no pressure at all. He's been here. He's actually here this weekend.
Is he here watching you drive his car?
He's watching every lap, and he comes back to the pits, has a good look around, checks the headlights, checks the doors. I'm like, man, could you have put me under more pressure?
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's been fantastic. I mean, Suzuki they were here last year. I was a guest of theirs last year, and they had 2 cars. And this year, a guest of theirs again, but as a driver, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And they've got their bikes on display. They've got a couple of Suzuki-powered cars in the field. So their interest here is probably broader than anybody else, which is absolutely fantastic.
I think one of the more interesting stories involving Suzuki and the Simola Hill Climb is that at one point, Franco Scribante Chevron, he took 2 Suzuki Hayabusa bike motors and made a V8.
So you actually get that car. It's a B26.
Yeah.
It's a 2.6 liter V8 that's built from 2 Hayabusa motors. That's another car. He actually has two of those. Yeah. So he's got one that's period perfect, as in a Chevron that ran in its, in the year that it was made, and this other car has a Suzuki Hayabusa engine in it, or the twin Hayabusa motor, which he's run here before. You're right, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's a monster motor, that. And I wonder if Suzuki's participation in Hill Climb might encourage the company as a corporate to look at doing, pushing a little bit more into motorsports, and a little bit more into this side of the industry.
That's a great question, and one that I plan to bring up with them again and again at dinner.
Yeah.
And Katagawa-san, as it turns out, used to work for the Suzuki JWRC team. So he loves motorsport. He's an absolute fan, which I guess is how they got this whole program approved. Excuse me. And hopefully we see more.
Yeah.
More Suzuki involvement.
Yeah.
At different levels in South Africa. And, more people sort of attract to the brand because of their motorsport involvement.
How about a Hayabusa-powered Swift Sport, Suzuki South Africa?
Count me in.
I'll
be here.
A little special something for to go up the hill.
Yeah. I will be here for that. I will definitely be here for that. It'll be phenomenal. Yeah.
I think there's potential here at the Hill Climb to host some special stuff from the manufacturers.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we see something like that from Suzuki.
Maybe even something bigger.
Yeah. Well, you got a little inside information for us there, or am I putting you on the spot?
No. It's just my pipe dream of every motorsport every OEM participating in motorsport in South Africa.
Yeah.
I just love racing of all kinds, and the more OEMs we have in the sport, the better for the sport. And if I can convince Suzuki to go racing, in some other form, I will try my hardest.
I think you make a good point there, because there were these sort of glory days of the 90s racing scene with loads of manufacturers
OEMs,
involved.
Man, they were all involved.
Yeah, and it's the sort of racing sort of seemed to fall out of favor with the OEMs, but for me, the Simola Hill Climb has actually has almost single-handedly brought the OEMs back into racing,
and may that continue.
Sorry, Sudhir.
And may that continue.
Yes, no, may it continue a really long time. It's wonderful to have all the OEMs involved. Suzuki in particular, we thank you very much for supporting the Simola Hill Climb. Sudhir, I thank you for joining us in the studio on this live broadcast. We are going to be going to the class finals just 20 minutes from now. Massively exciting. We are getting to the business end of this competition. So it will be the class finals, and then it will be the 3 King of the Hills competition, where the King of the Hills will be crowned. Not only King Charles being crowned this weekend, but it's the 3 Kings of the Hill as well. And stick with us on the live stream. 20 minutes from now, the class final.
Thank you so much for
It is a very good afternoon and welcome to the Simola Hill Climb 2023. Not a sight I think the fans want to see, but equally for the drivers. It is Simola 2023. With me is Chiro Di Siena. Chiro, the rain has just started dropping. We're about 5 minutes away from the finals of Simola 2023. And man, all of a sudden, this is a complete game changer for everybody. You got to throw everything out of the window. What do you do?
Yeah, Sasha, as we're about to see here, this is really challenging for the teams. I mean, it's challenging for everyone, for the organizers, for the fans who are out there. And I'm sure Colin's going to chat to some of the drivers right now for us. And we're going to pick up on some of the stress and the tension in the pits from the teams.
Well, the cat is firmly amongst the pigeons, and there's feathers flying everywhere because about 10 minutes ago it was warm, it was sunny and bone dry here, and then the rain came from up the top, it rolled down the hill, and it is now wet, wet, wet. There's a whole lot of activity in the pits now. This is class finals, so we've got this is for top three. The top three in each class go. They've got their windscreen wipers on, and then let's have a look here. You will see at the back on the Bezuidenhout Gould, the wet weather tires are being fitted. All up and down the pits, guys, we have wet weather tires going on. Ian Schofield doesn't have wets. They are changing. Stuart says he does. The wets are going on there. The wets are on here. You going to wets? They're waiting to see. The wets are on there. It's a wet, wet day. What have you got on the car? Tires, he says. This is Reggie, the man of little words. But down here at Scribanti, Quibus, what have you got on there? Wets. You got wets on. They've got wets on. It's wet, wet, wet. Guys, this is going to be so interesting. Everybody is tense. I'm looking at grooved. We have to know the Van Zimmerens. Let's have a quick one here. Wade, the cat's in amongst the pigeons. The feathers are flying. What you got on the car?
Got slicks on, so I'm not sure what you're going to do.
He's got slicks on. When do you make the decision?
We'll just see how it goes, but I would have to run on slicks because the wet weathers we don't have rims for. We had to swap tires and rims. Now we don't have a set of rims for the wet weather tires. So I think we're a bit screwed.
But the entertainment value is going to be magnificent.
Thanks. But we'll see what's going to happen. I'm not sure. And to go out on slicks, it's not a good idea.
He's a drifting champion. It would be magnificent, but we also need to know, keep an eye on the safety for everyone. Thanks. Right, the other one we want to know is Peter Zeely, because he pulled it out of the bag. He did a 40-point a little bit and got into the final. So let's go down into the Zeely pits and just go straight down and have a look and see what's on the car. Yes, they are wet. Wet, wet, wet. You have to go with wets. Let's check yeah, wets are going on there as well. Let's have a look at the road cars. Luckily, have got proper road tires on them. Four-wheel drive cars will have a massive advantage. We've got JP van der Walt here. Let's have a quick word with JP. He's the reigning road car champion. Let's have a quick word. JP, nice electric windows. This wetness should suit you.
I think we're on the wrong tire here. We're on a Cup R tire, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge, to be honest with you. But let's see, you know.
Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Talking about challenges, it suddenly got a lot harder and the cars have started. So let's let the cars do the talking in the wet, wet, wet.
There we go, Colin Hasty up and down the pit lane. It is bucketing down now and everyone has to go out in these kind of conditions. Chiro, we start off with Class A1. We've got Sidiya Matai, we've got Wesley Graber, and we've got Dion Joubert. You mentioned something very earlier on in the transmission, that you've got wetness on the track, but you also have these little streams.
So now with this situation, essentially the entire road is soaking. And I think that even if this is a short knysna downpour, which knysna is quite famous for, there's not going to be enough time for the road to dry up. So I do suspect that we are going to see a full wet class final session and a full wet King of the Hill session as well. So this is not, I don't think this is going to be one of those years where records tumble, unfortunately, Sasha. But we just want to see competitors get to the top of the hill safely.
We do a 1:02.667, which is around about 6 seconds off the pace. We've got Rodrigo from Hill Climb Monsters, Rodrigo de Oliveira. Rodrigo, I suppose, you know, conditions... Oh, Rodrigo's not with us, so we'll get to him a little bit later.
Back again.
Oh, he's there. He's there. Rodrigo's there. So, Rodrigo, I suppose in these conditions, you just want it consistent and the same for all of the competitors.
Yeah, we talked so much about consistency throughout this morning, and in the end, we got consistent rain. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what we've got. So class finals, the top three from each of the classes. Wesley Graber is going up the hill now. His best was a 54.395. He needs to be at a 102. That was set by Sudhir Matai, who you chatted to just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I had a lovely chat with Sudhir, motoring journalist extraordinaire, and a proper decent racing driver as well. Lots of circuit racing behind him, and he's made it into his class final.
There we go. He's a full 2 seconds quicker. There we go. 1 minute flat. This is the cream of the crop. We have the fantastic Dion Joubert. A little bit slow off the line or tentative off the line, but you don't want to wheel spin too much.
That's the thing. The front-wheel drive cars, of which the Suzukis and the Hondas are all front-wheel drive, I mean, almost impossible to get a good launch in these conditions. The Suzukis are quite comprehensively outgunned by the Type R, so not really a fair fight, unfortunately. Dion Joubert's brought a gun to a knife fight, so to speak. and I suspect that he will take this class title.
Oh my word! Hold on a second, if he can keep it on there. I'm just trying to see if he hit any policemen.
I think he managed to just bring it back in before that policeman on the edge of turn 3.
All right, just for those who are new to hill climb racing, we have these blue pool noodles there. You can see them on the left hand side, and if you touch one of those, you're immediately disqualified. It was pretty close there, but I think he's going to be okay. Let's see what kind of time he comes across the line at 55.3. To give you an idea, that's roughly 7 seconds slower than what he did in the dry conditions.
That's interesting, Sasha. So it seems like, at least for the two-wheel drive cars, there's about 7 seconds in it. I mean, Dion is about as consistent as you get as a racing driver. So the faster cars maybe 5 seconds slower, 7 seconds for the two-wheel drive cars.
These are completely changeable conditions. We've got Jonathan Machotsi, who's out there in the Golf R. He'll also be up against Mika Salo and Clint Weston in the two Mercedes.
I'm wondering, I'm just seeing the windscreen wipers working furiously on this new Golf 8R, and I'm wondering if some of the top competitors even run windscreen wipers, because that's just extra weight. So some of the top competitors here are really going to be at a massive disadvantage in the rain.
Yeah, they go so fast, the water just doesn't even touch them.
Perhaps. And the first Golf 8R is setting a time now.
Oh, that's a pretty decent time. 52 seconds, 0.5.
Massive advantage being all-wheel drive.
Yeah, very much.
All-wheel drive car here.
Well, Mika Salo is accustomed to racing in all kinds of conditions. Let's see what he can do. That was a pretty impressive launch.
Yeah, these modern cars, the software in the launch control is just incredible. The way it manages the traction off the line. And you can see how deep the water is getting out there. Big puddles.
Yeah, it's getting more and more wet.
The risk of aquaplaning really now starts to come into play. The road tires will help, but there's only so much that they can do. If you hit standing water, well, you're potentially just a passenger at that point.
Oh, a little bit wide, but oh, he's got a hold on there. Coming into the right-hander, he's going to come past those blue polo. He's not holding back.
I wonder, I'm hearing the raindrops on the microphones on the track, so it seems like it's darker at the top of the course. The rain did start at the top. At one point, we had Pikes Peak conditions here, where we had a dry bottom of the track and a wet top of the track.
That is a mighty impressive time from Mika Salo, 50.741. We're going to see what Clint Weston can do. This is Class A2. Rodrigo, have you driven in the wet up the hill?
Quite a few times. The rain is not that uncommon here in Europe, but it's never a pleasant feeling when you are going against the clock in hill climb mode, when you're really set on getting a proper fast time. Lines change, there's a whole different mindset, and it's just not the best feeling, I have to say. Now my question is it continuous rain there, or did it stop, and are we looking at a track that will get better over the afternoon?
I think I've got the answer to that, guys, is that I'm in the pit lane here, and the rain has diminished. It came rolling down from the hotel at the top of the hill, and I can look at it now, and it's completely clear there. So the wind is coming down the hill and out towards the sea. It's got brighter, it's got a lot warmer, and this makes it even more tricky for the end of the class finals. I'm pretty sure that that's all wet, but when we go into the top 10 shootout, I think it might be dry conditions by then, but who knows?
It is just so changeable. It's so tricky for everybody. Great lap there from Clint Weston. We're coming into the Class A3 finals, and yeah, just having a look. This will be Martin Wild because Piet Potgieter has withdrawn, so Martin Wild makes it through. But very tough conditions. Last year you raced, Chiro. Did you went up in damp, wet conditions?
I did. The Saturday was very wet. My first run up the hill was in completely wet conditions, windscreen wipers going, and luckily in an all-wheel drive car with very fancy traction control. And I was actually, funnily enough, the first competitor to go under a minute in those conditions because I just had the right car under me. But it's really heart in your mouth stuff. This is difficult, and you are dancing on the edge of traction here. You know, normally you're pushing the car to the limit in the dry, but right now you're not really sure where the limit is, and that's when things can go wrong. But as Colin just said, we now potentially have the situation where if the rain does pass, and it seems like the wind is going to blow the rain over the track, we might have a slightly drier top 10 shootout this afternoon.
Okay, so hold on a sec. I'm just getting confused as to where we are, because that is JP van der Walt that is going out on track. Oh yes, with Wilhelm Kuhn. So we haven't had Class A3 yet. This is Class A4. So a 54 for Wilhelm, 54.4. Let's see what JP can do. He says he was concerned about the tires.
It's another all-wheel drive car, which will help.
No, that's very impressive.
48.4. That's a brave drive from JP van der Walt, last year's winner, last year's King of the Hill in the road car shootout. This car, sitting on turn 1, listening to this guy up the hill, was an absolute joy. I'm not even sure this thing has an exhaust on it. That's how loud it was. Phenomenal noise from this Porsche GT3.
Well, I must say that Sean's got some serious competition, and that is himself.
Yeah.
So he's the only one in his class at A5. His best time has been a 53, taking a very different line there, avoiding the bumps. Doesn't have anything to prove, just go out there and have a little bit of fun.
I think with the changeability of the conditions now, if we do see the rain stop, to be honest, that's your mechanic's worst nightmare, it's your driver's worst nightmare, because you have to be, especially the monsters, the hill climb monsters, they need to be on the right tire. They can't, if they take the slicks, the chance of making it over the finish line is greatly reduced. The wet weathers are slower. But if you've got changeable conditions, you can't take both tires with you up the hill and change halfway up. That would severely affect the time. So it's a really difficult situation for a lot of the teams. A little bit easier for a car like this on road tires.
Yeah, very, very difficult, but very cool time. That was from Sean McKay. Here's Thomas Falconer in the BMW.
And Sasha, I do feel for Thomas, because for him to take the electric car record, he would have need to have set the time in a class final or in a shootout, and the conditions right now for him are awful.
Don't allow it. What was your time last year? Do you remember?
49.231.
Okay. So I think you're safe, my friend.
I might be.
I think you're very safe.
And I don't say that with any joy, because I'm a big fan of Thomas. He's a fantastic guy, and he's a great driver. He doesn't deserve these conditions, unfortunately, but that is racing.
Terribly sorry, Thomas.
51.347.
I'll just go the other way. Terribly sorry, Thomas. You're going to have to come back next year. Ciro Di Siena still holds the record. Although, let's see if Ashley Oldfield might be able to. Yeah. But that's a different vehicle. That is a different vehicle. Okay, we got the Supra coming up now. Rodrigo, the quality of driving at the Simola Hill Climb. What are your thoughts?
The quality of driving it's pretty high. Even though some may be used to gentleman drivers and racing drivers, but the thing is, even for a country which has pretty much only one very seriously taken hill climb during the year, the hill climb mentality is very ingrained in a lot of these drivers. They really are good at getting on the zone for this one that is hugely important. So my recommendation is you guys have to get a national African or South African championship to put everyone up against each other the proper way.
All right.
50.233 for the Supra. That would have been a challenging drive, powerful rear-wheel drive car, but the road tires definitely would have helped.
Sure, it is the class finals that are taking place, so there are a couple of cars that haven't made it, and I'm just trying to see where Farad was. There we go, he's in class A3. He did a 50, that's correct, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole thing is we're waiting for Robert Gearing. He needs to go out in the M2 because that's his competitor.
I see it there just behind the Mustang.
Okay, we got the Mustang. We've got a Scooby. No, that's the BMW M5. Shiraz Bawa.
A car after my own heart.
Oh, love it.
V10 BMW M5.
My favorite M5.
It's so good to see a car like that go up the hill. You know, valuable car, that increasingly valuable car as well, and driven very competently by Shiraz in difficult conditions. That's a big, heavy rear-wheel drive car, that, and safely over the line with a 58.
Pretty respectable time as well. So roughly 4 seconds the difference the track is making right now. And as Colin said to us earlier, the train has stopped. I mean the rain, the rain seems to have stopped. And the more cars we have going up the track, a little bit of dispersion of the water doesn't necessarily make it that much easier or a huge amount easier. But there's going to be some head scratching as to what tire to go on, especially for those guys towards the latter part of the runs.
We will probably see a dry line emerging if the rain does stay away. Tricky, very tricky conditions for the heavy, powerful rear-wheel drive cars here. I'm not ashamed to say that I don't think I'd want to be sending one of these high-powered rear-wheel drive cars up the hill. It's a really difficult drive. But as Rodrigo was saying, you know, especially the more professional drivers, they're built for this stuff. They've experienced it, they've faced it before, and they will, I suppose, just adjust their approach and their strategy to squeeze the best time out of the day.
Okay, so here we go. We've got Rob Gearing And he's got to beat a, there we go, a 52nd time. That's going to be quite interesting.
Let's see what he can pull together here in this manual M2. One of its first outings in South Africa. It was revealed to the world and to South Africans at the M Fest at Kyalami. I don't know if you know, Sasha, but the M Fest at Kyalami is the largest M Fest on Earth.
Is that so?
Yeah, happens in South Africa, yeah. It is the biggest one on Earth. Massive, massive festival. I was there last year. It was so much fun.
Incredible.
And it's lovely to see one of these brand new M2s driving up the track now. Rob Gearing, an incredible skipper. Well, you are a bit of a skipper out here. That's how wet it is. And safely over the line.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Let's come on. Let's give us a time here. And Rob Gearing goes a 54. All right.
First turnaround.
All-wheel drive on this Audi R8 V10. Same engine you get. Same engine you get. Same engine you get in the Huracan V10. Audi and Lamborghini being siblings, and he'll be glad he's got all-wheel drive going up the hill.
Yeah, very interchangeable parts.
Sadly, Audi have discontinued this car. They've discontinued the R8 and the TTRS, so this is these cars are now whatever's out there, that's what exists, and it's great to see them going up the hill.
Yeah, in value, it's going to be amazing. He needs to be at a 57.3. He smashed that. He smashed that. 50 seconds, so just about 4 seconds. Okay, let's enjoy the launch. Here's a Shelby.
Yeah, that Mustang was fighting for traction off the line there.
Paige Liebenberg going up the hill. This is class finals. These are brutal cars. And this is class A7.
I was chatting to Jonathan Mkhotsi earlier from Volkswagen, and you know, racing drivers, when they're in road cars, they like to turn off the traction control completely, the stability control completely. They like to be in charge and in command of everything that the car is doing. But I wonder now what the drivers are doing in these conditions, because the reality is that the traction control and ESC is very helpful in wet conditions, but it does intervene. When you ask the car for full power, it might say no. And racing drivers don't like that.
Yeah, I think it'd just be a personal preference or how well you know the your own car.
Yeah, no, good point.
So Paige comes over the line, a 1 minute. Definitely not pushing it. That's 11 seconds slower than her best time.
Yeah, it's a tricky car to drive up the hill. I feel for her, I really do. It's rear-wheel drive. It's heavy. It's a car which is tail happy in the best of conditions, and when you're going up on what is essentially an ice rink, you really do have your work cut out for you.
Yeah, here's James Temple. He was second in his class with a 49.2.
That's quick up there, though. Not
That's
holding back on the main straight. Keeping it tidy to turn 3. It's sitting here in the commentary booth, all of my sort of instincts when I'm watching that car come out of turn 3, I'm just waiting for the snap oversteer. I almost feel it in, you know, sort of like my reactions kicking in. It's really strange.
Yeah.
But really neat though through there.
Yeah, very good. Let's see his time coming through, and we have a 55. Very good. Rodrigo, do you think there's a possibility that some of the big teams with a massive horsepower could maybe slightly tone it down in these kind of conditions to get better traction off the line?
If they have the opportunity to do so, they will do so. It comes down also to the kind of traction control they have fitted in their cars. Some of these state-of-the-art racing traction controls we have now are quite clever and can really halve the torque in the correct conditions and in the correct situations. So it will be a game between boost, traction control, engine management. It will be a case-by-case scenario, but hopefully when they come, they have conditions as good as that will be sufficiently good for them to place for the top 10 shootout in a fair way.
Yeah, very good point. What a fantastic weekend Garth McIntosh has had, winning his class there with a 52.8. Magic stuff.
So he was in the 44s, ran a 52 now in the wet. A McLaren 720S is a handful at the best of times. Brave to take it up the hill. I mean, it's a lot of risk. I'm pretty sure you can't pull outsurance and say, can you insure my McLaren at the Simola Hill Climb? So it's a lot of personal risk sending a car like that up the hill, but he loves it. He absolutely lives for this.
Yeah, also quite a lot of risk as this is a museum car. Jeff Goddard Jr. going up in the magnificent 325 IS. Just, I mean, that flat six, just magnificent sound.
That is a legendary car, that. And a legendary name on the side as well, Tony Viana. We're lucky to have some of his contemporaries here, Dion Hubert.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Coming towards the end of the lap, Jeff Goddard Jr. Let's see what he can do in the 325 IS BMW.
That's decent in that car.
It's not bad, not bad.
In these conditions. Not a whiff of traction control in an old standing group end car.
That's without a doubt.
Bit more traction control in this, the all-electric iX3. This is a car that you can walk into a showroom right now and drive out with. And you can come to the Simola Hill Climb, send it up the hill if you want.
If you want to, yes.
But definitely one of the best electric cars available in South Africa at the moment. I've spent some time with one. Very enjoyable car to live with.
Magic.
And all-wheel drive as well, so a lot easier up the hill. And does it look to you like there's a little bit of light up there at the top of the hill, Sasha? I don't know.
I honestly don't have a clue, but it doesn't seem like there are any drops falling on the lenses.
Yeah. And we've stopped hearing it on the microphones as well, the track microphones. I don't know, it looks brighter to me.
We're not seeing the cars using the wipers, so that's a good sign always.
Yeah, excellent point, Rodrigo.
Yeah, there we go. No, this car is just, I'm amazed by this thing. I just think it's unbelievable.
This is a technological tour de force. One of the most interesting aspects of this XM is that it can operate in fully electric mode. So you can drive this thing in complete silence all the way past highway speeds for about 80 kilometers without using a drop of petrol.
Incredible.
And then if you want, well, you just tell it to use the twin-turbo V8 under the bonnet, and then you've got a monster SUV. It's a car with many talents, it really is, and the driver himself talented as well. Good friend Ashley Oldfield from Cars.co.za.
Amazing, and also only the second M car that only has two letter numbers. You had the M1,
yeah,
and now the XM. All of the others are M5 something or whatever. Very interesting car. Love this thing.
Interestingly, also, that is a bespoke M car. 49. Wow.
Sure.
I mean, Ash is a friend of mine, but to only lose 2 seconds or just under in these conditions in a car like that.
Oh, the track is definitely improving. Without a doubt, everyone will be noticing what is going on. And this is a car that just jumped out of nowhere, but this was a winner of something.
The imposter.
An imposter?
Yes, I thought it was an imposter earlier. We were both going, who is this? And why haven't we seen this car before?
I might be going crazy. There's always a real possibility of that, but I don't remember seeing this car.
No, we haven't.
yesterday.
We haven't, Cyril. But then actually somebody did tell me what it was about, and for the life of me, I can't remember. But it's somebody who won a competition or did a competition, and they're going up the hill. Master Drive. It's got something to do with Master Drive, but that seems to be very, very slow. Okay, coming up next, Anthony Taylor, who had a huge moment during the course of today, going up towards the top of the hill. And yeah, we want to hear this monster Raptor Ranger off the line and just see the incredible talents of Anthony Taylor. So we'll cross over to our start finish. Oh, he's gone.
So one of my favorite aspects of this new Ranger Raptor is it has 4 exhaust modes, and before you turn the car on you can select quiet, so that if you don't want to bother your neighbors you can start the car in quiet mode.
That's very courteous.
And then once you get going you can put it in Baja mode, and then it's basically like a straight through essentially, and then it sounds like a thunderstorm. That's some cool engineering, some considerate engineering from the Ford engineer.
I like that. Okay, let's watch Anthony Taylor, because these S's coming up, that's what he might be. Well, he's a racing driver, would have forgotten about it, but now it's the same kind of conditions. Ah, there we go, and no brakes. So went through there pretty cautiously, but I think it's still going to be a very, very strong time.
I think that no matter what happens here, 102, this Raptor will hold the production Bakkie record on the hill. I mean, I can't think of another Bakkie that's that fast ever.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
So 102 there.
He did take it cautiously, a full 8 seconds slower than he's been before.
So a little 240i now going up the hill. Probably one of the best dailies that you can get your hands on. They're very popular amongst BMW enthusiasts. Just under the M2 in terms of power. And looking good in white with that livery as well. You can actually see in that shot the tracks from the Raptor going straight.
Yeah.
And I think one of the Scribantes, I think, as well.
I think also, yeah.
Went off-road.
It was. Let's see what time Martin Wild can actually put in here. Sure, I think that finishes him second in the class. Wow. Well done, Martin. I think that class win is going to go to Farad Ibrahim, then Martin Wild, and then Rob Gearing.
There we go. That Supra is fast.
Very, very quick. Now these Cobras surely must have wet weather tires on them. All right, both of them are getting out of the way.
Why? We're trying to
maybe making
clearing
space.
The start line a little bit here, or clearing the road to the start line. Yeah, it can't be too much fun going out in a Cobra in these conditions. You need the windscreen wipers on your helmet visor. I think that's probably the only thing that'll help.
Well, the thing is, they've got to get these cars out in a sequential order. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense.
Front-wheel drive, i30N, struggling off the line. There's just nothing you can do about the sheer physics of that. When you accelerate in any car, the weight transfers to the back, and the problem is that if your drive is going out through the front wheels, the tires aren't being pushed into the ground by the weight of the car's a bit lighter at the front, and you just lose grip. So the front-wheel drive cars are at a massive disadvantage off the line. Once they get going, though, not too much of a disadvantage. Maybe more understeer than oversteer in some of the corners.
You know, there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes, protests from various competitors against other competitors. Just seen something that's saying somebody's been keeping their tires warm, which is against the regulations in the specific class. There are lots of shenanigans. One can never say a result is official until it is actually lodged as being official. That's a great time.
55 seconds there. Something just a bit off on the launch there. Seems the car has recovered, but unfortunately this run will certainly not be the best that it could have been with such a difficult launch.
Yeah. You lose so much time if you don't get your launch correct. So on track we've got Mike Verrier, who is... Yeah, sorry, Rodrigo.
Well, now we'll start seeing the pure racing cars, and they may struggle a bit more than the world cars due to the rigidity of their concept. I'm curious to see how they'll fare in these conditions.
As we saw with the Van Zimmerens, they might not even be able to run, given the fact that they don't have the wets on a set of rims, and to guard in slicks is just not smart.
Yeah.
Polo GTC car now. Gingerly off the line in these conditions, but will definitely be getting up to speed now through the rest of the track.
Yeah, and Graham Nathan, I mean, he's raced in everything and every kind of condition, so I think we can see something quite impressive from him. The car that we saw before, Mike Verrier, now, I don't know where I've been for the last 2 days, but that's the first time I've seen that car go up the hill.
No, I've spotted him.
Oh, have you? Okay, there we go. I just wanted confirmation that I'm not that crazy or insane.
This Polo is being pushed about as hard as it can be pushed up the hill, I think. Impressive driving, 185 kilometers an hour at the bridge. 50.664.
Mighty impressive.
Another all-wheel drive car now heading up the hill. Massive advantage having all power go through all four tires in these conditions. But that seemed to me like he slowed down. Yeah, no, there's something wrong there. Hopefully no oil deposited onto the track.
Oh, come on, just make it even more spicy. Is it not slippery? It's not slippery enough. Come on, throw some oil down. That's sad for its... Yeah, sorry, Rodrigo.
He was waiting. He put his arm out the car. He was waiting for something.
Limping to the top of the hill, unfortunately. If he doesn't make it, unfortunately, we'll probably have to stop the session to
get it out,
recover the car, and down to a crawl now. Rodrigo, you did say he is.
He was waiting. Okay, no.
Signaling something. Yeah.
Oh, what a pity. You come all this way for this critical time, and it's your last run, and bang, it all just goes a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
That's Tanya Watts, yeah.
The joy and the pain of motorsports. So things have slowed down a little bit with that car, the Subaru, limping to the top of the hill, but the action should resume shortly with Lamborghini Huracan.
Just trying to see if there are any notifications. Just looking at our timing sheets, we've got Clint Weston as the top of the timing sheets, which is a little concerning because JP van der Vault definitely went faster. He's not showing a time. Ricky Giannicaro, I was talking to him earlier just before the rain was down at the pit lane. I said, Ricky, I've got to tell you, it is raining at the top of the hill. And he said, no. He says the Lamborghini doesn't like the wet.
No, I can imagine that it's significantly more challenging in a car like this.
Yeah, that's 189 Ks through there. He says he loses about a second off the line. They just cannot get the launch correct.
Massive rooster tail being thrown up by the Lamborghini.
So it just shows you there's a lot of water that's still out there. That's a good time, 49.2 from Ricky Giannicaro.
And I can feel the latest car launching here.
Whoa!
Very sideways in this very special Lotus. Nearly 200 k's an hour though at the bridge through the speed trap, so that's quick.
Very, very fast. If you consider Giannicaro was about 188, so Hubert right on it. Peter Hubert needs to beat a 49.2 in order to take his class.
It looks to me like the cars are getting faster through the S's.
Yeah.
It's in these conditions. You can push quite hard up the straights, that's for sure. We saw that now with the Lotus. Here's Solberg.
I will see some major difference.
I think let's just watch this.
Polo R WRX, the car is on its way up the hill for the penultimate time. I think you'll see the scrap later on for top 10. But this one is for the class final win. Can he hang on to the top end of this one? He's going to beat Lee Thompson against It's going to be a rapid time there from Solberg, probably the fastest of the win session here in the class finals.
That looked quick.
Oh, that is ridiculous.
And these conditions are playing right into Solberg's hands. His car is definitely happier in these conditions than a lot of the other cars in the field here at Simola. And he'll be happy with that. 43 just losing, where other competitors are losing 5-7 seconds. He only lost about 3. So incredible drive there from Peter Solberg.
Oh, just wonderful. I mean, and always the entertainer. Magic to see, having so much fun down here. I think the crowd must have loved that as well. We didn't see this in Q6. Let's see what the Lotus Ferrari can do.
Well, unfortunately, it can generate a massive amount of wheel spin off the
We do know that.
Twin turbocharged Ferrari V8 in this Lotus. One of the most special cars here at Simola. Huge rear wing on the back. That looks quick up the hill, not holding back up the hill. That massive wing will be providing a lot of downforce on the rear, so maybe he'll be able to push harder than some of the other competitors who don't have as dramatic aero.
Oh man, Rodrigo, this is a fun car to watch.
Yes, it is, and he almost understeered on the first corner. Was quite scary.
Yeah.
What?
46.
Wow, that's impressive. That is a very good time.
was a big surprise on the last qualifier.
Yes. This Lee Thompson pumped in an unbelievable lap in the last qualifier. So now the weather's changed. So on the wet weather tyres, let's see. But he really showed his hand on the last qualifying.
I'm unfamiliar with this car, but I suspect this is all-wheel drive. The way it's very neutral, no understeer, no oversteer.
I must say I cannot confirm that, but it could well be. Lots of braking through there.
This looks pretty quick.
47,553.
Third in the session. I think what we're seeing here is an interesting prelude to the Kings of the Hill shootout. We're starting to see where some of the rivalries are being set up. That's very ginger through there. Yeah, that's very gingerly through there. Something wrong. A bit quicker now, but the first section of the course looked very difficult.
No, not
140 k's an hour. That's way off the pace.
Back right off in the Noble.
That, I believe, is the Honda Lotus.
Oh, Honda Lotus.
Honda Lotus, yeah.
That's very... It doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with it.
I think that what might have happened here is the car just didn't feel right, and in a bid to save the car, driver backs off, just gets it over the line in one piece, makes it back down to the pits, and hopefully diagnose the problem before the shootout.
Stuck in a gear. Peter Zealy!
Are the Peter Zealy fans across the room?
Just trying to get that traction. Come on, Peter Zealy, let's see what you can do.
As Colin pointed out in his recent pit walk, Peter Zealy is on wets here. So he's got the right tyres at his disposal. And that means that these conditions will be playing in his favour. 206 at the bridge, that's quick. Massive rooster tail. You can just see the water colliding with that rear wing and spraying off the back. What a sight.
Practical demonstration of what the aero is.
Oh man, Davy Hubert's time has been deleted. Brilliant.
44.6.
Brilliant. Peter Zealy goes second. Davy Hubert's time is deleted.
And now one of the Scribante Audis. Zealy, of course, will be fighting it out against the Sheriff in the hands of Franco Scribante. So it'll be interesting to see what the Sheriff runs in this session. We can compare it to Zealy's time and see what we're up against, or what we might be looking at in the final. But I stand to be corrected, but I think Solberg will be in the same shootout as well as Zealy and Scribante.
Could well do it. Aldo, that's 207. That's very good. This car should really be good in these kind of conditions. All-wheel drive. Oh, sounded like a missed gear there.
Well, at least he didn't understeer out on that corner like he did on the last run.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Audi a little less suited to going off-road than the Ranger Raptor. So
that is second fastest. That was quicker than Peter Zealy.
That was quick.
That's a fantastic time from Aldo Scribante. Whoa! It's hotting up here at Simola. These Scoobies should also be pretty impressive up going up the hill. Anton Grenier.
So if you've just joined us, these are the class finals. The second last stage of this competition. The only thing left to run after this will be the 3 Kings of the Hill shootouts. So right now on the left of your screen, what you're seeing there is Solberg running the top time of the session, but not necessarily in the same, those names are not necessarily in their respective classes. So But Solberg, Scribante and Zili are the three fastest cars out there right now, three fastest drivers.
Yeah, that looked pretty decent.
And we are yet to see Franco Scribante.
Man, this is getting fantastic. Anton Cornier. There's nothing. Oh, speaking of monsters and crazy stuff.
Speak of the sheriff and he will arrive.
Franco Scribante. Huge battle between him as well as Richard Roots.
Gingerly off the line, no point connecting and collecting some of the media center wall there. Sorry, Rodrigo, go ahead.
Very clean off the line. For a car this powerful, it has been quite smooth during today.
220 up the hill, so definitely not sparing the horses on the main uphill.
Flat out going into the S's.
This looks quick.
Yeah, this is pretty decent from Franco Scribante. Let's see what he can do. He wants to try and beat a 43.3. 42.2 for Franco Scribante. Now, where is Richard Roots? Because this is a shootout for the class. There he goes. There he goes. We've lost all of our sound. Ah, here it is. It's coming back.
If you missed the competition yesterday, Richard Roots unofficially set a new modified saloon fastest time up the hill.
231. 231. Scribante was 220.
10 k's an hour faster.
Oh, this is going to be a monster time from Richard Roots. 40.5.
Wow.
That is unbelievable. What a time from Richard Roots. 1.7 seconds faster than Franco Scribante.
Richard Roots' car has just got some special sauce in it this year. It has been unbelievably quick all weekend and unbelievably reliable as well. Sometimes those two things don't go together. And there was a huge round of applause there from the Simola crowd. They absolutely loved that. And he's completely laid down the gauntlet now because Solberg, Zili, Scribante, Richard Roots, and the other Scribante will all be fighting it out for the King of the Hill.
Yeah.
So we are looking at an extremely exciting competition in that particular King of the Hill shootout.
Rodrigo, that was a mighty impressive lap in these wet conditions.
It wasn't, and the thing is, it was visually much quicker than the competition. Sometimes it doesn't look that quick, and the time appears and all that. But no. Here we saw Richard really taking it to another level, even compared to the WRX Polo of Solberg, and that was massively surprising given the conceptual differences between both cars.
Man, that was just mighty impressive. I'm sitting here. You could just see that Richard has just been on it the whole time, this whole weekend, and didn't hold back at all. He just sat there and says, whatever the road is giving me, I will give it back.
Yeah, he gave us one of the best one-liners ever yesterday, and now he's given us one of the best wet laps in Simola history. That was an impressive drive. And of course, because, you know, if say Richard had gone out earlier in the session or vice versa, and the track did get a little better towards the end of the run, but at the same time, those competitors all ran very close to each other. So very similar track conditions for all of them. But somehow Richard Roots, the car, just enjoying the wet a little bit more, giving him more confidence to push on than some of his competitors, even the WRX car, which I suspect doesn't have the right tires for these conditions. I don't think Petter has what he would think is the ideal tire for this condition. But still, this is going to be a particularly epic shootout.
Rodrigo, Davy Hubert has got to be incredibly disappointed in himself, getting his time deleted. He was right up there in the top 6, top 7. So, unfortunately, those little mistakes, that's cost him dearly.
I'm not a fan of the policeman rule book you guys got there, and this is one of the reasons why. But rules are rules. But speaking of Uber, we also did not see the Lotus Ferrari doing any run now. So maybe the problem he had during qualifying was much more serious than we thought.
Yeah, very much so.
I wonder if we will see the Ferrari Lotus back on the start line for the King of the Hill. Remains to be seen, I suppose. But if you've just joined us, stick around, because there's not a very long turnaround time now until we start the real business end of this weekend, the 3 King of the Hill shootouts. So the cars are divided roughly equally to sort of single-seaters, what we call tin-top cars, the modified saloons, and then the road cars, the stock cars. They have to be stock from factory. They have to be running on factory tires as well, production tires as well. So 3 Kings of the Hill will be crowned this afternoon.
Yeah, and we've only got 10 in each category. So we're going to be going down to 10 cars going up at a shot. And the top 3 are the ones that take all of the spoils. And, of course, 3 kings today. We had 1 king apparently yesterday, which I heard about, I don't know. But 3 kings today. This modified saloon shootout, I think, has got someone like Franco Scribante shaking his head and going, wow, I'm going to have to find something if I'm going to try and beat Rechodrits.
Yeah, we were lucky to film with the Scribante team. They've got a couple of incredible cars in their collection. And what a nice bunch of guys. What a hard-working bunch of guys as well. I mean, they really are a crack team of engineers that have put together these incredible cars. But I think, and Rodrigo, maybe you can chime in here as well, but when you are pushing the envelope at this level, the cars start to get quite particular. There's a reason that road cars don't have 1,400 horsepower, because power and reliability are sometimes interchangeable.
Yeah, that's where I have a friend who uses to joke that when you come to this level, it all starts to be a bit like alchemy. You have to balance a lot of things at the same time. You have the driver on one side who is willing to push past the limit if needed, but then you have to account that mechanically some cars are not prepared to be pushed that far. But to go after major success, you have to really push things, and between boosting to an engine to outrageous levels or taking an NA engine over 10k RPM, 11k RPM, and all that, well, it all comes at a cost. The nice thing about hill climb racing is that it is one of the last types of motorsport where it is possible to take cars this far and really test where the limit is.
Yeah, very much so. It is a unique way of racing, going up hill climbs. It's a tremendous amount of fun. I'm just saying out there that it would be nice to be invited to do it by somebody. Maybe talk to a couple of the guys up and down the pit lane as well, to go and do it at speed.
No, Sasha, I really hope one day you get send something up the hill. It is a magical experience. And Rodrigo, you're right. The beauty of hill climb and is that it releases some of or relieves some of the frustration that motorsport fans have around the world, that modern motorsport formulas have become over-regulated. And sometimes fans just want to see the fastest car with the fastest driver setting the fastest time. Like, bring what you brought and send it up the hill. Bring the fastest car you can, the most powerful car you can. And that is real catnip to motorsport enthusiasts. And Colin is now down in the pits.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to go with this. You are absolutely crazy. A 40, Reggie, what went through your mind?
A 39, but we didn't make that. No, it felt good, Colin. The whole way I was just thinking, I'm pushing too hard, I'm pushing too hard, I'm pushing too hard, don't throw it away. And somehow I kept it on rails. and it all worked out perfectly.
Was the secret to that time the instant feel you had of the grip going into turn 1?
I went into turn 1 harder than I think I should have, and the grip was there, and it gave me the confidence to go for the rest of the hill. So it was duck or no dinner.
You really put the cat amongst the pigeons now.
Did you see the feathers fly?
We saw them fly for miles.
Thanks, buddy.
Well done. What a win. We've got to go and talk to Franco, who's right next to us. The car's single seaters are getting ready to go. They haven't gone yet. Franco, let's see if we can talk to him. He said, yes, we can talk to him. Franco, what a fight.
Well, look, I mean, Richard had a lot on me there, definitely. I don't know where you found that.
It's going to make a very interesting top 10.
Yeah, it will make it very interesting, yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
Right, we're going to get out of here. The single seaters, let's go and have a quick look. And you'll see there's sunshine, but there's still lots and lots of wetness. The single seaters are leaving.
All right, thank you, Colin. Good to see the comments from Richard Ritz. You know, that is what you love about a racing driver. So I maybe gone in a little bit hard or a little too hot into turn 1, but you know, as soon as I felt there was the grip, then I had that confidence to just push it all the way up. I mean, that's just sheer commitment and courage.
I really enjoy Richard Ritz, both as a driver and a personality. Always full of good cheer, full of good one-liners, and on your picture now, you'll see that the sun is out at the top of the hill. But as we were saying earlier, this is the least ideal set of conditions now for the drivers, because the track is still wet. It might be drying, but it's still wet in patches. I had a moment last year where the track started drying, and you know, it looks dry, so you push as if it's dry. I came into the S's and there was one of those streams on the corner, and I just went a little bit cold. I thought, this is it, I'm going to aquaplane this car off the road. It's really scary.
It's very treacherous. Now I'm trying to think of what tyres are on this little single seater, because I know you can see they are grooved. Yeah, pretty difficult. The single seaters, and then of course we will go into the top 10 shootouts. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. Either that or just stuck into, could be the electronics of the car, or otherwise just stuck in a gear.
For our international viewers this weekend, knysna is a beautiful coastal town on the southern tip of South Africa, of the African continent, and it is famous for having changeable weather, and we've seen that this weekend. We've had just about everything being thrown at our competitors this weekend. We now have a wet track with sunshine at the top of the hill as well. I don't think it gets much more challenging than this for the teams and the drivers right now.
Now watch this young man, Andrew Rackstraw, get a little bit of squirrel through turn 1, but seems to have found the grip. This guy is such a super talent. Yeah, this guy is definitely, well, I don't think anyone can challenge Andre Bezuidenhout, but finals are finals, and anything can happen. But this kid is really, really somebody to watch right now, and of course for the future.
And also just one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's a wonderful personality, and with a long, bright future in motorsport ahead of him.
Whoa! That's commitment.
That's well held. Big snap oversteer there in this Formula VW from Andrew Rackstraw, but dab of Oppo and he was away.
Yeah, 44.9 for Rackstraw, the Lotus 7.
So we are in the last bit now of the class finals. We are heading into, once we are done with the single seaters, we will be heading into the 3 Kings of the Hill shootouts, which is the finale of the 2023 Simola Hill Climb. It's been a special one.
It's been phenomenal. Now the tough decision, well, the sort of 70-30 decision, if the rain doesn't come again, Rodrigo, it's a question of put on the slicks and give it all you got.
I believe so. At least it would be what I would do, even if I was wrong in the end. From the moment we were shooting for glory, we had to take a bit of risk. And
oh, that's a proper 360.
Fantastic. It
Well
was the
saved.
stylish way to finish.
What? Yeah. Did he cross the line? Okay, here goes Andre.
That crest over the finish line is scary. It's really caught a lot of people out. A beautiful 360 there from the Lotus 7. Well held and no drama, thankfully. We haven't had to close the course, and of course the driver's fine.
So here we go for the class final in the single seaters. Andre Bezedno didn't get a speed time, unfortunately, but that was quick. Fastest so far up the hill, Richard Rutsch in the Nissan GTR 40.5. Let's see what Andre Bezedno could do in this magnificent Gould, which is an incredibly special car. Oh, wow. 41.8. Listen, he didn't have to push it hard.
He took it very easy there, I think.
But, yeah, I tell you.
Puts into perspective just how quick Treacherous was.
Yeah, 100%
Hugely into
correct.
perspective, and then also just a level of commitment from Richard Rutsch. I mean, that's just an astonishing time.
That to me felt like Andre Bezedno just ticking that box, really. Just get through the class final.
Yeah.
And the King of the Hill shootout is way more important. So he just got his Gould over the line in one piece. And now the decision comes of which tires to put on that Gould for the shootout.
All right, Craig Zank going up.
Towards the speed track, should be pretty high speed from this ACW of his team.
The other backs reps did not do any run now.
Didn't quite get you there, Rodrigo, unfortunately.
The other back reps, the white one, it didn't run now.
Oh, yes, good
Yes,
point.
it hasn't run. That's the other backdraft car.
It seemed like a very gentle run up the hill there. Perhaps something wrong, or perhaps just wanting to get through this class final in one piece. Oh,
Here he is. Speak, Rodrigo, and you shall receive.
Yeah, I think so.
Squirreling
everywhere.
Left, right, and caught it into the first corner. Wow, that was possibly one of the longest. Oh, no.
Oh, my word.
I have a feeling he does not have the right tires on this car for these conditions. That is wild at the rear.
That's going to let his eyes open up quite a bit.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All over the place. No, I think he perhaps didn't have the right tires.
Maybe took the gamble, and now everybody will watch and say, you know what, it is not slick time ready. Yeah, that's just struggling like crazy on there.
Wow.
Let's see the time.
52. Listen, that's only 3 seconds off his best time. With all of that.
No.
No, I think he's been a fair bit quicker.
Yeah, he did a 42, I think.
I'm looking.
that particular part of the track is looking quite dry now. There it's a bit wet on the exit of turn 3, where it's exactly where you don't want it to be wet, because that's when you're trying to get the car tucked in to make it round that policeman and get onto the second straight.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at Craig Zank's time. He did a 49, but McLaughlin actually did a 42, so 10 seconds off his pace.
Yeah.
I think just getting up the hill in that Cobra in wet conditions is pretty impressive. Rui Campos. This is for a class win. Rui Campos on the wet weather tyres. And he's got to beat a 52 in order to win the class, which I think he should do quite comfortably.
Yeah, seems to be going for it. He's on the right tyre.
And he knows this car so well.
Sounded like a throttle there. Bit gentler through the S's just to make sure you get to the other side.
I think to all of our viewers who maybe tuned in an hour ago and now tuning in now saying, is this a different place? It's like schizophrenia, the weather. 48.8 for Rui Campos, comfortably winning his class. All right, car number 10 on slick tyres.
This is brave. Devin Robertson in a Hayabusa-powered Radical.
Listen, he's a fantastic racing driver. Let's see how he does it. He got it off the line and didn't hit the wall. So far, so good.
Gosh, this is brave.
195. Oh, he's a super racing driver, Devin Robertson. Something didn't sound fantastic.
Yeah, that just...
that sounded like a whole lot of gears.
Whoa!
Whoa! No, he's not scared, this guy. He's not scared. 43.8.
No.
What a time. So there's the skill, Rodrigo, between certain drivers. That was mighty impressive on slick tires.
Some guys, the wet just doesn't scare them.
It also does show, though, however, that if he could mostly control it up the hill, only that one moment of oversteer, that actually the track might be coming to slicks now.
Yeah.
We might be approaching conditions where slicks work.
Like I said earlier, I would bet on slicks.
I would also. I think if you're that confident or you're that good a racing driver, Devin Robertson has just proven that on slick tires
and
you can do it.
We'll have something like 20 minutes now until the next run, or maybe if it's less. But there's the sun seems to be peeking in, so it'll only get drier, and I believe that this little amount of dryness on the track will account for the fact that slicks will be above wet tires.
Rodrigo, in 20 minutes it could be pouring with rain again.
In 20 minutes, all can happen, but let's trust that bit of sun we can see peeking in.
All right, let's go to Colin Hastings in the pits. He's with Peter Zili and Davi Hubert.
Right, two-wheel drive class. Davi, sorry for you. You smacked another pole. What happened?
Did you not delete the footage again?
This time it's for reals.
Yeah, I saw it.
And you're going into the top 10 now. You can't do that there, eh?
No, I'm not going to do it there. Now it's flat taps, eh? We've played now.
I want to ask you a question about flat out now. Peter Zili, congratulations. You came, you had troubles, you struggled. You've just won your class. Well done.
No, thank you very much. No, I'm very happy with that. I think you saw it in my face, so I was very stressed, yeah. Very happy.
So now both of you have had your run. The sun is coming out. There's still wet stuff on the road. Is it slick time?
Well, you tell us, because you've got all those tests, the paper test and the hand test and whatever. So in half an hour, what will be the right one?
Well, the wet stuff is not falling, but the wet stuff has fallen. So it's still too wet for slicks.
So now it's wet.
For now. But the race is not now, is it?
No, I do not know when it is. I do not know what the shootout, how it's going to happen now.
Okay, so the first shootout we've got is a production car shootout. So you've got 10 cars going up the hill. Wind, road, sweep, sun. What do you do?
I really don't know.
You wait and see.
We just looked at it on the screen. I don't know what you call the numbers, but the corner just behind the bridge, there's water running across. If they go through it, you just see a plume of water. So if you go slicks, will you aquaplane? And then even...
It'll be okay if you go absolutely straight, eh?
Hopefully, yes.
Sideways, it's weird.
Yeah, and then even the next right-hander, left-hander, you can also see a plume of water. So right now it's wet.
I love the stuff with the brains working and where do we put the traction control and what are we going to do with the dampers and do I make it softer, stiffer?
Yeah, it's a lot of decisions that you have to make right now, but you'll have to sit and see what the weather holds, because you can do as much as you like. We'll see on the run.
There's one oak who doesn't have a choice about what he's going to run. We're going to talk to him now. Good luck for both of you.
Thanks, Colin.
The guy we're talking about who's got no problem in making his decision is Wade van Zimmeren. He's not here at the moment because the only tires that Wade has got are slicks. He's right at the back there. Wade, please come and talk to us. And Martin as well. It's so tricky driving these things on the wet. Marshall's coming out there. Aren't you just happy that the sun has come out and there's 10 other cars going up the road to dry it for you?
Yes, we're hoping it will dry. We're still deciding what we're going to do. But hopefully it does dry out so we can have a good chance at the final run.
We got slicks or wets for the yellow car?
We got slicks.
No, it's easy choice. Slideways Wade, if you've just joined us, we've had a magnificent class finals. The guys are now getting ready for the top 10 shootout. Is it slicks or dries for the top 10? Tires. Franco, have you made a decision on tires yet? You're going to wait?
No, it's wet. So, I mean, unless there's a long time delay, this is too wet going up.
Okay. Cool. There we go. He's made the choice. Let's go and talk to the single-seater winners. And Richard Rutz still got his wets on as well. He's had a chance to relax. Class winner. You're going to keep the same tires on?
Yeah, right now I'm in two minds, but I think I'm going to look at the opposition and do whatever they do. That's going to be the safe bet.
Reggie?
Maybe.
Richard and safe in the same sentence?
That's a definite maybe, though.
The man is... the level of commitment to go into that first corner. He's a very, very, very special boy. Right, let's get into some single-seaters. Rackstraw made the right decision on going on slicks. And let's just talk to him. Do you see what an athlete he is? He's lean, mean.
You're gonna have to excuse the hair.
And he's worried about hair. Andrew Rackstraw, you had a good run, eh?
I mean, it was good. Raining before the class finals was a bit of a spanner in the works. But I just thought to myself, go out, have fun, and that's what I did. I still don't really know the results, but yeah, I was just having fun, and it was sketchy, but I think the spectators all loved it when I came down.
So let's see if we can pull up a result here. In fact, it's right there. It's got to look at my face before it can go there. And class finals. How wet, when it's wet, how do you judge the level of grip going into the first corner?
So that's the biggest thing. No one knows, because it's not a common entity. No one knows how much grip there is going to be. So it's who has almost, I want to say, the biggest balls going into turn one. And it's almost guesstimating, and it just comes down to that feeling that you have in the fingertips and your bum.
So you go and do a 44, it was over there, look at that, a 44.9.
So it looks like the class win, which is good. We came here for fun, and take home a nice result is always a positive.
Now you're going to the top 10 and you give it all you've got.
You will love this, and we're going to go to slicks.
You've made up your mind already?
Made up my mind, going to go to slicks and just going to see what we can do.
I love that. Good luck.
Thanks so much.
And put the slicks on, and we're going to talk to Andre Bezuidenhout. Ian Schofield, you found the limit of the tracks.
Apparently so. I'm just looking now on my footage.
So we're replaying the footage of Ian's going through the footage to see if the limits were indeed, it's almost like deja vu. We'll come back when you've had a good chance to look, Ian. He's still looking. Andre Bezuidenhout wins his class with a gentle run, an absolutely gentle run. And while he's still in the car, let's just quickly jump in there. Andre, that was a safe run.
It was a gentleman drive.
And is that just to get things sorted for the for the top 10 shootout?
You know, we missed every wet run this morning. Whenever we were on wets and we were trying to go into the run, it dried up. So it was the first run that we've had this whole weekend in the wet. So it was really a feeling, just getting it right, and the next one is the important one.
So this still gives you the class win, top 10. We look forward to it.
Thank you, sir.
Quick question. Are you going to stick with the wets or are you going slicks?
I think we're going with the wets.
Says he thinks he's going with the wets. And just on those wets, physics again, the grooves over here pump the water out. But if there's standing water, if there isn't, the important parts are these edges over there and over there. Those edges bite into the surface and wipe the water away. And they've got to be sharp. These edges are all nice, okay, a little bit gunky there, but otherwise they're all nice and sharp. So that, yeah, it's a nice set of tires. They'll stick them in the heaters, they'll warm them up, and then they'll give it the full welly. But I think we've still got some other cars just going up and down now for that sort of stuff. Robert, this is Bob the Builder, the finest engine builder. I want to give something back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Colin.
Before you do that, can we just show the camera?
It's not a part I particularly want back, but unfortunately, yeah, it happens when we stressing the engines and everything to its limit and trying to extract the most that we can get out the cars and the engine. So, yeah, hopefully it's one to put behind us and move forward.
So that is a Conrod bolt from the Nissan Infiniti IndyCar motor that had an unexpected disassembly.
That's exactly it.
A
sudden disassembly.
And violent.
Yeah, unfortunately.
There's a hole in the block.
Unfortunately, there is, Colin. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Get it fixed up for the next year, hopefully, and come back here.
You're an engineer. You see the sun coming out here. You see some of the bit wet stuff in here. What do you say what's your advice to the team on what tires to use?
Yeah, I think the conditions are going to change very quickly with the sun being out. So I think in the next 10 minutes it'll be a completely different course. So
awesome.
Good luck to all of them.
Bob, thank you for chatting. Cheers. The other car that we really want to talk to, let's see if we can find Byron Mitchell. He's lurking somewhere, but if we don't find Byron Mitchell, we're going to find Megan Verlack. Looks like a tiger, goes like smoke, but it's a zebra. Megan, you going into class final. I see you've got the non-slick tires on.
Yeah, we're going to go with the wet tires rather, for more entertainment purposes.
Excellent. This thing's got 1,000 cc's of Suzuki's finest.
Yes.
You rev it to as much as it'll go.
I'm revving it to about 13,000.
Thank you for doing that, because it sounds like absolute music. We love it.
It's been so much fun this weekend. It's been fun to drive. It's been great.
So next step is to put a turbocharger on it,
Yes.
or even a supercharger.
I don't know the difference. As long as it goes
One
faster.
that makes it faster.
Yeah, as long as it goes faster.
Thank you and good luck. We'll have to talk to Justin about the...
No, Justin must give us power.
Justin must give them power. We've got to find Justin. Let's talk to another crazy man here. Tom, we look at you in the 7, and it was all nice and lovely until the... Oh, no, I'm getting to my question, and you get to the top, and what happened? You went roundy.
No, well, it was quite wet out there. It rained just earlier this afternoon. And I thought, well, I'm going to give it one final go, because I don't think I'll be taking part in the final. So I thought, well, I'm going to give it what I can. And I know that last corner is quite tricky. I've heard of a lot of guys coming off after the final, past the finish line. And I just started sliding to the left. And I'm just so fortunate I managed to keep it on the black stuff, and here I am to tell the tale. And actually it was quite fun.
Congratulations. Thanks for the entertainment. Not the easiest car to stop 360ing.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, now that I've started, let's hope that's enough, eh?
Well done. Right, we're going to reverse out of here. I'm going to lead the way, Ari, and you can turn around as we find our way down 43.8 degrees centigrade on the slick tires on Rackstraw's car. What's he got here? 38.9. Let's go down. It's Byron Mitchell on there he is. Oh, he's been hiding. He's the second tallest driver in the world. Byron, top 10 shootout, 100% slicks.
I don't know. First we just have to see what went wrong with the car. So we'll hopefully be able to find
What's the issue?
That's the funny thing. We don't know.
What doesn't it do?
It basically got off the line well, and then as soon as you hook second gear, it just activated the launch,
Traction control stuffy thingy.
No, it just went into limp mode. And the car got stuck at 6,000 RPM and wouldn't go up anymore.
That sucks.
Yeah, it sucked. But hey, racing's cool sometimes. You
Does it tell we hear on the TV, they turned it off, they power cycled the car. You've done that.
I don't really know what. I've got someone helping me from America, but he's looking through the data now and we're going to see what went wrong. But from the last run to this run, nothing was really changed, so we don't understand what could have gone wrong. So
well, I hope you find it.
Hopefully, thank you.
Right, and into reverse we go, and we're 45 now. And 41. Ricky, what have you got the temperatures? What are you looking for here?
No, I can't tell you that.
Come on, be nice to her.
We're under about 45.
45. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. See, if you ask nicely, they tell you. Devin Robinson. Also, just before we go, I wanted to talk to Rui Campos, the class winner, but he's not here. So this is Devin Robinson's car over here, and if I can I need a repeat of the message. And Rui Campos's car is on his slicks. I mean the wets that are coming off, and the slicks are going on. So that answers the question. And we go out of here. And now the top 10 shootout is about to start. The Golf R is kind of cool. Daniel Rowe, you guys are having a wonderful battle with the 3 Rs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're in the 47s with the Golf R. We're up against some really fast BMs, McLarens, Mercs in our and R8 in our production car class now in the shootout. So,
but it's a Golf. It goes fast.
Yeah, it goes fast. We're going to try and make it faster.
Good man. Have fun. Keep it safe and fast.
Thank you.
Right, and then we've got to talk to Jonathan Mahotsi. Jonathan, it's always good if you can beat your teammate.
There's always a bit of healthy rivalry between Daniel and I. You just got to keep the banter going. But, at the end of the day, we're here at this amazing environment, awesome circuit, and showcasing some cars that can actually, stick it to the guys.
Awesome, thanks, good luck. We were going to talk to Henning Solberg, but he's not here. So Craig Zank, that was quite a spectacular run that you had there with the traction control, but you loved it, don't you?
I always love it that way, yeah. We don't have wet tires here, so we're running on normal slicks, so we got a small problem.
Yeah, but some say it's going to get dry. Some say that slicks is the right tire.
I don't know, there's a lot of water at the top running across, so if I had wets, I'd be on wets. But I don't have wets, so I'm on slicks.
Right, he doesn't have wets, he's on slicks. Somebody who hasn't got a choice is Daniel Rowe, who's going to start the top 10 shootout. Off the line, he rockets.
It is all happening. It is the top 10 shootouts. We start off with the road-going saloons and supercars. Tell us the lineup, Chiro.
Well, we've already seen Thomas Falconer out there. We're now watching Daniel Rowe. Those are 2 of the 10. Jonathan Mokotsi, Robert Gearing in the M2, Mokotsi in the Golf 8R, Ashley Oldfield in the BMW XN, Gordon Nicholson, Mika Salo in one of the Mercs, Clint Weston in the other A45, Garth McIntosh and Jean-Pierre van der Walt, the previous King of the Hill from 2022 in his Porsche Turbo S. That is your top 10. That is your shootout for the road-going saloons and supercars.
Oh, man, it's a tremendous amount of fun. Thomas Faulkner has already done a 53.3. Daniel Rowe on the track as we get a freeze frame. Daniel Rowe comes across in a 50.5. So the track's still pretty slippery. It seems as though the wise money is on using your slick tires when we get into the bigger categories. These are all road-going tires.
Yeah, you really, the ideal tire out here right now is a road-going tire. Actually, they are literally designed with safety in mind when it comes to wet conditions. So I'm sure some of the Craig Zanks of this world, they will be wishing that they could nick some of the tires off the Golf 8Rs, I think, and stick them onto their cars.
Jonathan Mokotsi, he wants to be at a 50.5. There's a healthy rivalry between him and Daniel Rowe. There were a couple of thousandths of seconds between them. Let's see what Jonathan Mokotsi can post. Oh, 50.587, looked a little bit wide going through those S's. Oh my word, a 537, 500ths of a second
so
between the two. He's faster.
That is about as close as it gets. I think 300ths there.
500ths of a second.
500ths.
Yeah. Okay. Could he get onto the podium? Here is Rob Gearing in that magnificent M2 manual gearbox.
If you're just joining us, this is the King of the Hill shootout, the road-going saloons and supercars. It is all for glory now. The best time takes the King of the Hill. We are going to be coronating. This is going to be much more exciting than what happened yesterday in the UK, I promise you.
Whoa, that is a big moment for Rob Gearing. That was scary. Did you pick that up, Rodrigo? That was a big one.
Here we have seen some, but now with the puddles of water that we can find among the drying tarmac, there are some traps around there, but it's just getting drier and drier. Let's see.
Yeah, the problem with these issues, 52.4 for Rob Gearing, is the fact that, you know, water travels downhill because of gravity, and you can be going, and the next minute a little stream comes across.
Yeah. No, the streams are really part of one of the scarier aspects of these conditions. The car will just aquaplane. And I cannot wait to see what Kazat Koz's Ashley Oldfield can do in this 3.5 million rand BMW XM. V8 twin turbo with an electric motor, 480 kilowatts, nearly 800 Newton meters. But 2.8 tons of car going up the road right now.
And not, let's be honest, not the most aerodynamic of vehicles.
No, it's about as aerodynamic as a shed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But here we go.
But it is spectacular. Ashley Oldfield crosses the line. What a time! 48.4.
Go Ashley, he is top of the shootout right now. He is in with a chance.
Gordon Nicholson in the Audi R8. I mean, that is an impressive time. You look at the conditions, that is only 1.3 seconds off his best time in full dry conditions.
Yeah. That XM weighs exactly double what a Golf 8R weighs.
Sure.
It's a big car, but I do have a feeling that the Audi right now going up the hill is going to take the top. Whoa!
Maybe not.
Maybe not. No.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, that was real commentator's curse there, but he held it so well. And that, unfortunately, though, will probably ruin his run. So it looks like
pressure.
Ashley Oldfield will stay at the top.
And with only 4 cars to go, he's got a very good chance.
That's, we go.
Actually, I mean, you know, you consider that massive moment that he had. He's actually done quite well. Mika Salo, our international Finnish guest, going. He's second in his class behind Clint Weston. Can he make it onto the podium in the top 10 shootout? He's going to have to put in a mighty lap here.
But what happened to that Audi R8 V10 there just shows you how treacherous these conditions are. When you start pushing, even in an all-wheel drive car, you still risk massive oversteer. And the exit of turn 3 is still wet.
Oh, huge bump there for Mika Salo. You can hear it on the brakes as well.
An incredible rivalry has developed between Mika Salo and South Africa's very own Clint Weston in these two very similar cars, the Merc A45 AMGs.
.8. There we go.
0.876 for the AMG.
What can Clint Weston do?
Clint Weston, Garth McIntosh and JP van der Walt.
With JP lurking at the end of the session, I think this will just settle this rivalry which has developed this weekend. But actually, given what I said and what happened to the Audi, maybe I should just stop talking now.
Yeah, 176, roughly the same kind of speed as Mika Salo. Oh, that's a moment. Oh, that's going to be disqualified, I think. I'm not sure what the regulations say, but that could be track limits. Oh, he had to back off there hugely. Big moment for Clint Weston.
So, yeah, 2. That turn 3 is treacherous right now. It really is.
And Mika Salo has beaten Clint Weston in the top 10 shootout.
10th of a second. One of the most powerful cars at Simola 2023, the McLaren 720S.
But this is all about pressure now. Rodrigo, you know, it's a top 10 shootout. You've done brilliantly the whole weekend, and all of a sudden, for the first time, Clint Weston slower than Mika Salo out of 9 runs.
Yeah, it took just one little mistake, and there it goes. Mika Salo, with all his experience from Formula 1 and this consistency, in the end, just snatched the victory.
Quite incredible. The worst that Mika Salo can do is 3rd in the top 10 shootout.
Great to have a name like Mika Salo here in South Africa. He did say to us, though, that he was battling with the left foot braking in his car and didn't like the left foot braking, which is often a complaint with race car drivers in road cars.
Let's see what this McLaren can do.
In the hands of Garth.
Oh, wow.
47.621.
Only 2 tenths.
And he goes tops.
Yep.
This is it. It is now between Garth McIntosh and JP van der Walt in the Porsche Turbo S. JP has one opportunity to take King of the Hill here. This is when it counts.
911 Turbo S.
You are watching last year's winner of this particular King of the Hill. Stock standard Porsche Turbo S. It is all-wheel drive, which will help out here. Squirreling under braking.
That's hugely impressive. 198 kilometers under the bridge. So JP just got to keep it all together.
Very neat through that treacherous turn 3 exit. Now into the S's. Touch of brakes there.
Super smooth.
The time to beat right now, 47.621.
Oh, he's crushed it.
He's got it.
He's crushed it.
He's absolutely crushed it. JP van der Walt
all right.
takes that King of the Hill competition.
Now it is Wade van Zumeren, and we are just going to shut up and let the cars make the biggest amount of noise up the King of the Hill for Simola. This is modified saloon cars.
This will be entertaining.
Next up will be Wade van Zumeren, forward carrying Skyline. Time to make some noise.
Slight delay there. Probably last minute checks for the safety of the course. The Flagstaff, Mark Cooper, who I think is in his 9th Simola Hill Climb now, waving the flag for us, getting into position. Van Zumeren telling us in the pits that he just doesn't have wets available, so he's on slicks.
Oh, but he's an entertainer. Come on, Wade!
He's struggling for traction quite badly.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling for grip on those slick tires. Oh, just listen to that.
Yeah. The track will be getting cold as well now as the top of the section. Little twitch there of oversteer over the finish line as we go into the shade now as well. So cold, wet conditions at the top of the track.
This car is going to be unbelievable. In the hands of Lee Thompson. With his fancy DRS.
I agree with Chiro. The car must be for the four-wheel drive.
Yes, it must be.
This is a highly modified Polo. The time to beat right now, 52.027 from a handicapped Wade van Zumeren on the wrong tires.
This is going to be quick. This is going to be super quick from Lee Thompson. 46.951. And unfortunately, I think Martin's got the same problem. He's also only got slick tires.
It's actually difficult to watch these cars on slicks in this condition because you just know what they're capable of. Still quick though in a straight line.
And this one benefits from his four-wheel drive, but even then.
Yeah, Ginger through the S's, gingerly through there.
So unfortunately, just the wrong tires. But still mighty entertaining.
Manages to put a 51 on the board, but unfortunately he is out of the running for top spot.
This car could be a challenger for the top 3 if Aldo Scribante puts it all together.
Those tires look grooved. Yeah, already much quicker off the line than the Van Zumerens.
Just got to hook it all up together.
much more composed.
204 into the speed trap. Sounds good, looks good. Very wide on the exit of turn 3, but he avoids the policeman there. The time to beat right now, 46.951.
44.
115. He goes tops.
44.115. I must say, I always get... Okay, here we go. The Lotus Ferrari. You don't want to hit one of the policemen.
2.7 seconds in these conditions.
Darby Hubert. That was a very good launch.
Yeah. From that launch, I would guess he's on the right tires.
That is full commitment.
Aldo Scribante currently tops this modified saloon shootout with a 44.115. Darby Hubert now chasing glory through the S's.
Tell you, that car has got grip. My word.
He's got it.
He's doing well. 43.888 for Darby Joubert. Now we got Charles Joubert. He's on slick tires.
It's massively hamstrung, this car, unfortunately. I mean, we just saw the difference really between what are two very similar cars at the end of the day. The Ferrari-powered Exige and now this, the Honda-powered Exige. And the difference is just the tires really in terms of mechanics, and you can just see the speed differential right now.
172 as opposed to 204. And that's a gamble. I think they did have wet weather tires.
Yeah, we did say here, Andrew Raxford say that he decided to go out and
He's
slicks.
going to go on the slicks, yeah.
Some drivers do have a choice.
.4.
Don't know if there was something more.
Yeah, not too sure.
Let's
Here we
open.
go! It's Peter Solberg! This is going to be monster! Listen to this.
WRX Supercar Polo.
I think he's maybe readjusting the way he's pointing.
You know what he's doing? This is very clever. Get off the rubber. There's more traction on the actual tarmac than there is by being on the rubber. Oh my word.
Gosh, look at that. Our commentary box was shaking under the launch, the sound of the launch control there.
Wait, what?
Super hot into the S's. Four-wheel drifting. Fastest.
Oh man, that is just unbelievable. All right, here we go. Peter Zili. Let's listen to this. That is an unbelievable time from Peter Solberg. 41.281. Here is Peter Zili.
At the speed trap, that's fast. Zili is in with a shout here.
Oh, we go second.
Oh.
My word, half a second. The sheriff is in town. What can Franco Scribante do up this hill?
International superstar Peter Solberg currently leads the modified saloon cars.
And Peter Solberg, worst he can do is third.
I wonder what tires he's gone out with.
I think the wets. I've got to believe the wets. 233, that is super fast. Oh, that's commitment.
Wow! Wow, sub 40.
It's all down to Richard Roots. This is going to be one unbelievable 40 seconds.
Well, he'll be hoping it's in the 39s. 39.877, the time to beat. Oh. 241 at the trap.
Oh, he's made a mistake.
Wide on exit of 3. This couldn't be closer right now between the two skylines.
Oh, he's lost it.
Second.
Oh my word.
Holy moly.
What a battle.
Franco Scribante comes from behind to take top honors in the modified saloon car shootout.
Unbelievable. Franco Scribante, Richard Roots, Peter Solberg, king of the hill for modified saloons.
Peter Solberg in his first outing at the Simola Hill Climb places third
in a 2-liter.
In a 4.5-year-old museum piece. That was some incredible driving. Straight into the final shootout now.
Here we go, the single-seater sports prototypes. Craig Zank out on the track. His best time this weekend has been a 49.2.
This has got to be some of the best motorsports in the world.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I'm sitting here with the adrenaline absolutely coursing through my veins, and I'm nowhere near a motor car right now. I can't imagine how these drivers feel.
That is just that was spectacular, wasn't it, Rodrigo?
It was. I was glued to my seat, and well, what a story! For how inconsistent the day was, and the back and forth, we have Franco Scribante coming from behind, taking the win. It must be hugely disheartening for Reggie Roots and BB Motorsport, but well, that's motorsport. We have Peter Zili that was thinking that he wouldn't even qualify for the shootout, and then he finishes his fourth. And we have Peter Solberg giving all this show. Well, can't ask for more.
Yeah, you can't ask for more. Exactly. That was unbelievable. Next up should be Megan Valak in her fantastic GSXR 1000, which is a motorcycle engine in a funny Suzuki-style car. But it is so much fun.
It's one of the Suzuki-powered cars here at the Simola Hill Climb. The Hayabusa, for a long time, many, many years, the fastest production motorbike in the world. And then people thought, hey, let's shove these engines into cars. That could be fun.
Oh, man, I'm just trying to get my breath. Yo, that was... You've got to... I mean, yes, I feel desperately sorry for Richard Roots and BB Motorsport. He's won his class. But this is what you come here for. He's the king of the hill. And take your hat off to Franco Scribante for being on the back foot basically the whole weekend. But when it mattered, man, did he put down that Nissan GTR.
That was probably one of the greatest comeback stories that we've seen at the Simola Hill Climb.
Wow, that was exceptional. And we saw some footage of how happy his mechanics are. He's still at the top of the track, or making his way down around the back of the Simola estate. There will be massive jubilation for him and his team after that performance.
They're a fantastic team. Franco's built up a really wonderful team of engineers there, and he's the man in the car, but late nights, years of work have got into preparing the Sheriff, the car that's affectionately known as the Sheriff. It's a previous record holder here, it's a previous record setter, it's a previous winner, and now it's a winner again in 2023 for the Scribanti team, beating Peter Solberg, Peter Zili, the Ubers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some stiff competition. It's not like he was out there on his own.
No, that was mighty impressive. Rodrigo, let's bring you in here. We're into our final King of the Hill shootout, the single-seater sports prototypes. You know, the road-going saloon supercars, always fun to watch, but the modified saloon cars, this whole weekend, it has just kept us glued to the Simola Hill Climb.
They did, and above all, I think we all have to agree that this year we saw them reaching a whole new level. I think that there is a level of professionalism that we are seeing all the teams reaching now that will just pump things through a whole new level for next year. There will be more investment, more time behind these builds. The enticement for the race is just building up, and a crazy story like this whole weekend was, well, it's ours to beat. This is entertainment in motorsports in its finest form.
It has been magical, Chiro. I mean, it just has been electrifying the whole weekend. We've had the inconsistency of the weather that has thrown a few curveballs at us. But wow, has it been worth it? Okay, let's get back to the action. We have got we haven't seen Megan Velak go up, and maybe she has decided not to go. We'll have to just check. Craig Zank has already gone up. He's done a 54.7. This is Mike McLaughlin. These are now the single-seater and sports prototypes. Let's see what kind of top speed he gets. Car is much more consistent than in his last run about 45 minutes ago.
And I think, Sasha, we will only see 9 competitors because Robert Walk is on the list, but I think he's out.
Yeah, true.
So we won't see a full 10, a field of 10, unfortunately, in the single-seater and sports prototype King of the Hill.
Wow. Oh man, holding it sided. That is a fabulous lap, a 44.089.
Wow, that was brave over the top of the hill. It really was.
Ian Schofield, his previous time in the class category, unfortunately his time was deleted because he hit one of the policemen. Track is a lot drier right now.
Exit of turn 3 is still wet.
Still, you can see those little streams running down.
And that is exactly where you don't want to encounter any water. It's an incredibly tricky part of this 1.9 kilometer track.
Holding on for dear life, coming up over the timing beam, goes into second place, a 46.5.
Rui Campos now. The time to beat right now, 44.089, set by Mike McLaughlin in the backdraft Cobra.
full commitment from Rui Campos.
I don't feel like he gelled with this run. It didn't feel as fast as it needed to be. Yeah, and he hasn't taken top spots, unfortunately.
44.9. Is Rackstraw on the slicks?
He very confidently told us in the pits he was going with slicks. Let's see how this decision pays off.
There is no lifting on that. That is just fantastic.
He's in with a shout here, definitely.
Yo, what a time!
Wow.
41.5.
A full 3 seconds quicker than the second placed Mike McLaughlin. That was a mega drive from Andrew Rackstraw. Well done.
Devin Robertson going up the hill. Oh, that is a brilliant time from Andrew Rackstraw. Another fabulous racing driver in South Africa, Devin Robertson. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be so close.
We saw him have quite a moment of oversteer in the S's on his last run.
I tell you, Rackstraw's little run has got Andre Bezuidenhout something to think about. I know he said it was a gentlemanly drive, but he's going to have to put his foot down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for sure.
You are right, Sasha. Here we go.
The final run of the day.
Everything to play for here. This run will decide King of the Hill.
It wasn't the greatest launch.
The way this car changes direction through the S's is mind-blowing.
I mean, just so pointy, it's beautiful. Let's see what Andre Bezuidenhout comes across the line at. Whoa!
He's got it.
37.58.
That Gould is a formidable opponent for absolutely anything you can bring to a hill climb.
Oh, wow. Man, the adrenaline. All right, let's go to Colin Hastings in the pit lane with Rekhard Roots. Hello, Colin.
G. Tell her.
You know when you say duck or no dinner, today's no dinner. Some days you're the pigeon, some days you're the statue. Today I'm the statue.
What happened? What went wrong? Well, what changed in the run?
Look, I saw that he had a slightly quicker time than my last run. I knew the track was drying, so I knew I had it in me to go quicker. I had a flippin' good run through turn one, and I should have actually just played it safe and stayed on my pace from there. But then at the top I arrived, I had such a good run, I had high speed, and I thought let me just brake that a little bit later, and I braked it just too late. And on the wet tyres it was squirmy and I just couldn't get it turned in. And that was it. I knew. As it happened, I knew. But yeah, I tried hard from there, but you're never going to pull that time back.
And at that moment, you knew you were a statue.
I knew I was a statue full of pigeon shit.
They came, they fought. Scribanti's gone up the road. Guys, we're going to go and find Scribanti who's up here. You just take it to the booth for a while, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Colin, that is, Richard Roots, besides being such an entertainer on track, he's just such a wonderful man off the track, and he comes up with some pearlers that hopefully our international audience can pick up on it as well. But you know what? Humble in defeat as well.
I was really looking forward to the one-liner we were going to get from Richard Roots, and he delivered. He really did. That was
All
one
right,
of his best.
let's go back to Colin Hastie. He's got the King of the Hill champion, Franco Scribante.
Just say it. I mean, just shout. What a run.
No, what a run. I mean, that's probably the run of my life. So I want to say thanks to my team, everything they did. Yeah.
It's a moment.
It's a moment.
Congratulations. King of the frickin' hill.
The king is in the house.
You heard it. The king is in the house. There's teamers around here while we're here. Marco,
yes.
Quite satisfaction you've got there.
100%. Finally got grip of the car, knew how much power to put down, and that's all that it took.
It was an incredible run. Proper big match temperament from everybody.
100%. I mean, the hours that we've burned, Colin, it's been tough. The last couple of days have been really, really rough.
A lot of emotion going on here.
Oh, very much so. You could even see with Franco's interview.
Yeah, awesome. Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy the beer.
Thank you very much, sir.
There's one other person we want to... Eddie, you guys grafted hard. What's it feel like?
Absolutely wonderful. It's excited. Everything at the same time.
It's proper emotions going on here.
A lot, because we battled a bit, but everything came together.
Well done. Enjoy the party. We've got JP van der Walt, who's just won King of the Hill. JP.
We'll take it for an injured car. Tough weekend. I need to thank all the teams here. Scribante, BB, Nissan, they all came and helped to try and assist us with the issues on the car. Unfortunately, we couldn't fix it, but we gave it our all. Yeah.
Well done. Congrats.
Thanks, eh?
Right, there's one guy we need to interview. He's on his way back down from the top of the hill, and that is Franco Scribante, and we have our three kings. What a day of coronation. It's been absolutely fantastic. The crowd up here have been absolutely brilliant, sitting in the firing line of the big cars. Peter Zeele's German visitors up there, the guys having some beers at the top there. Thank you all for supporting. We know you will be back at Simola 2024 because it's lovely, it's magic. Ian Shrewsbury.
That's me.
You've got some kings.
Absolutely, we have. Well done to all the winners. Absolutely awesome, and I mean the performance today was awesome. It was just incredible. You heard the crowd. It really got them all wound up. It was really close, exciting. The rain obviously added that a bit of element, a bit of sideways driving. So well done to all the competitors. Well done to the crowd. Thank you for coming and supporting. We really, really appreciate it.
And I think with the ticket sales this year, if you all can hear this, you better get your tickets early for next year.
Certainly. We'll try and open ticket sales as early as possible. So I suggest everyone books as soon as possible. We're obviously going to have some more international stars next year. So hopefully the show will be as good as ever.
Awesome. Thank you, Ian. And to the man. He came.
Let's make some noise for him. He's going to give us a little bit more entertainment. Just to wrap up the proceedings here. We've got two H1 guys in the room as well. Sorry, please do get cars a little bit further up. Guys, just watch out there, stand back. Do not stand in the track. Just get a hand to the entertainment here of Solberg.
So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of fun to end off the proceedings here, Chiro, with Peter Solberg going out there to entertain the crowds. I mean, these guys know what it's about when they go to foreign countries. They are such big names, and you know, people just love to bask in their atmosphere.
I don't know if you saw it, but on the parade lap in town, he managed to spin that car around
I saw.
Between the barriers on a single lane road, basically.
I was astonished.
Mega.
And I've seen other racing drivers also try and do those kind of things in city displays, and not as successful.
But the story today, I think, was in the modified saloons.
Yeah.
That was definitely the tightest competition. If I'm not mistaken, though, we have the same three kings of the hill: JP,
Franco, and Andre.
Andre
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So they all retain their crowns from 2022 to 2023, and we congratulate them. And a huge, Colin said it as well, but just a huge thank you from all of us to the crowd and everyone on the live stream as well.
Yeah.
This year was special.
Yeah, very, very, very special. And I mean, listen, we still want to catch up with Andre Bezuidenhout, but Rodrigo, I think we can let you go. Thank you so much for your time over the last 3 days, sitting on the couch and enjoying the spills with us. Next year, you've got to be here with us, because having you here in person, I think, is going to be even more special for all of us. So please try and make a commitment to come and be with us, and we cannot thank you for your input and also your just passion for hill climb racing.
I'm the one that has to thank you for the opportunity to be part of the live stream and part of this historic edition of the Simola Hill Climb. Next year, for sure, I will be there. The level will go up accordingly, and God damn, this is something special that you guys are creating there in South Africa. I'm just glad that I'm part of it, and now in the upcoming days and weeks, I will be posting videos from single runs on boards and all that from this weekend. So to all the subscribers and people out there, keep an eye on the channel.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you for the support as well. And also thank you to our technical team for keeping him entertained when we were doing a whole lot of other things as well. So we're waiting for Colin. I'm sure he wants to try and get hold of Andre Bezuidenhout, and also just waiting for a little bit of on-track action for Peter Solberg. They're just making the area nice and safe. And then, of course, I'm sure you'll be doing a couple of donuts, spinners, whatever. Just to have a little bit more fun.
His car control ability is remarkable, and he was also just a wonderful, open person to chat with. I'm so grateful. I had a wonderful chat with him and his head engineer as well. I unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to have a chat with Mika Salo, but to have two international legends of motorsport, I think, is testimony to the fact that the organizers here and everyone involved at Simola Hill Climb, it's building something special here.
Without a doubt. And also, you know, they would have also done a little bit of research, had a look at it, and perhaps they even knew, well, I'm sure they would have known about it before, and they didn't even flinch. It was a question of, whoa, we're coming. Okay, got hold of VW, bring my WRX car. Mika Salo said, just give me a car, I'll come. And they came. So something very, very special. Crossing to our live pictures, Rui Campos winning his class. And they're all coming down, and eventually we will get Rackstraw was fantastic. So was Devon Robertson. Magic laps. But there was nothing that was going to take it away from the sheer professionalism, commitment, dedication and courage of Andre Bezuidenhout.
No, Andre is a really impressive driver, and with a wonderful machine, maintained by Divan Lasmore at GT Motorsports. He's a good friend of mine, and he keeps that car in tip-top shape for Andre as well. Andre's a bit busy to do the mechanics himself, so that's the team that keeps that car running. It's a real privilege to see a car like that. It's very rare. The Gould is McLaren V8 powered. They run very special tires as well, although not today because of the conditions. But that's a tough car to beat. It really is. And it used to be the case a long time ago at Simola, where there was one king of the hill, and when Andre Bezuidenhout used to run the Delara, the
Correct.
F1, and fight it out with Desi Goodsight and Scribante and the tin tops. They've now separated it, which I think was the way to go. I really do. And we saw how much this meant to Franco Scribante.
He was so emotional. You know, as we've mentioned before, it was a difficult weekend. He was always on the back foot. Anything he laid down, Richard Roots just managed to do something better. Goes into the class final, gets beaten again. And then all of a sudden it was a question of, you know what, Franco, you know what you've got underneath you. You know your own ability. Go out there and stick it. I think Richard Roots made the mistake of looking at the timesheet. He shouldn't have looked at the timesheet, and all of a sudden he saw, wow, look what Franco's done, and maybe it just pushed him a little bit over the edge.
And that is the beauty of the sport, and I genuinely think this is some of the best motorsport anywhere in the world. I was absolutely on the edge of my seat sitting here in this commentary box. That was really some of the best competitive motorsport I think we've seen in South Africa in a really, really long time.
Yeah, very special. We're watching Andre Bezuidenhout getting out of the car, and I can hear the wonderful Peter Solberg doing a couple of crazy things.
Two in a row.
Here we go. Colin's got him.
2 in a row. King of the Hill.
Oh, what a special moment, eh? With Peter in the background. What better music is that in my ears?
It's been a wonderful weekend for you, Andre.
Oh, there's nothing like motorsport, you know. What do they say? There's only bullfighting in motorsport left. Something crazy like that. No, it's been an unbelievable weekend. I'm just so blessed to be here, you know, to be participating still with everybody here. Listen to that guy. I mean, he's taken this event to a next stage. We can now wait for all the international guys to come.
They need to, and congratulations again, back-to-back King Bezuidenhout.
Thank you so much. Thanks, matey.
Truly is a king. I'm going to try and talk to Franco Scribante again. I'm just going to zip around the back. Franco, some of the emotion is just, that edge is, how does it really feel?
No, it's starting to sink in now, Colin. This is probably the best one we've ever had.
Now, if you turn around and look at the crowd, in front of, you beat Peter Solberg, you've got an absolute brilliant crowd and emotion and experience. Got to be very nice.
It feels like I've just won the World Championship myself.
You're the king. You've been crowned. You're the man. Well done.
Thank you very much, Colin.
Awesome. They've worked very hard. I'm going to try very hard to grab Peter Solberg, and then we'll say goodbye to you. We have to wait about here, but I'm going to do a bit of a quick sum up from my side in the pit lane. The indecisiveness. What do we do? Which tyre do we go for? What setup do we go? The rain this afternoon put, really, as Reggie said, put the cat amongst the pigeons, and the feathers flew. Listen to this crowd. Solberg says he's coming back next year. Let's see if we can grab him.
Where else will you find entertainment?
I think, Ari, you need to stay here. If you can do this zooming thing, I'll go and grab him.
Here is the king. So take us through that one. Let's have a big check here. You have to have a big check here.
Well, we haven't. Okay, guys, so you've got to go back to the studio. Sorry, tried.
Oh, what a way to wrap up. You know, we've had Peter Solberg this whole weekend. Colin and his team and Ari up and down the pit lane. Wow, they have got us everything, all of the juicy bits throughout the whole weekend. So, I mean, it's been a fantastic effort by everybody.
And I think what we were saying over the weekend is, yes, this is a motorsport event, but it's an extremely human event as well. I think some of the best aspects of humanity are on show here. The way the competitors helped each other, flying in parts, driving in parts for each other, the way they congratulate each other, gracious in defeat, the emotions on display from the drivers when they win. You see what this means to them. There's just so much beauty here. There's really just a lot of joy in motorsport.
That is why I love my motorsport more than, well, okay, besides my wife. I have to say that. It just is something so fantastic. So I think they're going to have all of the ceremonies now, handing out all of the trophies, etc. And I think we can safely say that this has been outstanding from Simola. Our technical team, our production team have done an incredible job against some very serious challenges, including the power issue that we are unfortunately accustomed to in South Africa. But wow, they pulled out all of the stops. It's really been incredible.
Yeah, from myself, I'd just like to thank the team. It's an enormous effort to bring this live stream. I think it's probably one of the best live streams at any hill climb in the world. And the amount of work that goes into this and the amount of work that goes into making the Simola Hill Climb happen. And Sasha, also just want to say thank you to you. It's been an honor to work with you and a privilege. I've had a wonderful weekend.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Chiro, and I can only echo that and compliment you too, as well as also Franco Di Matteo, who was with us. But to our whole production team, I can't go through all of them, but Henk, Fritz, Peter, everybody, all our cameramen, all of our techie guys, all of our graphics, everyone, for just putting in the effort up at really, really early hours to bring this live stream to you from Simola 2023. Thank you from us, and make sure you get your tickets if you're in the area, but otherwise we'll definitely be on the live stream in 2024. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I think it is time perhaps to have a cold lager.
I will join you, sir.
Take care. Ciao, ciao.
Okay. Peter, we've got the camera here. Thank you so much. What an entertainer you are.
Yeah, but it's an easy car to... I'm all about enjoying to drive a car and do some show, and you know, when you're coming to my age now, you can have more time to do this.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. You wanted to, or you hoped to get onto a podium. You did it. You won your class. Fantastic.
Yeah, I won the class. Was for sure really good fun, and come on the podium. I think I was a little bit lucky with the weather here by getting that podium, but at the end of the day, you know, it's fantastic. I hope we get champagne. You know, this is what I've been waiting for. Yeah.
There's lots of champagne.
I hope the champagne is there. Yeah. But incredible weekend, and all the other drivers. Yeah, I mean, you have very fast drivers here with very nice cars, and I must say I'm very impressed by being here. And me and my brother have enjoyed a lot, and it was worth a long trip here to have so good people around.
And you'll come back next year.
Well, we're looking into that, but we need some more horsepower.
Better. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
What an absolute star, an entertainer. From me, Colin, it's been an absolute blast. I just want to thank the stars, the drivers, all of them. The other stars, the main stars of the cars, and what a fantastic audience and a crowd. It's been an absolute blast. Join us again next year for Simola 2024. To the technical crew, everybody down in the boxes there, fellow commentators, grazie, mille grazie. Ciao.
with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.